Nice.
Sweet.
We got Taurus,
Scorch.
Pisces, and
We
Aquarius.
live already.
Wow.
Okay.
Back on with
Interesting.
Scorpio.
Perfect.
That's really interesting.
This meeting is being live streamed, so we're going to begin the show shortly. Let's all mute
Got
our
it.
audio and our video and share the URL once we get that with all your friends. We'll see you after the theme song.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was not affected. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over... The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. Waited till the caffeine spider was exhausted. Caffeine spider.
Crack spider.
As the crack spider.
Let's go on the block one more time. Share the link with all your friends. Begin in about 3 minutes.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was not affected. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised a... The cracked cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. Waited till the caffeine spider was exhausted.
Sound test. Hello. Sound test 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 6, 9.
Our video is working
Nice
tonight.
web, Mr. Crack Spider.
We have live webcams
Nice
tonight.
web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected.
I ordered lasagna.
Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young.
How we
But
doing?
the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and
Who's your
raised
favorite
over...
Spider-Man?
Who is my favorite Spider-Man?
The cracked cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers.
Chance Garton, who is your favorite Spider-Man?
Up in the top right corner. Spider-Man.
The original Ultimate Spider-Man. He's not really the original Spider-Man, but the 2000 reboot Ultimate Spider-Man was really good.
And Dora's going to open her box tonight. Stop the screenshot, stop the music. I don't want to stop dancing. Count us down.
Nobody puts baby in the corner. Keep dancing.
Rachel, you want to count us down? Beginning of the show.
4, 3, 2, 1. Begin.
And just like that, we just stopped.
And just like that.
Abrupt. Oh, that was startling.
Just like that.
Episode
Yeah.
69 is going to be full of surprises.
It's all just already. We're already chomping at the bit.
Gordy, I like your hat.
Thank you. This is my sparrow.
Oh, hell yeah, buddy. You got it. That's called a toque.
The toque, my
I just learned
the
that. not
sparrow
long ago.
toque, eh?
I had no idea y'all called them anything other than hat.
Good
like
day,
beanie?
in case you thought I wasn't on this part. So I had.
They have to
skimmed
call it a
through-
toque because when they say hat, it sounds like hat.
It's fuck you. It's hat.
I think I'm gonna wear a bagel on my head. Are you crazy?
bagel. A
Bagel?
I'm gonna wear a bagel
What did you
all
just
over my
say?
head.
Y'all know what bagel and locks is?
Dreadlocks.
Is this a joke?
No, bagel and locks.
I
Well,
don't
it's,
know. What's
Unlock
bagel and
box
locks?
of bagel locks.
You mean the
no.
cross? Locks?
It's bagel, but a proper Montreal bagel with cream cheese. Okay, I'm a Taurus sun. All right, and then and then smoked salmon and capers. That's a bagel and locks.
Yeah, it is.
Before we begin and this idea loses my
So
mind, I have to
good.
say, Gabriel, you prolific bastard. I do all this catching up to make sure I've got everything you put out in my mind before the weave. And then seconds before we go live, there's another one.
Yeah, I had to. I had to empty my cup.
Oh no, I didn't even see it. What's it titled?
You guys, man.
Refreshing.
Going postal on tax day.
Welcome
Basically.
to Weaving Spiders Welcome, episode 69. Seed answers, crabs ain't Juan. Fishnets optional.
Required. I thought they were required.
Well,
Did I miss that memo?
Can you
If
catch a
that's
spider with a
required.
fishnet?
Mandatory.
That's your requirement. We need to hear some requirements tonight. Does anyone have safe words? Special considerations?
Well, pineapple. My safe word is pineapple.
That's my default SB for real though.
I thought
Pineapple
pineapple
gravy.
down, not safe word.
Damn.
Well,
Pineapple
Sinks
means
are already
go.
starting.
Jim, really, that was an inside joke just for Jim, but that's really funny that that there was immediate synchronicity in the, well, let's just say the most wonderful, sublime way.
Boner time with the spiders began at 9:42 p.m. Central Time.
Perfect.
Episode 69, 11 Spiders Online. I think there's a few more now.
Who do we have in the stream? This is exciting.
Yes.
We'll go
J-
around the
should
room.
we
and
do,
Kaylee
like-
ask.
Roll call or something?
Kaylee will ask, say, hey, who are you? And then say the name on the Zoom room and then confirm that that's the voice on the microphone.
Okay. All right. That's exciting. So we got me. We got Alan, right? Hey, Alan.
Hi, this is the voice of AlanMarcus.com. That's how I'm going to do it. Kaylee will call on you and you'll say, I am the voice of, say your name.
We got Slick Dissident, aka Gabriel.
Salud.
We got Rachel.
Howdy.
We got Mario, aka Symbolic Studies.
Hey guys.
Awesome. We got SB.
What's up? What's up?
We got Gordy Two Shoes.
AKA Gordon Hamill in a hose. Go burn.
The Owl Wizard. Beastmaster Extraordinaire. We got Juan from the 101 podcast.
Was
We got Roman. We got Homie Romy in the house.
zucchini, banana, orange fruit, pop cakes.
That's a really long safe word.
You gotta
Gordon.
really wanna
I'm
stop.
never gonna remember that. You better
Oh,
make it simplify it because I'm
Never
gonna forget
don't
that
stop.
And somebody's gonna get hurt.
I got zucchini. That's all I got out of that. So- and hotcakes. We got Miss. We got. We got Mr. We got Mr. Chance Garden of the Interverse.
Unique eunuch.
Yes.
Oh no.
Unique eunuch in New York.
Not your name, my friend.
You don't want to choose a catch-22 as a safe word, man.
We got Mr. Steven Sorensen. Hello, Steven.
Hello.
Yes.
Thanks for having me here.
Yes. We're excited to talk to you, man.
And then we got the OG Jim. Jim the Goat Man. Goat Man Jim.
Hey.
That's a
You
lot
gotta
of people.
laugh for your introduction because that's what they'll hear most.
I can't do it on command.
I command you.
Well, this is exciting. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
everybody. How-
Jim, I
how's
gotta
everybody
say,
doing?
you always
Forgot
have
Mario.
the nicest shirts on in these streams.
Oh, thanks. I wore it just for you.
It's a great pick.
Thanks. It's kind of a sparkly one today.
Yeah, it's kind of like outer spacey.
Yeah. It's you'll never guess what it is that
I won't.
of.
I won't even try.
Well, I can tell you. if you want.
Jim forgets not everyone can read other people's brains with their horns.
Well, he was
Not
right.
everyone has brain horns, Jim.
Is
Yes,
that,
they do.
So
that- fossilized wood? Is that
What's up, Jim?
it's
We're
close.
getting the 6 to 9 off to the right start.
Get some brain
Fossilized
horns.
Wood, y'all.
Starting to perk up a little bit.
We're asking Jim what he's wearing.
So
It's
I was
getting
doing
steamy.
some
Ooh.
cleaning, and I put some vinegar
Landscaping,
in a bucket
trimming.
with some dish soap, and then I left it for like overnight, and all the vinegar turned into these beautiful crystals in the bucket. They're all like evenly spaced all the way down, and like
SB, do not show anyone a bucket or a jar right now.
Sean, you know I've.
Really cool, Jim.
Yeah, never mind.
Did they freeze?
You guys, you can't hit so strongly that I might have shared my urine sample earlier. It makes the audience uncomfortable. Keeps me out of the loop. It's
Hey,
not
audience,
easy to
how are you
resolve it
feeling?
later. Yeah.
So I
Welcome
do
to the
I
show.
do think there are some restrictions on the streaming website. I think first of all, we all have to be over 18. I think that there has to be some limitations placed on the content that we can provide that we can provide to you tonight. I think you know what I mean. Any questions? I'm waiting for the bow chicka wow wow.
I thought that's why we had the safe word.
It's, yeah.
What the fuck?
Right. So the question was.
Protractor.
The question was in
My
last
safe word is
week's-
protractor.
Are we allowed to show blood? Are we allowed to? Because I still have the blood test here.
Did you do the blood
Yeah,
test?
yeah. How do the rules for YouTube work? Are you allowed to show blood?
I don't know if we're allowed to show blood. I don't know if we're allowed.
I think
to
you're
show,
allowed. I looked up some rules the other day.
Yeah, we get really close to these boundaries here, and that's maybe why episode 63 remains lost to this very
You
day.
won't find a drop of blood on this site. Just like if that was the reality.
This is not lively.
That was great.
what type of
So
stream did I
glad to
jump
have you
onto?
back.
Steven Sorensen, do you remember a time on the internet, maybe on YouTube, where you would go to YouTube specifically to see an exposed breast?
No, I don't. Going to YouTube to see that? No.
Going to youtube.com
Yeah.
to see an exposed breast
That
of
was
a
the first-
woman named Jackson.
Oh,
Oh,
Janet Jackson.
YouTube blew up because of Janet Jackson's titty.
The reason we're here today is because Janet Jackson's breast.
I thought it was because of like homemade
The
music
wardrobe
videos and shit.
malfunction.
Right. Sorry. Thank you for correcting us, Rachel.
and in hindsight, that seems like that was the point.
Sorry, Kaylee.
uh-huh. That's right.
Initiation.
We were all
But,
initiated into the Bieber, or no, pardon me. It wasn't Bieber. It was the other guy, Timberlake, Booby Cult.
So, Alan, are you
You guys
going to
like
screen
booby
share
call.
that video for us? For anyone that forgot?
If you can find it on YouTube today, that would be great.
Was it that
It's probably
memorable, though?
One of the oldest YouTube videos still available.
So can I share my master decode on the name of YouTube?
You can
Please.
show your master.
The Master D code.
Boob tube.
Are you seeing it? Is it showing?
Mhm.
Yeah. want to hear Steve. I want to hear Steven Sorensen's comments
Is that
on that.
two balls
Utu.
and a cane?
That's Justin Timberlake in between the Janet Jackson.
That's
No.
a
That's
anagram as well.
That's the
Keep that
YouTube.
picture for later.
Did Janet Jackson name the left side and the
have-
right side
Syncs to that.
separately, or are they
Yeah.
one unit?
Here, I guess I should do
The
it.
twins.
Grammy and
The
Palindrome.
twins.
There, maybe that's more like it. Right there.
It was more of I think it was more of a Jesuit-looking sun symbol, actually.
Uh-huh.
What
Does
that tell
anybody
us
else have a vivid
Pythagoras?
memory of a breast, a nipple, a
Looks
piercing?
like a
Black star.
No, I thought it was a sun and a moon, but it definitely a sun symbol hanging off of the breast itself.
I feel like Mario has examined this in detail at some point in his symbolic studies career.
I haven't, but that's what I recall. I remember a sun.
If you haven't, you will within the next 48 hours.
I
I think
I'll
we
look
should
into it.
avoid loading it up so that we don't lose our 69.
do
Don
have a
even knows
sync
who has it
though
copyrighted.
with breasts, and I think Chance, did you say you had one as well?
Well, kind of the man between two pillars thing for sure.
Yeah.
Two pillows.
It's like in The Last Unicorn, that tree that's like, do you guys remember that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
The wizard runs into that tree and that she's basically boobs and she's just like
Yeah.
hugging him and like, man, stay with
Forgot
me. Yeah.
If you haven't seen The Last Unicorn, y'all, you got to watch it. It's great. It's been a while, but we got a whole stack of that kind of stuff that we watch almost every year.
Yeah, there's some fun scenes in that one.
It was an 8-pointed star is what was on there. I did some deeper digging, I'm sorry. And it's an 8-pointed star because I'd never seen that before.
It's the
And-
Ishtar. That's the Ishtar.
Yep.
Eight-pointed star.
Yeah, that's wild.
I
Nice.
remember
So I
any of
gotta-
those details. From
I
that
gotta
event.
barge in here. I gotta ask Steven Sorensen a question. Okay, so check it out, you guys. Steven is well known for his work on studying the chronology of history, and especially ends up always with a focus back on this Russian man named Anatoly Fomenko, because people get stuff wrong about Fomenko all the time, constantly, and Steven capitalizes on it by reviewing it and using logic and grammar to correct their errors and show forth any fallacies and stuff. And if you haven't caught the recent episode that he did, you should check it out. But I gotta know, Steven, did that girl contact you? Is she going to be willing to like come on and have a talk with you? Because you were very polite, but you also kind of raked her over the coals. And so I'm really curious to find out. I was going to just ask you privately, but since we're on the air, what happened? Did she hit you back or?
No smoke signals yet, but I'll be keeping my eye out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you did a great job, man. It's really good. It's well worth watching, folks. You know, Steven is probably the best resource in English on the internet, in my opinion, on just the basic overview and an honest, neutral look at the new chronology by Anatoly Fomenko. And that last episode was cracking me up because you were doing such a good job of like, hey, you're really kind of publishing crappy material, but hey, we can talk about it. You know, let's be friends if you're interested. And I really hope that she hits you up. Although
It's
I do
just
have my
like
doubts.
what you're talking about is just streaming, and I watch these videos and I figure why not just watch them live with other people, and then I can jot down my thoughts, and in the future maybe I'll look back on it and think like, oh, that was so wrong to do. But I don't think I will. It is a learning
No.
experience. Like I have had positive reviews from people that I've responded to. I've had a couple negative reviews as well, but like you can't please everyone. So what I'm doing is just streaming my thoughts and making a record of it and inviting
Yeah.
other people to join in for the chat.
Exactly. It's good. It's really good. I appreciate it a lot. I'm glad you always drop me the links too. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I'll try and drop them more to you if you enjoy them so much. So yeah, but be
Well,
sure
it
to
reminds me 'cause I
subscribe
just-
to it.
I'm-
It's C Truth is what it's called. Just the letter C and then the word truth. No space, no dot, nothing in between that. Just C Truth. That's the channel. Check it out. Subscribe. You can join in on some of the live chats. You'll go down in the history of the channel because I keep the live chats reviewable when people watch it back.
Yeah, and plus, right now you could hit up the Patreon for only $1, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking about raising that price, but for now it is only $1.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if you raised it.
You should raise it.
I have
Yeah,
a
you're doing
question
quality
for
stuff.
Steven.
Yeah, so this might be your last opportunity to jump in right now and see truth. If you're already on Patreon, it's only $1, like $1. So hit it up.
Get it while it's hot.
Get it while it's hot.
That's right.
It's selling like eggs out here.
I'm one of your first 5 patrons, by the way. And I've been a continued supporter since then. So I have special privileges for life, right?
Yeah, Mario, you have special C-Truth privileges for life. Like you're one of the top 5. So I appreciate that. It's been years now since
it has.
We started it. It's been a
was all
growing
because of
process.
Sean.
Oh yeah, Sean, you're the glue that's bringing all this together.
For sure, for sure.
Scary thought, but I'll hold that position with as much humbleness and anxiety as I can muster.
The real OG.
Rachel, you say you got a question?
Yeah, I was curious what Mr. Sorensen thought of the whole astrological ages, if those are accurate in your opinion. The one that, you know, if we're talking about Cancer, that was supposed to be the years 650 and 3750, or no, earlier than that. So
I don't know enough about that to say one way or the other, but the first thing I would look into is where that information comes from and then work from there.
I really liked what Elsie King said to me about it when he was on Interverse, like that you could go with one system or another at right now, just depending on how you're measuring what season it is or what sign it is. What time of day is the special day that the sign in a certain spot is the thing, if that makes sense. So he gets into it more deeply, but I like the idea of reconciling the two systems and just deciding on the factor maybe of what you think the important prominent moment is to decide when something is in what.
Yeah, because it's interesting because an age is supposed to be, I think is it 25? I always get it wrong. It's either 25, it's a very big difference, 1,000 or 2,500 years is an astrological age.
Long fucking time.
Yeah, a long time. But in history, and when you go to the museums, they always make it sound like humans were so stupid back in the day. And if we're talking about ancient tech, it's like, I don't think so. I don't think people were stupid. We stopped being educated on how the world worked and how to work with the world. I think that's really what the issue is. So it's interesting because we're at 69 and that's Cancer. It's that glyph. And I would love to dive into some of that with you guys because it does have a lot of very primal stuff going on with, you know, we've been talking about eunuchs, that, you know, we're thinking about feminine cults, like if you want to be in the club type of thing. So there are some deep woundings with the masculine, some very bizarre woundings with the feminine there. Some, you know, probably some fun stuff because, you know, we do have a whole age of Taurus and we are a bunch of us in the live stream tonight. So it's interesting.
How many Tauruses do we have?
We got like a herd tonight.
Sun sign, moon sign, or ascendant?
Ooh, all of them count.
Yeah, my rising is Cancer.
Nice.
Rising is Cancer. Interesting. How many Taran Cancers do we have?
I think 2.
2? Cool.
Right, Mario, you're Cancer?
I'm a crab, yep.
Yeah. So.
Well, related to some of what you're talking about, do you guys mind if I share my screen real quick?
Not at all.
Oh, please.
I was
All
just
right.
gonna ask if you could
show us what you got,
share
Mario,
yourself with us, Mario.
Well, just real quick, I'm catching up with some Michael Tessarian stuff, and he brought up this statue, right? And so I just Googled Artemis breasts, and I'm not sure if you guys have brought up this angle or whatever, But Michael Tessarian was saying that, and maybe this is better over here. I started making a meme about it. He basically said that these are testicles and not breasts.
I see pine cones.
Sure. So he's saying that it's part of the these female Illuminati cults, essentially.
Illuminati confirmed.
Holy shit.
And that this is a
Breasticles.
representation of the testicles of her acolytes, of her followers.
Oh
Wow.
my fucking
Whoa.
God.
It makes
she
a lot
wears-
more sense.
Wow.
And
This
she
is what I
wears
was
them
trying to
like
ease
a-
us into a couple weeks ago without going full ham on like evil vampire goddesses.
Yeah, totally.
It's totally
And so-
nuts.
I forgot my safe word.
Pineapple soda, pineapple soda, pineapple soda.
So, anyways, that's something I definitely wanted to share tonight. So I'm glad I had the
I
opportunity.
love that.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so great.
My first thought is
Totally
that
nuts.
those testicles would have to be massive if they're to scale, like
Testicles of
compared to her
giants.
head. You know, I
What
would
if-
think the breast would make
balls?
more sense in that scenario. But well, what's his reasoning? Does he have an like? What's his argument? You know?
Yeah. I mean, basically, he thinks that castration cults and circumcision cults
Yes.
kind of have like a common lineage.
Just
And
that's it.
Artistic
There's
license allowed.
Lots
as well.
more than that, though.
It
He's
gets
got
better.
hours and
Emphasize
hours
the
on
sexual organs.
content, actually.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And
But
even,
I would
even
just
if you look
put
at
forth that it could be a dual symbolizer.
Right.
Sure.
And also, let me add on to that.
The
of them.
exoteric would be for the people to think that it's breast, and maybe an esoteric could be to the priesthood representing the castration ritual.
Yes.
I also
You
want to
mean
remind
both.
people that sometimes they call them chesticles. Chesticles.
Testicles.
CHEST. Chesticles.
Damn.
My only argument against all that is hijacking things that are feminine and trying to include the masculine when it's strictly a feminine symbol. That would be my
Okay.
only issue with it.
Uh-huh.
But I could definitely see it as both. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't see why both couldn't be included, but I think that would be my one. I don't know.
Well, they're,
'Cause
they're,
it kind of takes things away from the feminine and how deep that relationship and understanding was, that she was like the ultimate mother.
Meeting
there
everyone.
weren't any nipples.
Right.
Can you bring it back up, Mario? There are no nipples on any of them. In part of my Perseus research, with him turning people into stone by showing a grotesque form, is theoretically, like, let's just say it's not the head of Medusa. Let's just say it's like
Show the other
disembodied.
versions.
There's a lot of them with nipples. I see them.
Yeah, show the other versions because one of my thought
It might be
is-
an art style, depending
I
on the time
remember
frame that they were
everyone.
carved.
This is allowed on YouTube, but no blood.
right, not a real nipple.
Right.
That is interesting, Rachel, though, because we know how they try to change the myths all the time. Like somebody will come in and change like an iconography and change it just a little bit to include something else that we know they're manipulating the myth. Like, I mean, according to some versions of, I'm trying to think of the apocryphal version of the Bible, but where one of the versions, Gospel of Barnabas, maybe, is where Christ doesn't die on the cross, but Judas is the one that actually died on the cross.
Yeah, Gospel of Thomas.
Was it Thomas? Okay, thank you.
I don't think that's in Thomas. I think you're right. I just, but it doesn't
Is it
matter.
Barnabas?
I don't think.
I think
Yeah, I
it
think
is
that's right.
Barnabas.
Mario,
Yeah, okay.
while you are sharing the screen, do you have a video about the cancer sign?
Oh, sure.
It'd be fun to play right now if you are up for it.
Are you
at some
referring
point.
to the one that you shared earlier?
Shared
by
on
chance?
Instagram? Yeah,
Yeah. I can pull that up real quick.
it's a good one.
Man, I bet she's a badass in a water balloon fight.
Hells yeah, she is.
Oh man, that makes me think about those fast fill balloons now. There's all those
Exactly.
stems on them, and you put the hose in there, and it all fills up at once.
It takes
Yeah,
on a whole new meaning, doesn't it?
yeah. Feed
Some
me,
Bullock
Seymour.
stories on YouTube. If you're not subscribed,
Yeah,
what's wrong
so
with you?
this one's short and sweet, and on some platforms it's my highest viewed video. Actually, I think I have maybe YouTube muted.
Have to end the screen
Yeah, I can't
share,
hear it.
turn on video optimization and sound, and then share again.
Okay.
Try that. Yeah. Juan, how you holding in there, buddy? Is it getting really hot for you?
Yeah, my nipples are pretty hard right now. I'm just
Do you
thinking
have ice
about
cubes on them?
I'm just thinking about
That helps with the swelling, I think.
Men in Black, the Balchinian. He's like kicks
Oh,
him
yeah.
in the nuts. And he's like, no, he's a Balchini. He pulls the bandana down. He's got balls on his chin instead of
Yeah.
Isn't that a Scary Terry and
Oh, but that's
Rick and
an
Morty?
that's an occultation. It was hidden he was initiated by de-occulting it, by pulling the veil off.
it's Men in Black. So the movie Men in Black. I mean, again,
Yes.
that whole thing, Men in
Play this
Black, and he's
video
like,
and see what we can get
it's crazy.
away with.
That is interesting. Great example, Juan. Yeah, somebody got initiated in that scene. Same thing
Go ahead,
in
play the
this
video.
thing.
Play the video.
Okay.
Still can't hear it.
Yeah, we're not hearing it. Can you just do a live narration? Is that putting you on the spot?
No. Can I just send you the link?
Yeah.
That'll work.
I'm gonna stop sharing and then I'll send you the link in the
put
chat.
it, you can put it in the Zoom chat and maybe Chance can pull it up for us.
There you go.
So Tommy Lee Jones keeps popping up as well as Ridiculous Cage Juan.
Little
So
Tommy
thanks
Jones.
for throwing that on my plate this week.
Ridiculous Cage.
Ridiculous. You respect the cage, okay? Don't ever.
Hail Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage as Jesus Christ.
Hey, how did you get it to do
Beautiful.
that, man? You
That's
dubbed
great.
over yourself. It sounded like you had like a delay or something.
No, I have a soundboard, but I just hit them, it ends, and it plays the next one. So
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
thought you were. Yeah, I see. He's got two voices. I'm jealous.
Ew.
Hey, man. Now, isn't Nick Cage just Francis Ford Coppola's nephew, and he didn't want to use that name so that he wouldn't be seen as an easy insider?
Yes, he is.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Yes, he is. He is Nicholas Coppola.
yes, he is Coppola, and the famous, related to the famous director. But we have this whole ongoing joke that he's an alchemist, and the movies he puts out, the hidden symbolism in those movies, he's trying to bring forth something. And I think he's for the people, even though his film company is Saturn Films. Again, the symbolism behind that and the black cube, and you have all that good stuff. But to keep it short and sweet, Nick Cage is some sort of alchemist.
Let's
And I
play
think
this
he's trying
video.
to-
Okay.
So
Hey, I
is-
can see that. I can
is
see that.
Is Coppola still alive?
I don't think so, but he might be. It's a good question.
Because that's got Capricorn, Saturnian Capricorn written all over the name.
Juan, you
Yeah.
know why Ridiculous Cage chose that name, right?
And can we play the video?
Play the video. We'll talk about it later. After.
Okay, cool.
Right.
All right, cool.
We have a
cool.
hot video queued
Mincing.
up.
It's a
Right.
minute, so I think we can hold our tongues for 1 minute and 3
One hot
seconds.
minute.
I want to see it.
Very low.
Sound.
Let's see if I can make the sound higher. Sorry, I thought it would be good.
It's all right. We got to wait patiently for something as good as this video to get played live on
put-
the air.
Can you put the subtitles on it at the bottom right?
That's a great idea.
We'll try all the things. Maybe the subtitles, and then we'll have to read them if we don't get the sound.
I did appreciate Mario's honesty that he wasn't.
Do you want me to
ready
try to turn
and
the sound up?
improv
I
it.
think I might be able to.
Yeah, you can try the sounds.
1 sec.
Yeah.
Into settings.
We will get this video to play for you all. It's so good.
Fear not, folks. Stick with
It's
us
so
here. It's
good.
going to be worth it.
So Francis Ford Coppola is still alive. He was born in 39, so he's old
Cool.
AF.
Yeah, I like that guy too.
But there's a long lineage of Coppolas, actresses, directors, film producers, and again, I think it's got to do with that whole alchemical aspect to where they're living these lives in these movies and putting all this occult symbolism in it in order to have some sort of purpose. I'm not 100%, but we know the
I love
symbolism
the
is
theory.
there.
Yeah, I love that theory. That's a great theory.
So I'll have to play 6 degrees of separation here in a minute after the video.
All right, we're going to try it again. I think it's louder. Let me know if it's not.
Cancer is usually represented by
There
a
you go.
crab, but that hasn't always been the case and still isn't in some parts of the world. It appears to me that there have been more interpretations for Cancer than perhaps any other sign of the zodiac. This may be due to the fact that it's the dimmest constellation in astrology. Look for it in the night sky and you'll see how faint it is compared to the other signs. The most common substitutions for Cancer are the crawfish or crayfish and the lobster, which have been used in a lot of older depictions of the sign. You'll notice that it's not uncommon to see a lobster in the moon card, and as you know, Cancer is ruled by the moon. Some cultures didn't see a crab, but instead a turtle, which I think is interesting because it's a water creature as well and has a prominent shell. Aside from the crab, my favorite interpretation of Cancer is probably the scarab beetle, which the ancient Egyptians used. In some of the more esoteric tarot decks, you'll see a beetle on the moon card because of this relationship. I find this correspondence fascinating and I encourage you to look into it. I think it's interesting that all of these creatures retain the symbolism of the exoskeleton or shell, which is attributed to the moon, water, transformation, creation, death, and the underworld.
Interesting.
There it is.
There you go.
Genius of symbolic studies.
Was that turtle hard shell or soft shell?
I don't know. Can you fry a turtle like you can a
Yeah, they
soft-shell
fry them
crab?
whole, I think, like that.
Wow.
Pretty sure
That's
they do. I
sad.
think I've seen a video of it. They just throw them on the fire and they just get cooked in the shell. I don't know why anybody would want to do that, but yeah, I think I've seen it. They cut the limbs off and then they fry the whole
Wow.
thing. Yeah. It's
Is
messed
that
up.
Sure.
a video you could watch on YouTube?
Can I screen share it or something? Something cool about crabs?
I remember a period of time
Timestamps
when
are
YouTube
sexy
would
tonight.
allow pretty much every video.
Yeah, I remember the good old days too. YouTube used to be very different than what we experience now. It used to be terrifically outlawish and wild and really fun and exciting.
It was before the computer algorithms took over. I think they have computer algorithms that
Mhm.
determine if more than 50% of the screen is a specific flesh tone, and they can kind of get an idea of what a flesh tone video might entail, and they might flag that immediately.
Interesting. Yeah, I think as far as the AI goes, that's today's society's new god, where even at Amazon, right, who's owned by a lizard or was owned by a lizard, they let the AI fire people based on their statistics. So literally by pressing a button, they will fire, 200 people. If your statistic was 99.8% efficient or whatever, they will fire you. And again, it's on this AI narrative where it's taking over everything. And the reason I think why everything has been censored, how we see it today, on the topic of movies and Nick Cage and whatnot. And the reason why Nick Cage has also been, if you notice, he does a lot of B-rated movies, takes on a bunch of projects, not only because he's in enormous amounts of debt and he buys all these occult things. He bought like a T-Rex skull or something, like dumb things. But maybe they were trying to initiate him to do something, and you know how it is, if you're not with them, you're against them. So as far as movies go, don't put out any more cerebral movies how they did back then, like Fight Club or the original Matrix. Everything else is dumbed. I don't know if you guys have seen the new Matrix. It was just horrible. Like, Neil Patrick Harris's forehead was the villain. And it was just, again, at the very end, the narrative, like people will always do what they're told. They like doing that. It's not anymore of this awakening, finding that next level type of thing, like that. How on the crab, breaking out of that shell, if you will,
Nice.
So if they're able to just push a button and fire hundreds of people, I think that's only like 2 or 3 points on the dystopia scale away from pressing the button and they just fall into a pit of fire. Or crabs, I guess, like angry crabs.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I hear crab pits are huge in dystopian futures.
Mutant laser crabs.
So
they're in Fallout.
You guys remember
Mud crabs from Skyrim.
you guys remember McAfee, passing away in a Barcelona prison.
Yeah.
So, something very interesting, he's got the Kafi, which is sacrificial animal signifier, but
Interesting.
Barcelona is a very interesting anagram. The Bars is the word crab in reverse. And Ilona is Leona, is the lion. So it's indicating that division line between the crab and the lion from July into Leo.
And that's really interesting, dude. For a few reasons.
Yeah.
And so I have a lot of reasons to believe, and Chance has gone down this rabbit hole before, that Barcelona is the actual historical location of the crucifixion of some character who has been dressed up in all kinds of mythology. But there was a very significant change to the law that happened because of this character, who most people would name Jesus Christ.
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage.
I think in Ralph Ellis's Jesus of Edessa.
Jesus of Edessa. Yep.
But then they didn't actually, instead of him being resurrected too, he was actually rescued from the death ending of the crucifixion. Horribly fucked up, I'm sure, but then taken to England and kept in prison there. And I think a lot of stories about him then spun out to be the King Arthur character as well.
Right.
Because when you look at that, it's got the same Hercules, Jesus Christ, 12 disciples, a round table, ecliptic, it's all there.
And Merlin, the mage, isn't he? Where he's like the wisdom, he brings wisdom.
Yes, he would be like the Simon Magus.
Or like maybe Josephus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
writing himself into the story.
Okay, Steven Sorensen, what do you think about Josephus being the guy who rewrote the Christ story as Roman propaganda?
This Atwell's theory.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of interesting, but where I'm at with those types of studies is that there needs to be more foundational work done to talk about what manuscripts we're looking at, what are the texts that we're examining, and how do we know that those are actually from the time that they're being said to be from. So once that's done, I'm more open to putting more confidence onto whether or not it's Roman propaganda, but I'd want to make sure that it's even from when it's purporting to be from first.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and propaganda would be maybe a strong term for it, since it's meant to also carry so much religious significance and does mirror and reflect other religions like Mithraism that existed at the time. I want to bring out the Artemis connection that I have, because she's already been brought up, and I was thinking Artemis before we came in context of where does Cancer fall in the 12 labors of Hercules? And that is something that, in my opinion, is out of order, and maybe intentionally.
Nice.
Most of the stories we get or the interpretations of the text that exist are, and it's not really a lot of text. It's mostly like they're looking at old pottery and stuff. So the academic order that's given for the narrative of the 12 labors of Hercules is out of order. But if you were starting at Aries, then that would make Cancer the fourth labor.
What is the order that we're given it in?
We could go through that. Let me pull it up.
This one says Cancer is the fourth
riddle
labor.
we have.
Oh, it does?
We have.
Some of them are in the
at least
right
in this
place,
copy.
some aren't. Yeah, some are, some aren't, I guess.
Well, question,
Interesting.
what's the labor in that would correspond with Taurus, because that's where the Crab Nebula is. And the southern Crab Nebula is in Centaurus, who's killing Lupus.
Let me check on that, what that labor was.
At the end of episode 68,
third labor, though.
Faded zodiacal webs of weaving initiates, I ask you to ponder the riddle. What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion? Think about this deeply. We will return to this riddle.
Here it says that Taurus is the second labor. at least in this version.
That would make sense.
Yeah, totally.
Well, so what happens in the cancer labor, why I would associate it with cancer, is because Hercules is basically instructed by Artemis, her voice coming from the moon, to go and capture the golden hind. The hind is just another name for like a deer, a female red deer. And he has to chase it around for a year. And then when he finally captures it, he wounds it. And then Diana shows up. And Diana's pissed at him for harming one of her sacred creatures. But he is forgiven by her because he tells the truth and says that he has to do it to complete these labors that he's oath bound to do. So there's kind of like a two pillars controversy in a way, in the sense that he's needing to return. He's been given the task to bring this golden hind to Artemis, but then he's being stopped or kind of attempting to be persuaded to not do it by Diana. But she also heals the deer before he takes it on the way. So that's kind of I don't know where we can weave that into later, but that's the cancer labor of Hercules.
Gotcha.
You just
Go ahead,
made me
Rachel.
think of that story about Samson and Delilah and the two pillars. So in the moon card, you have these two towers. You've got the wild dog and the more tame dog, and it's the cancer crab, like lobster, crawfish, whatever you want to see it as, that's going through those pillars. And cancer, being the moon, has to do with care and tenderness and good stewardship, I think, being a gardener type of thing. So you have all that kind of archetype, and then you get to Samson and Delilah, where here's this woman who's supposed to be caring. And I mean, that's ultimately, it's a feminine trait to be that caring archetype. And she's telling him, I want you to cut your hair, but that saps strength. And so why does that sap his strength? Because it's taking away from him. It's taking away his, to go back to that, the whole Cancerian, those cults and demasculinization, it's I want you to be this way, instead of loving somebody for who and how they are. So, what is that significance? We don't talk about, the strength card. We don't talk about those two pillars being torn down in even the high priestess card. We don't talk about the two towers coming down as a positive, because our experience with two towers coming down is so shocking and awful, right? We've been trained that this is a terrible, terrible event because people died. Well, yes, that's always what happens in teardown.
Mhm.
So, can we see it on the silver lining side of sort of the strength coming back? I don't have to choose between being wild and tame. I don't have to choose one of these pillars or the other. I don't have to play that game, because the strength card has to do with that synergy, that balance of the two.
Or instead of tearing them down, bring the royal arch to put between them, and then you can become a connected being and
There you go.
fluidly experience both sides.
Yeah.
Rachel, I really want to build on that. The lyrics to Hallelujah is, she chained you to the kitchen chair, and that is domestication. She domesticated you. And as you said, one dog is tame and one dog is wild. And that, ties back and also to the which wolf do you feed? The fearful wolf or the brave, courageous wolf. And it ties into domestic terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, that ritual was used to build up a narrative that domestic terrorists, or anybody who doesn't believe in this musical hypnotic trance that a lot of people have been lulled into by feeding the fearful wolf.
The world's a stage, right?
That's
They call
what-
it.
And in the song, she cuts his hair too when she ties him to the chair.
You got it. Which is very interesting, because that's like that goes back to the Merovingian bloodline. If they were going to usurp a king, then they didn't want that king to ever come back on the throne, they would use touncers and they would scalp him and cast him out, and he would become a monk. That's why the monks have that patch of hairlessness. It
Oh, I
removes
didn't know that.
it removes their capability to assume the throne forever. And that's the European, I guess the Frankish version of scalping, is removing their crown permanently so they can never become a king or challenge the throne ever again.
Huh,
Hey,
interesting.
if you
Wow.
in feudal Japan got your top knot cut off, you'd have to kill yourself, pretty much.
Whoa.
There's a lot of reasons why you'd have to kill yourself. So I don't know if that's really what they did, but I think it had something to do
Your
with
own
like you
death is
couldn't.
every penalty.
I think it meant you couldn't receive your inheritance or something like that. So very similar idea.
Isn't that wild? Like it's funny. I wonder, I mean, the timeline is the issue, but there's so much cross-cultural overlap that there's a lot of consistency to be observed and analyzed, looked into.
Definitely. Two things real quick. One, I was going to mention that the point between Cancer and Leo, some people say that this is the time of the demiurge and that this might be the symbolic space where he kind of emerged or came out or whatever. There's a lot of random stuff having to do with that, which I think is interesting, especially given what Leo is all about and the lion, and obviously the demiurge having like a lion head and snake body and stuff, right? So I was just going to throw that out there. And then I have a question actually for Steven, because those are the northern lights behind your head, right?
Yep.
I'm like so obsessed with the North Star and Northern Mysteries and Arctic Homeland sort of stuff, Ursa Major and Minor, all these different things, even how it relates to H.P. Lovecraft, which I definitely want to talk about at some point. Juan.
Yes.
Have you done a deep dive on Northern symbolism, or has that come across your research much at all?
No, I don't look into symbolism too much.
But even just with all your historical knowledge and everything, that hasn't just nothing regarding Northern religions or faiths or ideologies, philosophies.
Maybe briefly, but as far as a deep dive goes, I have not spent too much time on that.
Gotcha. Okay. There's a lot of stuff there. It's fascinating.
One thing I don't think I've ever said to the group before, but the Northern Lights kind of feel like a potential expression of the phenomenon of toroidal fields in between rings of the cosmic egg world tree.
Oh yeah.
Like the outer visible aspect of a energetic barrier that may exist or of some kind, or the field on which it might not be a barrier, but it might be the field on which some aspect of the celestial wheel turns.
Sure. Oh yeah. No, dude, it's totally the cusp. And because I've been catching up with Unslaved, he did a Bach saga. He's done multiple Bach saga stuff episodes, and that I'm barely coming around to that for the first time, and it's like blowing my mind on multiple levels.
Same.
And one of the guys was basically saying that he thinks that it's souls that are some symbolic myth about souls being trapped in the cusp after things got tilted, because there was like an alignment at the north with various planets, and then eventually it shifted. And he said once it shifted, I believe he's saying that that's when the Northern Lights came to be, because people couldn't escape out of here properly.
Mario, did you have any northern symbols in mind that you were wondering about?
Well, I mean, yeah, I actually put together some slides and how it relates to H.P. Lovecraft and the ancient ones and ancient ones and old ones. So I can show some of that stuff, or I could just, I don't know.
Can I say something real quick? Because
go for it.
You mentioned about the Northern Lights and how it's clogged up, right? And one of the things that I always talk about is ancient civilizations, where a lot of these civilizations went missing, and a lot of them, right? We don't know what happened to them. And Gabe mentioned the Merovingians, and it makes me think of haplogene X, where it's this supposed gene where they're more susceptible to paranormal activity, such as and projections, right? You have the Wendigo, you have the Skinwalker, you have even maybe the Bigfoot. And I think that these people went missing because they were able to attune themselves. And at the beginning, we mentioned about losing that connection with the source, the one. That's what the pagans were all about, understanding the universe. If you understand man at a microcosm level, you're able to understand the secrets of the universe on a macrocosm level. And I think that they were able to attune to something to where they were able to just piece the fuck out of this dimension together. And you have it, you're at the Mayans. What happened to the Mayans? What happened to the Egyptians? All these people. And I have friends of mine who have been they've laid in the box. I believe it's in the King's Chamber, the Queen's Chamber. And they say that when they start humming a certain frequency or a tune, the box starts to shake and they have to get out of the box because it's just so crazy. And we have these pyramids all over the world. And you have places where, again, we don't know what happened to these people. But when you said that it was clogging up these ports, if you will, I brought that idea up to one person, and I forgot who it was. I think it might have been Dan Unaki from Rising from the Ashes. And he said that, yeah, they were able to transcend to these upper and different dimensions as a whole people. But at one point, those escape ducts, if you will, got clogged up. And then people had to stop doing that. Hence why we haven't, we've lost that connection with the source or the one or whatever it may be, and then reading the Picatrix, I think that's how you say it, right, Gabe? Yeah. I noticed that the symbolism behind there of understanding the celestial bodies and doing certain things at certain times of the year in order to achieve the talismanic magic that they were doing and to invoke whatever it was that they were into these things, right? These talismans, if you will. And I think that's something that we've really lost touch with, understanding the universe and the celestial bodies, because they do play a critical role in everything. That's what Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, all these guys talked about.
Yeah,
I think it's the author Gregory Little. I could be getting that name wrong. I'm gonna go pull the book off the bookshelf so I can tell everyone. But
yeah,
I read a book about similar to what you're talking about, that particular gene group and their connection to what is being currently called the Denisovans, which could live in high altitude, and they were larger people, seemingly had a higher degree of psychic prowess as well. But the symbolism that was replete throughout the Americas and in other places of the world, according to this book, was that the way that you're talking about, the pathway, I don't know if I would think that it could really be clogged since it's like ether, but they used the Cygnus, the swan, to symbolize that constellation was meant to be like what you're aiming for to go to the next realm.
Isn't the map of the UN of top view of the world, like from that North Star, right? The fallen one,
from the 33rd point,
yes.
the 33rd square. So real quick, Juan, on what you were saying with certain times of the year invoking certain energies, I think that Shakespeare and having a seasonal cycle for certain plays to be played at appropriate times of the year, those plays are invoking the energy that is appropriate for keeping those channels available.
Yeah,
Totally.
that's why the King James version of the Bible, right? And a lot of people look into that, where he was talking about demons, vampires, witches, and all these things. He literally wrote a book, Demonology, by King James and the Rosicrucians. And I was doing we did like a 2.5 hour episode on Pythagoras and symbolism of numbers with me and Roman. And I think it was the number 10, the decad, where it talked about how it's the perfect, you can't change the wording. And I don't know where I heard that on like the earlier versions of this Bible, which were constructed by this man who wanted to annul a marriage that the Pope wouldn't approve. So he broke away from the crown.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure they said, don't change the wording in this. And the reason that they didn't is because everything had an alchemical meaning, again, linked to gematria and on the topic of Abraxas that we talked about, all this stuff, because it's used to invoke whatever energies at the time of the year for whatever reason. And people using these things today that don't know the history are perhaps pushing. I always say that the magician's stage gets bigger and bigger and bigger, because this whole entire world that we're living, it's a sci-fi world that it's just a stage. The whole world's a stage. It's a how Sam Tripoli says, it's a haunted house. You know what I mean? So there's all these special effects and all this shit that they use.
Right. And you can even think of it as a rotating stage where like it's one time of year, it's like the living room, and then it rotates past the equinox of the solstice, and now you're out on the front porch.
What are sitcoms? They do the same thing.
Yeah.
I like to think it has some yaw to it too. It's a little lopsided here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure. And Lovecraft used to talk about when the stars are right. Does that sound familiar?
Oh yeah, buddy.
You know, so when the stars are right, based on my research, it's when Ursa Major is literally vertical underneath the pole star, when the Great Bear hangs from the tail, and then they could
Yes.
access this central cusp of Earth's magnetic field, the toroidal field,
What
which
the
is
fuck?
which you can see the physical emanation of that cusp is the Northern Lights, you know. And so,
Mm.
but yeah, my understanding is that the North Star, all this stuff, it's like that was heaven and hell, you know. And so, a lot of modern day esoteric, black magical Typhonian tradition groups, they consider it to be the point of access to the other realms, to other supposed dimensions and stuff. And there's other groups that thought of this central location, this central cusp, as like the gateway to the afterlife, the stairway to heaven.
It's really tripped me out since someone pointed out that the symbol that they use for the sun, number one, looks like a breast, but also could be polar symbolism too.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think a
that's
lot of
that's the same for oneness as well. That's the reason why Dr. Manhattan put that symbol in his forehead. It's oneness. Also, it's the sun, but it's also everything.
That's right. The circumpunct, right? The circle with the
Circumpunct.
dot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They say that they put that dot there because you have the frontal sinus where the soul is supposed to be. That's another symbol as well. That's why the Indians, right, or Hindu, I don't, you know, not to offend anybody, but they put that dot there because it's this, you know, like the focal point of where this, as Manly P. Hall puts it, this gaseous material that makes up the soul. So that's also has to do why they put the dot on their forehead like that. You know,
You
the
guys
frontal
ever shop
sinus.
at the Target store?
Yeah, of course.
They got the best,
I've heard of it.
bubbly water. Really
Always
good
gonna be
bubbly water.
interesting.
I love it.
So
So Stephen,
really quick.
Stephen, I've never asked you. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
In that story I've been reading on Wednesdays, the most recent chapter, there's a puka. And in this particular story, the puka is a jackal. But pukas are traditionally horses. And so, you know, with these beings that, you know, kind of pieced out, we've lost beings that take you to the other side.
Psychopomps, kind of.
That is what pukas do. Kind of, yeah. Like the white stag, these beings, they're like, hey, we're going to interact. You're going to see the other side, and you got to know it's there, and you have to know that we do live interconnectedly. So we've kind of lost that. So I think it's interesting that in her story, she changed it to a jackal. And that is like the narratives all shifting towards Sirius and the dog star, and how there are not very many horses in Greek stars. It's all about the dog. It's all about the dog. Whereas all these northern traditions, it's about horses.
Pegasus doesn't get the proper recognition.
Is that a jackalope? Yeah, they don't.
Speaking of liminal, yeah.
So the
mystical
term watcher for me has morphed in these last couple of days, because where we know the watchers in the book of Enoch, where they're teaching Enoch all the secrets to everything. They're the watchers that are observing the divine alchemist, right, intertwine and make up reality. And diving into the Picatrix, hopefully I'm saying that right, the watchers become something else. The watchers are actually supposed to watch your body as you're up in the astral plane while you're in the astral plane. So that the meaning of the watchers took on this whole different meaning for me. Like the last 2 days, I was like, that makes a lot of sense, to where they watch over your body so nothing else can take over it. But again, like on the whole psychopomp type of thing, where they guide you, right? Dante's Inferno, where he's being guided through the 9 layers of hell, right? It's almost like a familiar, right? Like that's what they used back then. And on the topic of familiars and these spirits that we see, H.P. Lovecraft having I believe it was his mom having a Celtic background. She would dress him up as a boy because they believed that she would dress him up as a girl. I'm sorry, and they would give boys girl names because they thought that spirits would take boys more than girls, right? They were more susceptible to being abducted. And H.P. Lovecraft did have dreams of what would be considered today an abduction, an alien abduction. And again, through these if they are fairies or spirits or whatever it is that take you to this other dimension and study you, then I don't know where we can take that. But yeah.
Right.
That sounds like a succubi story, you know.
So
Yes.
there's a story about the Celtic hero Cuchulainn, and his name has something to do with being a hound. And he does this elaborate task having to do with these birds that his wife wanted him to catch. And one of these birds that you're not supposed to catch ends up being a woman, and she's from the other realm. And she essentially puts him to sleep, like gives him a sickness, because anytime you go to the other realm, you fall asleep. You are out. And she takes him to the other realm and is like, let's have an affair, because I'm married to the god of the sea and he's not interested. So, that's what some of these abductions or these adventures entail, is sometimes it's a love story. Sometimes in the Mabinogi, it's two rulers. He's like, you're going to rule my country, I'm going to rule yours, and then we're going to battle. So I think it's interesting that these interactions have turned into these probings, whereas before, a lot of these interactions were actually relationship based.
That's in the
and
abduction lore too, though. There's a lot of that in there.
Yeah. It's
So sometimes
Insane.
like you'll hear
Called
stories
Holocaust.
that it's sort of robotic, or that they are just getting like their seed extracted by, UFO fleshlight type of thing. There's a lot of that in the
weird.
lore of modern stuff. And
Yeah,
I
why
think,
is that?
I don't know, but
Are we fleshlights, Chance? Cosmic fleshlights?
no, we searched
Illuminati
into them. We're the
confirmed.
guys. But they do.
Derailed.
That comes up a lot. Like I listened to years of Mysterious Universe. I've heard every flavor of abduction scenario.
Yeah. So yeah, being a student of UFO abduction stories and trying to figure out, some
I think
weird
your status
ass
is a little higher than student.
experiences than a lot of people's. And the connection here is, thank you, Alan, for showing Whitley Strieber's book, because my connection with that world is my father-in-law, who knew personally Betty and Barney Hill.
Oh wow.
Tripping. Yeah.
And they were in the Rosicrucians together, and we found his stash of books of literature that he'd been hiding under his house, and this was one of them, the Mystic Bible, which has been this fascinating little thing I've been trying to get in as much as I can. But essentially what I'm figuring out is this thing it was published in the 50s, right? And it's this guy, Dr. Randolph Stone, who was born in the 1890s. So this was published around 59 or something. And so he must have been well into his 60s when he wrote this, or when it finally got published. But essentially, it feels like an old man who is reinterpreting the Bible as a alchemical text, and that all of the stories in the Bible are kind of pointing to the point of transmutation and burning out of the old, and you becoming the Christ hero story, kind of that everything's an alchemical process. And this wasn't published in the Americas or in Britain. This had to be published in Punjab, India, which was fascinating to me.
So the book you're holding in your hand belonged to a man. What is his name again? Can you repeat that point for us?
The author?
The man who owned the book, and you found the book in his belongings.
His name is Henry Chalmers.
So I got something on that, right? And I mentioned it to Gabe, right? You were talking about, I have a friend of mine who's an ex-evangelist, an ex-pastor, and he's been on my podcast a lot. We always talk about religion, and it's something that, right, I grew up being indoctrinated in the Pentecostal Christian church, and I saw a lot of things, and I played guitar for 5 years, and I just watched everything from the inside. And he brought up the idea that a lot of the stories in the Bible are just that, right? Wake up, ascend, wake up, come out. And in the book of Enoch, right, we're on the topic of what's canon and non-canon. The book of Enoch is canon in the Ethiopian Bible. And I brought up the idea to Gabe, that I shot him a message where I said, these fallen angels, these Elohim, these whoever they are, they taught Enoch everything that they knew. And at the end of the book, he becomes Metatron and is able to control reality. And I said, well, what if this is the type of knowledge that they don't want us to get a hold of, where, right, this Christ consciousness to be able to ascend to a higher level, right, a non-physical level, and more of a metaphysical thing, because that's what the Gnostics were all about, and that's why they were killed, because they were talking about these doctrines that were heretical, but it doesn't go with the mainstream narrative. Like in the Gospel of Judas, he's the good guy in that story, right? He's the one that Christ looks for, and the disciples hate Christ.
Yeah,
So
there's one bit of knowledge that I'm very interested in. And we have a first traditional question on our Rune Soup Stew podcast here. We have a first time guest question here for you, Juan. It's very important, and you don't have to answer it right away. And if you don't want to answer, that's okay too. If it makes you uncomfortable, I completely understand. And maybe Stephen, you can begin to think about your answer to this question too. Again, don't respond right away, but if you have a response that comes to mind right away, it's okay to shout it out. Don't be ashamed, don't be embarrassed by it. Okay, Juan, are you ready for the question we have for you?
Yeah, can you shoot it to me in the chat too when you're done with it, so I can think about it?
Yeah. Well, we'll put it in the chat after I ask it. The question is this: Juan, what is your favorite Christian band?
That's not too hard.
Really spun him up there, Alan.
Well, yeah, no, you had so much experience with church, so I would assume that you'd have almost an immediate answer, because that's just how it is. If you're part of the Christian community, you're
right.
subjected
When you're
to,
in the Christian community, you have to recommend the best Christian band. So there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders right now. And
Am I supposed to say Hillsong, right? Is that what
no,
I'm supposed to say?
No. I'm not going to
That's
make
the mom answer.
Mine was East West.
Oh, East West.
Fucking metal.
Or the Devil Wears Prada, they were Christians supposedly. I listen to them all the time.
Mine was August Burns Red.
August Burns Red too, yeah.
Oh yeah, August Burns Red. I remember them. They opened
Sure,
for the 77s one time. And Violet Burning. Does anybody remember them? Or Scattered Few?
I like Striker. Striker was my favorite. As far
Striper,
as
yeah, Striper.
I
Striper.
love that band that sings about soccer.
No, Striper is definitely mine, but I just realized we could technically answer Lamb of God.
Kind of.
They are not Christian.
No.
I remember having the screamo in my ears, and people are like, that's satanic. I go, they're Christian. They have it in their Wikipedia page. I can tell you that.
Yeah, Steve.
Like, read
Yeah,
the
that's-
You have an
lyrics.
answer,
Exactly, I was
Stephen. You can
thinking
jump
exactly.
into the fray here. We want to know Stephen Sorensen's favorite Christian band of all time.
Maybe Under Oath.
Under
Like
Oath.
the old Under Oath was
Okay.
pretty good. I haven't listened to Christian bands for a while.
You have an album or a song from Under Oath?
The one Christian artist that I listen to right now is Homeboy Sandman.
Oh yeah, dude.
I think you sent me some of his stuff before. It was good.
Some of
He's
his
a
lyrics
rapper,
are
right?
really legit. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I've only
pretty
heard
good.
one
He's a
song,
rapper.
but it was really heavy. What I heard, dude was going through some stuff.
So I got a couple loose hanging chads I
You
want
have a
to.
favorite Christian band, Gabe?
Oh, I only know one Christian band. You guys are like way over my league here.
That's why we're sharing. We're sharing with you.
BC Talk is the only one I know.
Thank you.
Every
Yeah, I remember
That's the
DC
only one you
Talk.
need to know.
You're a Christian? What?
everything else that you guys just said.
Yeah,
was
the Jesus freak.
Yep. There
I
are
heard
some
red
music
letters in the
on
post
stuff.
office the other day. It's very surprising.
I was waiting for a question of like some esoteric, occult, deep shit.
Do not deny the fact that this question is deep and esoteric. Have you looked in the symbolism payable on death POD shares with us in their album art?
I don't listen to much music anymore because I'm more of an audiobook or podcast guy nowadays. And when I do listen to music, I listen to Suicide Boys. So, my 9 to 5, I'm talking about, listening to drugs and, doing bad shit. And then when I get to work, I'm like, hey, how may I help you? Hey, how are you? You know what I mean? Like, with like a double life in my car, but I don't listen to music as much as I used to
Yep,
anymore.
that's like
See-
listening to Striper in your car and then going into work and turning on the worship music and the gospel songs.
I thought Alan was gonna ask tits or ass, Juan. Take all the time you need.
Valid question.
After the
Go ahead and
intermission,
answer.
we'll ask after the intermission.
Awesome.
Well, I'm old enough to know that changes throughout your life. So there you go.
Very
I
nice.
want to posit the idea that from now on, after the intermission, we add permanently Steven's interjection as the permanent second question. That everybody we want to know, tits or ass.
Like, if anyone finds this record in 100 years, like that's something that we would want to know. Like, get some
Yeah.
polls going here.
I mean,
Right,
it's
like, what is
you
your
know,
favorite
it's-
Carmen?
It's cultural
music video?
information, and this is the only way to get it.
It's easy to
How many
waffle,
times
honestly,
have you heard a
but
Mercy Me song playing in public? I can only imagine.
Oh, please.
So I want to bring this screen share for
Bring it back around, Gabe, please.
Yeah, to bring it back to what Rachel was saying about the jackal. Very appropriate that the JKL is under cancer.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Yeah, because if you think about cancer being the mother, that's your introduction to the world.
Yep.
We talk about psychopomps for death, but remember,
Yes.
I was saying, we don't have a doula for
What's
life.
the eye? What would that be? Eye jackal.
Oh, and look, you're coming in at an 11-11 if you took out the zeros.
2 pillars right there.
Interesting.
Even
I want to remind people.
Yeah, see 4 ones in a row there.
This is Gabriel's project that came to him. This wheel is full of terrific.
By the way, I
amount of
said that
information.
11-11.
You know, yeah.
What was that? What was that?
Go ahead, SB.
Oh, I was just trying to, just in case somebody's only seeing this for the first time. Well, how would you describe this wheel?
I call
this
it
whole thing.
Yeah, I call it the diction of Aries. And
Right. Okay.
you guys can see my mouse. It goes from A to R to I to Z. It's the ARIZ, diction of Aries. And it's basically it's a real nice cipher because the degrees of this compass or protractor gives you the gematrological value of the letters as you go around. And if you guys, I don't know about you guys in elementary school, but they had the alphabet up on the wall, and it was immediately followed up by the 10 symbols of the numeric of the numbers, 0 through 9. And so it's just kind of nice how when you put the numbers, it completes the 360 degrees. And the more I look at this, the more value I get out of it. But I'll also point out, Rachel, we got the jackal up here, right, in the Cancer. When we go down to the Pisces, the moon card, which is in Pisces, on specifically on the Thoth deck, you have 2 jackals. You have 2 Anubis encapsulated in the tower. And what's in between them generally is a crab or a lobster or a bug, an insectoid.
A beetle or a scarab.
Crustacean, yes. So this is just an interesting correspondence to Pisces and Cancer there. So I thought I would point that out. Also, the 78 encodes, to me, it encodes Mercury, the messenger, the G8, the gates. We're about to cross over this gate. He's in all of the solstice and equinoxes. You got 7 and 8 right before you cross over. You got a 7 and an 8 with the PQ crossing over. And you got a 7 and an 8 crossing over. And then over here, we got literally in the numeric system, a 7 and 8 is all Mercury, as the periodic symbol for Mercury is HG, swings both ways. We've kind of gone over that before. And then one more thing, Mario, you were talking about Yaldabaoth and the lion and the serpent combining. Well, check this out. This is LC King's most recent cipher.
Ooh.
He's been really taking my work and like going to whole new levels, and without like bogarting the rest of the show to break down all this significance, it's so juicy. But this is the lion and this is Hydra. And when you combine the lion and the Hydra, you get a Yalda Bayoth.
Lion-headed serpent. Yeah.
Lion-headed serpent.
Trippy.
Totally,
And
totally.
Wow.
Let me see if just for anybody.
Yep.
So,
I've-
real quick, one more thing.
Yeah.
The Vesica Pisces here, right? You guys know you take the 2 zeros. So one is the lion, one is the serpent. You put them together, the Vesica Pisces, combining them, and you got the gene code for lion and serpent.
It reminds me of the crocoduck.
Oh yeah, nice.
Hey, I haven't thought about that for a while. Crocodile.
What's the? Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Tell us
What's-
what it is.
What is
It's
that?
a
What is it?
crocodile duck. Disproves evolution.
I got a weird synchronicity.
Like
I
the
don't know if you-
echidna. Like the echidna.
That's what I thought.
So the echidna,
Yes.
echidna is the thing. Echidna and platypus are the only two mammals that are monoterms. The egg-laying mammals that have the reptilian and
mammalian.
They're-
Yeah.
They're the missing link, the keystone, the
the
in-between.
the liminal.
You got
animal.
it. One
Right.
second, Juan. I just want to point out crocoduck. So alligator has the word gate. So there's a in between, a liminal, right? The gate. And duck is it signifies initiation. They're in the water, they're in the air, the in between both the spaces. But to duck is to be baptized.
Whoa.
So-
What about this though? I got to pile on one more, and then I'm sorry, Juan.
No, it's
Like,
good. It's good. I
directly-
just need your guys' help with something, and it's weird. So
Well, directly across the sky clock from the lion-headed serpent
Yeah.
is Cygnus the swan, which is hanging out in Capricorn.
Did I bring it
And
back
to
up?
expand a little bit on the Native American story of Cygnus the swan, which the constellation looks like an X. So keep that in mind. The
Right.
idea in the native cultures, yeah, Cygnus is just a little up from there. You could almost portray Sagittarius as shooting two birds with one shot, actually, if he was aiming for galactic center.
Right.
Anyway, Cygnus, that constellation, the native culture that said that it was like the gateway to the Milky Way or whatever, believed that when you got there, there would be a sort of guardian of the threshold type monster trial or challenge. And that's interesting. I mean, you're just talking about ducks, but swans
Oh yeah.
hang out with ducks. Could
And-
go either way. And it's directly across from your lion-headed serpent, almost like, the dark side of it
Right.
in the
And that's-
Capricorn.
Yeah, and that's the pole star, that center. Right? Here's Ursa Minor.
Right.
So there's the throne.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was just going to say too, to add to what you're saying, Chance, real quick, is that if I'm not mistaken, and I'm questioning precession now, right? But I
Me too.
believe, right? I believe that it's said that one of the stars of Cygnus used to be the pole star, like a long time ago. So I have a chart of all the previous pole stars and the future
Yeah.
pole stars, supposedly. So I need to pull that out at some point because it's kind
I
of
think
interesting.
Draco is next on the lineage.
Oh.
I think I remember that in my notes somewhere. That Draco is going to take the throne after Polaris. Fire away, Juan. Hit us with the best shot.
I'm just looking at the chat here. Somebody said, "What's the esoteric meaning behind duck, duck, goose?" And then somebody put the reason that ducks have corkscrew-shaped wieners that just wreck the receiver.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's true. That is
So-
true. And pigs too.
And they're
Nasty.
necrophilous too.
Wow.
Oh, geez.
I have
Ducks are
Ducks
necrophiles.
are? Yeah, I didn't know that.
Damn,
You
that is
definitely
Things you didn't know
cannot
about
show that
ducks.
video on YouTube.
I have this thing that happened to me, and this is I'm not even making this up. I have Mark from my family thinks I'm crazy. Shout out to Mark. He
Yeah, shout out to Mark.
gives his patrons these spirit animal names, right?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
buddy, I got
And
one.
I'm not, real big into astrology and all this esoteric stuff.
You will be after tonight.
Yeah. And that's why I want you guys' help, because the first name he picked out for me was Sweat Lodge, Serpent, or Snake. Okay. And then I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Haha, whatever. And then he's like, oh, I didn't like that. So I drew another card and it was Sweat Lodge Lion. And it's weird that we're talking about the lion
and
headed
snake.
serpent.
Wow.
Right on.
So you
Leo
essentially
and
got
Leo.
You're wearing the Abraxas on your
demiurge.
head, bro.
So to be clear,
Yeah.
you are
The
a
cock.
Sweat Lodge demiurge.
So it was Sweat Lodge Serpent first. What does that even mean? And then it was Sweat Lodge Lion. I don't know the
Got
meaning.
an hour or two done.
Can't go wrong
You
with
might
Sweat
not be
Lodge.
the demiurge, but you're a semi-urge at least.
Semi-urge.
I gotta
To make it
It's
your
only a
window.
half-mast.
Well, serpents are usually symbols for Scorpio, and then lions obviously Leo.
Yeah.
Do you know what a sweat lodge is, though?
I don't. It just made me think of China. That's all it made me think of.
About the
Sweat
cockatoos.
lodge scenario is when
Raise
I
your hand if
set
you've
up
done a sweat
question
lodge.
to make Juan feel really embarrassed, and then he starts to sweat in his hot seat.
No,
I live in a sweat lodge.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
So what's the meaning behind all that? Is it bad? Do I gotta worry
No.
about something?
No.
sweat lodges
no,
are
not at all.
sacred.
Hey, I'm sacred.
Let's go to the basis of that question. Is a symbol good? Is a symbol bad?
It is
a
a
symbol
tool.
evil? Is a symbol a curse or a hex or something to be afraid of?
I think it's a litty name, Juan.
Yeah, I'm the sack, the sacred serpent or lion, whatever. I didn't know what it meant. He gave me that name, but then we're talking about the lion-headed serpent. I was like, I literally got those two cards
That's
back
awesome.
to back.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
perfect that you said sack 69, baby. You're the sack.
That's
Sack,
right.
That's right.
This
He
is all
gave
bringing
me
us back to our riddle.
My name was Healing Tarantula. I thought that was cool.
That's a perfect name
Nice.
for you.
Nice that you're a spider too.
Oh, that's right.
It couldn't have been
Oh.
any better. That is so perfect. Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah. I ended up. I'm whirling whale.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool. The whale symbolizes
That's
like
cool.
the long memory.
Nice. You know, that's
Their
incredibly.
song holds the whole story of their culture basically, and like they all sing the same song. They're of the same species,
Wow.
and they like
wait,
what's
this is all
wild is
from
different
Mark's
parts of the
Patreon?
ocean. Whales will like alter their song just a little bit year by year.
Whoa.
And it's like basically they're updating the story or whatever.
Like Icaros.
And they all sing
Wow.
the same song, and they all know what the differences are at the same time.
Oh, that is so cool.
That's
Like
amazing.
Across the ocean.
So Cetus is the whale, and that's one of the deacons of Pisces. So if we're
ooh.
thinking Cancer, all the things that are opposite, in the deep, deep waters, you've got those deep, deep memories that are imparted to you upon birth.
Damn, I love that. So guess
Wow, cool.
my Capoeira name relates to all of that. My Capoeira name is Elefantinho. It's a baby elephant.
Nice.
And elephants never forget, That's
Never
amazing.
forget.
And elephants also are telepathic too. They know, they've demonstrated this in biologists have studied them. They know where to meet other portions of the herd at different times, even when the weather is different. Like they've known where to meet each other. It's kind of like it reminds me of what the Aboriginals call that signaling. I can't remember how they describe it, but it's that knowing of the other.
It's the dream
person.
time.
The
Dream time, yeah.
They say that elephants also have a generational memory,
Right.
so they can remember things that their ancestors learned.
Mhm.
It's like crows.
Nice.
Well,
Close to that.
butterflies supposedly after becoming, the caterpillar becomes a butterfly, when they're liquefied inside their cocoon, supposedly their thoughts and memories transfer over. And it makes me think of the Pythagoreans with metempsychosis, where they believe that the soul migrates, transmigration, where it migrates between body to body. And that's why they say, the whole karmic scale, be good in this life or else you're going to be reincarnated as a bad animal or something else. That's what the Pythagoreans thought, and Pythagoras was attributed to supposedly talking to animals and making. There's like a story of an ox that he was trying to move, and they're like, the herd guy was like, "Hey, how'd you get him to move?" He's like, "Oh, he was a friend of mine in an afterlife. I remember him, and he talked to the ox or the bison or something like that and made it move." And he was attributed to talking to animals and being at two places at once and being able to tell the future and all this crazy shit.
It's because he ate that placenta. His mama fed him that placenta, y'all.
Yeah, but that question of reincarnation, think about how it happens in one lifetime too. Because like what you said about the caterpillar becoming a butterfly, I say it all the time. I'm sure that memories are part of like our energy field, not necessarily something physically in the body, unless it has to do with more salt than neurons. But how many years did it take for all the cells of you to be completely died off and replaced? But Juan was there the whole time.
Yeah. It's like the
Can't
whole
remember
ship
who I
story.
heard say that the other day, but
Yeah,
it blew
the
my mind. I was like, yes.
The ship of Theseus. Yeah, if you keep replacing the parts, is it still the same ship or is it not?
There's that ship. There's that.
I want to hear Steven's answer on that one.
Memories from the memories.
Thanks for the
Practically
memories, guys.
yes, but fundamentally no.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here kind of curious. I can't lie. I'm thinking, I've never really caught you creating content that's about all this mystical woo-woo stuff much. And in a way, it's what I appreciate about going back to your videos is that it's really straight ahead. It's really kind of rightly tethered to logic and good thinking, clear thinking. And we kind of entertain the opposite. I don't want to say that we entertain bad thinking, but we definitely keep the door wide open for woo. And so I was just curious do you feel like the conversation's not necessarily stuff that you touch on, or do you touch on this stuff and we just don't see it in the production from See Truth? I'm just curious because you've never talked about it really either, except for a little bit here and there,
No, I don't touch on these things. I'm not, a lot of the things that you guys talk about here, I'm not wholly convinced about, and I'm open to having a discussion about them, but I don't feel it's my place you guys have me on your show. I'm not going to interrupt every turn and point to be like, well, are you sure about that? Or, how do you know that type of thing? But if we want to have a discussion about any topic, I'm open to discussing what's up about it.
Is there something we've mentioned tonight?
Please question.
You've already got a question about?
Well, the whole astrology thing, we've spent quite a bit of time talking about signs, and I'm not sure to what degree any of you guys, I don't know any of you too well, so I don't know what you think about all that.
Well, here's a question then. If we have names of the month, January, February, March, April, and then we have signs of the zodiac, which are parts of the year, which could essentially act as a calendar. And then if we use the astrological signs as a way of keeping track of time, does that help you at all?
It seems like you're doing more than just keeping time with these things, to me, at least.
I feel the same way because I'm not well versed in the whole astrology thing, but I am, balls deep in the woo-woo stuff, right? Because that's what I call it spirituality. Because I can relate to Steven on a level where I try to look. I'm a skeptic as well. I try to look for the physical stuff, but I always since the beginning of time, there's always been the mystical aspect to everything, regardless of, and not to discredit Steven or anything, but regardless of the hardcore evidence, mysticism is part of it all as well. And that's that link, right? We can have the hardcore concrete facts and actual things, but we can't forget that the elites right now, right? You're talking about history that's been misconstrued. What are the intentions behind all these elites know about this esoteric and occult symbolism, and they use it. They use it in all these seals and all this bullshit that they put out. So I think that's part of it. And I don't know a lot about the astrology part, but I find all the other shit fascinating.
For me, I'm really into astrology, and I can definitely get a little too far away from sticking with the hard cold left brain materialist side of things, but I appreciate running into people that do stay on that side of things because I just don't think like that. So please question, please speak up. I like having that other dynamic, so definitely do that. But yeah, as far as like astrology goes, I find it an excellent self-reflection tool and an excellent tool to see what's happening out there and break it down in a logical way, especially since the start of 2020. There was certain things that played out in the sky clock that we watched play out in real time on the global stage, and it was so crazy and mind-blowing to me that was like, okay. But it's something that, like, if you're not into it, you're not into it, and that's okay.
But Alan brought up the days of the month aspect of it. So we're talking about seasons, we're talking about cycles of nature, and we can observe in nature that everything exists upon a continuum of some kind, whether it's psychological dynamics, colors, vibrations, anything like that. There's this wheel of nature, and the study that we get into here on the mystic side is just about like what corresponds to what in this reality of self-similarity across all scales that you call a fractal.
Well, and to keep it a little bit real too, what I enjoy about all this is seeing, you know, all of these connections and all these links, and even historically, who put them in place and how these things are controlling and dictating and spelling our world for us, you know. And maybe that's why some of it, you know, there's this aversion or hesitation to it, you know, this woo kind of stuff, because it's very real and it can become very real. But at the same time, it can also be a tool as useful and beautiful as it is, because I do have a deep appreciation for it. It can also be something that, you know, the other side can use too. So, you know, we're seeing all these connections. Hey, look at these programs. It's like they can look too. We're not the only ones. They can also see the stars and say, hey, this is a good time. Hey, it looks like it's going to rain. I might want to construct something, you know, to keep me from getting wet. They might get there first.
The CIA came out and said that they have an algorithm or an AI that's able to predict events days in advance. Is that 2 days, 1 day, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 months?
I saw that movie, Thought Crimes, where they
Okay.
Tom Cruise is in it.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Steven Sorensen, because here's where it's all going to tie in. Juan bringing up ridiculous caging.
Yeah, that one.
Into my realm. And so Ridiculous Cage is in a movie with Tommy Lee Jones that is called Firebirds. It's about Apache helicopter pilots, right?
Okay.
You know, my history has a little something to do with Apache helicopters. Tommy Lee Jones was also in a movie with, hold up, let me look at my notes here. Aaron Eckhart in this movie Wander. Wander is a movie about a guy who they are doing their damnedest to make this guy lose his mind and to label him as crazy and stick all sorts of meds in him and get him labeled by psychiatrists as a nutbag. But in reality, he's been implanted by the military. Also, Tommy Lee Jones was in Men in Black, whose music was done by Danny Elfman, whose shirt I'm wearing right now. Boingo, oingo, boingo of the, this is the Grasshopper King. And I've been on this tear that Danny Elfman specifically is telling us in his lyrics for the last 30 years about all the CIA bullshit that they're doing in Disney and the secret societies. In fact, their club, their fan club was called the Not So Secret Society of the Mystic Knights of the Oingo Boingo. Little bit wordy. But here's the other thing about Danny Elfman and Tonight and Oingo Boingo is that the Grasshopper King is supposedly a South American alien. So all these things that have and these things have real world effect, like in my story, in my personal history. These are all synchromystical things that you can't ignore anymore. I personally, as an experiencer, cannot ignore these things. That all these things are real and they're happening. And now I'm not very versed in astrology either. And so I don't know, I take other people's word for a lot of that kind of stuff. But the Wu Wei is hard and heavy. And when you jump in with both feet, it reveals itself all over the place.
The Wu Wei is actually effortless.
And you know what, this guy is,
but it's hard to not cast effort.
Right. That's the balance at the liminal space. That's where we have to be, is the middle path, the middle pillar.
Between the two pillars.
Between the two pillars. Exactly. Anyway, that's how I relate it to it.
I've heard also, right, we're talking about, I think we mentioned propaganda earlier in the show. I forgot who it was, occult memetics, where they use these elites, right, the lizards, the reptilian overlords, as I like to call them. They use propaganda to speak to people on a deeper level, right, their soul. That's what Plato was all about in his Republic. That's why he wanted to limit certain arts, certain musical frequencies, certain notes and things like that, because they understood that these arts, these metaphysical things that we don't physically see in front of us, have an effect on people's psyche and soul on a deeper level than we understand, than we can even comprehend. That's why Plato, his question was, not how the universe was created, but why. And these are people, the ancients, this is what they were all about connecting the dots. And I think society today, you look at it, and I think we're more dumbed down now than we were. We have all the information since the beginning of time now in our pockets, literally. And I think we're more dumbed down now than we were back then.
Connecting the dots, is that like an asterism, where we look into the sky at night and we see dots, we connect the dots, and we see astrological signs that we all recognize: Orion's belt, Big Dipper, Little Dipper. And when there's a full moon, it's bright. And when there's a new moon, it's dark. And we can tell what time of the month it is, if we have a wife or a girlfriend, probably, but also by looking at moons. Full moon, let's meet at the full moon. Well, maybe let's meet at the new moon, when the moon is not at all visible in the sky. And then we can keep a record of 28-day periods, 4 weeks, that sort of thing, because we don't have an iWatch or a smartphone or a synchronized digital time server in Greenwich Mean Time to tell us the GMT time, so we can synchronize our Zoom call across the globe, world, realm, whatever this is.
It's magic, bro. 100%.
So we can be agnostic about timekeeping and astrological signs and things, but if we're all looking up at the same full moon at the same time, that's a good timekeeping device, isn't it? And can we use that device across time with equinoxes, solstices, and eclipses to mark down in our journals periods of time that have passed, and historical events and births and new kings, old kings, important things? Stephen, does that resonate at all?
Are you asking me if I keep a list of the kings and queens of the world? Because the answer is yes. I thought we all did that.
This is normal.
I mean, if you're asking me if we can keep time with the moon, yes, that's what lunar calendars are. But as far as it being the best, I don't know about that. It would depend. The best for what?
For historical record keeping, do you find that looking at documents?
Well,
are
yeah, you
people
can
able
you
to
find it
peg
in
time to
documents.
say, well, they're talking about an eclipse around this time under this sign to determine a period of time.
You can find that in documents. But if we're talking about like the best timekeeping method, I would go with like a lunisolar calendar.
Right. And I'm thinking,
mix 'em up.
looking back through history from now, looking into the past, and if there are different cultures that keep time differently, and we want to say what was happening in this tribe and then this other tribe in this completely other part of the world, maybe there's a cave in France where there's some scribbles on the wall, and we're trying to say what was happening in the Grand Canyon, and maybe that scribble is similar to this, but maybe they both look like an asterism or an animal and dots in the sky. So we can say maybe there's some chronology work to be done here to say maybe. Is that stretching? I'm
Is
trying
there
hard to
chronology work to be done looking at historical records? Yeah.
cave paintings. I don't know.
Yeah, we could do
I'm
that.
trying. I'm
We
trying
could
to
try and
help,
figure that
man.
out.
You know, I got a question for Stephen about we're told that Europe was using goats and sheep and animal skin for
Hold on,
keeping
who's telling us this?
history. Allegedly, the word book comes from the word goat.
Is it big history or
Yeah, this is all well, you can start with
the history machine?
In Finland, the word bok means goat because goats
right.
were the material that made your books. And this
All
is
right.
why the cube of Kabbalah all relates to the books that are shaped like cubes.
So Europeans are using goats. What was the
Yep.
question? Sorry for interrupting.
All is well, all is well. So is there a pre-goat book case to be made that the Greeks, were they using paper? What were other cultures
Pre-goat
using?
era?
Pre-goat, were they using
pre-goat book era, like before they ever thought like, hey, we can make a book out of this?
right? Like, was Europe using goats because they didn't have papyrus? Is that is there a hash, something to hash
I
out
don't
there?
know. I would contact a book historian about that.
Yeah, because
but from what I know, people have written on just about everything. Like nothing under
Mhm.
the sun has been free from writing on.
So so Mediterranean areas would have access to read. Is there anything to that concept? Reading off of the reeds that make papyrus?
Maybe. I don't know the etymology on that.
Yeah, because what I'm getting at is like, I'm looking at Ovid and I'm thinking about, he's allegedly at the year 8, the year 0. And my question is, what would he be writing on that would be preserved long enough for us to even make a case that that's even possible? Because if he was writing on paper, that shit's long gone, no matter where they put it. It would be, rotted away considerably.
How quick do you think?
I don't know. Definitely not 2,000 years. Not if in the Mediterranean with all that humidity.
What about like 4 years?
I'd guess.
It would rot away?
I don't know. That's my question is like, was Ovid written on stone? Was it written on tablets? What were they writing on to make a case that it's 2,000 years old?
I don't know. I don't know if they make the case just based off of what it's written on.
Yeah.
I think it's more so it's based off of tradition and the internal information is how they date it. But yeah, I don't know. I would ask maybe a papyrologist or a book historian on how long those things last. I would be interested in knowing that too.
Yeah. There's a fella, Chance went down the Tom Carberry is one I'd recommend listening to his case, because he kind of has this idea that most of history kind of bottlenecks right around the 1300s as they describe it to us. Whatever that really means, it's hard to say. And he says that in Europe, there was a family that had a monopoly on the material that was used to make books. And I think that family name is Jacob Escalera. Jacob Escalera, and they were the scholars of keeping all the scholarly records. And if anybody wanted anything printed, they kind of had to suck up to the Escala family. But
Man,
that's
that just sounds like the Spanish way of saying Jacob's ladder. Escalera de Jacob.
You got it. Yes. And all information kind of bottlenecks at that family. And it turns out they gave us, Dante's Inferno, they gave us Ovid, they gave us all of the Iliad and Homer and Virgil. It all kind of funnels through this one family there. And I just, you're right, definitely like talking to who makes the books is a good way of sussing out what the real timeline is and what is the expiration date on books. When would they erode and no longer be legible?
Very good question. And we are moving towards intermission. It's been a fast moving 2 hours. And I do have a preserved text here, King James Version of the Bible. This is Judges 14:14. I'm going to begin at verse 11. It says, "And it came to pass when they saw him," Samson, "that they brought 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said unto them, I will now put forth a riddle unto you. If ye can certainly declare it to me within the 7 days of the feast, and find it out, then I will give you 30 sheets and 30 change of garments." So this is linen. Maybe you write something on linen. Verse 13. "But if ye cannot declare it to me, then shall ye give me 30 sheets and 30 change of garments. And they said unto him, Put forth thy riddle that we may hear it." This is the riddle. Judges 14:14. "And he said unto them, Out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness. And they could not in 3 days expound the riddle. And it came to pass on the 7th day that they said unto Samson's wife, Entice thy husband, that he may declare unto us the riddle, lest we burn thee in thy father's house with fire. Have you called us to take that we have it? Is it not so?" The riddle again from Samson, preserved in the King James Bible. "Out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness." Put another way, the riddle might read something like, What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion?
Your mom.
Hey,
that Jim?
Yes,
Is that you, Jim?
Nice, Jim.
From the shadows.
Your mom.
Classic
knew it.
goat. Classic goat man.
Just not every day that
Mom's
you
got
get
it going on.
that distinctive an answer from Jim. It's your mom.
That's really interesting though, Alan. One of the things this cat talks about is Jesus starting a very early, that the disciples were, he kind of makes this case that they were a secret society because he had to speak in code even then. Everything that Christ spoke in parables.
It's in parables, yeah.
It's all in riddles.
Right.
Exactly.
So we have
I
this
think part of that might be a
Shakespearean
karma
English.
in the sense that if you're never giving someone direct advice, you're not liable legally.
Right, yeah.
Not financial advice.
Not a licensed
You're not
professional.
giving them advice. You're just telling them what a wise person or a fool would do.
Is that why those who know don't speak?
There is a hint to the Shakespearean play.
I
To
dig
be or not to be. What does that have to do with Samson's riddle?
Shakespeare was fake.
Yes.
It was
They-
Francis Bacon.
Yep.
Kaylee, they point you to movies that you should watch.
I don't know, man. I've seen a Shakespeare play performed on stage. That was real to me, man. They're preserving some history there. I think they talk about kings and Lear and Hamlet, and I don't know if those people are real, but
Witches. Going after kings. Isn't that King James whole beef?
There's
Yeah.
a lot of history preserved in that, the Vulgate, that Latin language translation of the Bible.
The king was leering into my Hamlet, but I spoketh not.
The reason I say that he's fake is
Stir
because
not.
the whole conspiracy behind Francis Bacon and
Yeah.
Shakespeare, that Shakespeare couldn't have intellectually come up with all the intricate stories that he did come up with. He was a ordinary man,
Mhm.
and he was just couldn't come up with that. And again, it was the Rosicrucians who came up with all that shit.
My
Maybe
my
he got
interest
kicked in the
here,
head by a horse when he was young.
my interest here is specifically in the fact that the Bible and the Gutenberg press preserved the pages of the paper in everybody's house. Everyone had a copy of the written history and record of the Gospels in their house. So if there was one history book, there was one entertainment with parables and stories, you got one book to read, man, and that's the book that was preserved.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and this kind of reminds me of Chance's quote a couple weeks ago. I don't know who that quote is originally comes from, but if you want to change the world, you must be willing to give the credit to somebody else.
That was said by Danya Laura, a
Nice.
shape-shifting Peruvian master shamaness.
Badass.
That's right. I remember
Yeah.
that story. Oh, and
Ever on the
Stephen, you said
podcast?
Shakespeare got hit in the head.
Yeah, that's
Steven
what I
said.
heard.
So, because the same thing happened supposedly to other people too. The most prominent one that popped into my head is Ellen G. White, who's the prophetess of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. You know, that's a big part of her story is that when she was young, she got bonked in the head with a brick, and then all the stories started to come to her. And she's also accused of forgery and not being behind her own writing because she's one of the most prolific writers. If you've ever looked into her, like the stuff that they put on her name saying that she wrote all these books, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't pan out. I don't know if you've looked into it or not.
I haven't. No, but I heard the same thing happened to Paul after Jesus went back to heaven. He sent one of those horses off that he stole to kick Paul.
Yeah.
The balls.
Yeah, yeah. He actually,
And then he converted.
It's one of my very favorite scriptures. When it's, I think it's in the King James. It says, Paul, Paul, why are you forsaking me? You can't kick against the pricks. And I remember when I was a little kid, I thought that was really funny because it says you can't kick against the pricks. And I was like, Jesus told him he can't kick him in the dick? What does that mean? But then, you know,
Don't want
Yeah.
to kick anybody in the balls without letting them know that we're moving towards intermission. We'll have about 5 minutes. This is a great time to find your citations and sources to share with us. If we have anything that we need to address or answer or clarify before we move to intermission to begin the second part of the show, now is a good time to do that.
Source, trust me, bro. I got this.
That's the
It's
most
far too common of a
source on the
source.
internet. Yeah, that's even more common than Wikipedia.
At any given time, I have like 3 or 4 things ready to go, but I'm waiting for somebody else to say one of the keywords first, and then I can be
There you
like,
go.
"Well, this, I want to share, but I don't want it to be my
Chance
idea. I
will
want
have
it to be your
plenty of
idea."
time to share stuff in the second half. of the show.
I would- I would-
Ideas.
I would invite Stephen to give us his advice on how to properly use Wikipedia and in what standing to hold it. Because then I would trust Stephen as an expert at this point on when and how to use Wikipedia and what its positive and negative sides might be. But that's only if he's willing. You don't have to if you don't want to. But
Yeah, I do
I'd
like
love
the
to hear
idea
your
of
answer.
giving Steven Sorensen the platform to speak, and we will listen. And then when he's said all of his thoughts, then we can move to intermission.
Oh, I was gonna say, all right, I will be right back with that right after the intermission.
Well, we could do that too if you want to.
That's a good
So
option.
stay tuned, audience, because we got juicy wiki info for you.
All right, let's do that. Let's do it
Any
after
new
the
wiki
break. I
versions?
like that.
Any new
I
cue
like that.
drops?
It's almost
Come
like
on,
I'm
guys.
professional at this shit because we don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Well, I can play some music. We can dance to it. We can mute our mics and videos and start a 5-minute timer. We'll probably play the song 3 or 4 times, and we'll be back for part 2. How does that sound to you guys?
Yep, sounds good to me. I'm hitting the mute. Love y'all.
Cannot hear the music.
Web, Mr.
We'll get the music. I gotta get this thing set up. Zoom, are you working?
Noise.
Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was unaffected. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over... The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for socket. Waited till the caffeine spider was exhausted. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was unaffected. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, And now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised a... The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. Waited till the caffeine spider was exhausted.
We're still here. Part 2 begins soon.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was not effective. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not effective.
I want to see Spider-Man.
And raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order. And now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over...
Still with us.
The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers.
We're ready to begin part 2.
I am muted.
We're back.
Here I am.
After 11:11, I go full woo. There's no turning back.
Both feet, man. Both feet.
Always go full woo.
Always go full woo. Check this shit out. So these are some of the books that I found in his stuff. It's like a little brochure type thing about the mystics of old Hawaii. Like really interesting stuff in here. and the recovering the magic about island culture mysticism, and that whole study on the mystic, the shamanic priests of Hawaii and Polynesia. It's fucking fascinating stuff, man. I can't.
What an
wait to
excellent
go.
inheritance.
Right?
Yeah.
I am so blessed. Like this thing, it was her. I don't know, man. This, and nobody else in the family would possibly even give a rat's ass about this stuff but me, and her. Like my wife and I are way deep in this. And it's just this gift that just keeps giving and giving, and just fascinating stuff that I would love to be able to somehow figure out some sort of club where we could share this stuff, because this is interesting thing. And I'm sure, Sean Alger, you probably have a shit ton of stuff that I want to see. I don't know, we have.
Well, I'm gonna come to Arizona, and you're gonna have to come up here someday too. I agree. Lots to exchange. I keep accumulating more and more books because now I'm already in the process of building. I figure I'll probably even get rid of some at some point. I do some pruning, and what's the stamp they put in the library book when it's decommissioned? Does anybody remember?
Oh yeah. I might have some of those. Yeah, I have a lot of those actually.
Me too.
Yeah, I can't remember what.
Yeah, I think it's to me same as what Kaylee just said. Like, I can't lie, I'm pretty much full woo. I don't know if I always have been, but it's definitely, there's some kind of tipping point where it's like, okay, I'm an idealist. Philosophically, I imagine there was the oneness of all oneness, and that things started to spring forth from it, and that so the idea comes before the thing. That's the way I've lived my life for a long time. And so the idea for you to inherit that, to me, is just further proof of the no coincidence theory. It's just like, you were supposed to get it. It's more valuable than a bag full of gold bricks in a way, because it's your guys' little piece of the path that's directly related to the vibration of your family lines.
There are vibrations
100%.
through the form of psychic bingo cards, and we may have winners. If you've won, you know it. Declare it. Let us know.
Speaking of bingo and the woo, I know.
Pools to swim in?
Yes, we have some prize pools. I announced this in the chat, but I might as well talk about it real quick now before we get into anything else. For one of the bingo prizes, I'm offering a 30-minute reading about the month-long transit of Mars and Venus as it's going through. Well, they're in Aquarius now, by the way. But how that pertains to your chart. Just a fun little quick little thing. It won't be too heavy.
Nice.
Come here.
I had an offering too for the prize pool.
Nice.
Offering.
How do we play bingo?
How do we play bingo?
How do we play bingo? Does anybody know how to play bingo?
We play it like this.
You gotta get cards first.
You gotta make a card.
Somebody saw a dog.
Let's try to be a little more creative.
Makes me wonder if Steven is even aware of this at all.
She came in here right when
I've never heard of
I
this
love
before.
it. Yeah, NGO.
Has never heard of psychic bingo on Weaving Spiders Welcome, where we give away incredible prizes.
We're doing amazing things, my friend.
This is history in the making. I'm going to say that this is history in the making. We're writing it down on paper, making psychic bingo predictions of what will happen on a future Weaving Spiders Welcome episode, using our brain horns to predict what we want to see. And then when we see it, we check it off. And when we filled 4 corners or 5 in a row, or we blacked out the board, we can win a huge prize.
Do we all have the same card, or do we all have our own different cards?
Make your own
card. That's why it's psychic bingo, because you come up with the things that you think might be discussed during the stream, and you make your bingo card with the free space in the middle. A lot of people might want to put like placenta casserole in the free space, or
Now,
whatever.
Do I
Or turtles
do I
all the
have to
way
show
down.
you all my card before I start marking stuff off, or
Yes,
That
it
is
needs to be
correct.
time
Yes.
stamped
Yes.
before the beginning of the
So
live
if
stream.
and so far, I think it's a rule that you also cannot participate in bingo while you're on the broadcast, which makes sense.
Well,
But
that's
so
a
if you were
that's
gonna,
a different prize pool. That's a different winning category.
I'm playing for fun, okay? I don't.
so what, I got to make
everyone
my
can-
card and then
everyone can
hide in
play.
the
Testing your
shadows so that
skills.
I can mark stuff off.
well, what you do is you make your card, and then before the broadcast starts, say next week, say if you really wanted to tune in and play next week, you make your card and you submit it somehow via social media, Telegram, or something that authenticates it. So, like if you go on Twitter and post, you make your card using a bingo card generator, and you choose a bunch of the things that you think might be discussed in a broadcast like this. And then as long as you submit it before the show and somebody like Alan or me or whoever else acknowledges that, they're like, yep, we see it. So then you have your record. That's your psychic bingo submission.
I
And
want to
then
see
as
some of
you're-
your guys' cards so that I can get an
Yep.
idea on what kind
We'll
of
share some.
predictions we're making.
Okay.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
into the Telegram group. There's a bunch of them.
Okay,
people.
so I've got mine here. It's probably gonna be really fucking hard to see, but like,
yeah, what are some of the entries on there?
I've got so I knew this was episode 69, so I got 69 in there, obviously.
Obviously.
69's
Easy-
the
easy
crab,
mark
so
off.
I've got them right exactly. Some of them are easy, some of them are a little obscure. Then I got like the moon, then I got like wilderness, then I got Pluto, and I got H.P. Lovecraft, and then I got like turtles all the way down, and
Yeah, so you basically
Santa, you know?
24 different ideas, and I'll show you my bingo card here. I've got 25 squares and 24 unique ideas. Can you read my bingo card? I'm sharing the Zoom here.
Yeah, I see.
So
it.
cool.
So this is my bingo board. No one else can play this. That's the rule.
I love this.
So
Sure.
I will
Let's talk
I
Kabbalah
will
for the rest of
receive
it.
a
The
blackout. Guaranteed.
All right, I'm
Some
gonna put
point.
together a bingo board and I'll share it on social media here within the next week.
So it's
I got a
good
shout
to
out to
know.
the legendary bingoers in the group.
I'm gonna reach my
Jenny
spirit
B
out into
rocking
the
the
outer
7
realms.
by
You might
7.
win this
Yeah.
prize.
Hey, does
This is
anybody
the
have?
most beautiful bingo card I ever saw.
Hey,
so Steven, you're gonna play in the woo with us?
Yeah, I'll get wooey.
Yes! Yes!
yes.
The practical
This is-
reason for playing psychic bingo is we didn't want to encourage drinking games. There was some people who were saying, if I hear you guys say placenta casserole one more time, I'm going to take another shot. If you say placenta casserole a second time, I'm going to take 2 more shots. So they would get blackout drunk by the 20 minutes into the show and then be gone. And then we lose our chatters just like that. So instead of playing drinking games, we decided to play healthy games, creativity games.
So we gamble instead.
And
It's not gambling.
but
If any
it's-
prizes are awarded, they are of 0 cash value. They're literally useless junk. And
No,
we
it
use
isn't.
a recycling service to send
Hey.
out stuff to people.
But
Our time.
the thing is
Nice.
we're all putting this.
Mario's gift is beautiful.
We're
Yes.
all
There's no
doing
cash
this-
value on it. It's priceless. I don't know. It's trash
Priceless.
to
That's
somebody.
right. It is
Treasure to you.
priceless. It is priceless. Exactly.
Most people would probably just say, "Oh, it's paper, throw it out." It's the Bible. It's just paper. I'll wipe my butt with it. It's toilet paper, whatever. It's different
Let's be
people
kindling.
value different things, and not
Just
everything that's
really hard time.
preserved is the best valuable thing.
Hey, before we get too far, that's a good point to interrupt and say I want to present Stephen that opportunity to answer the cliffhanger question from before the break. As long as we're talking about things that are or are not of value or are outside of value judgments, what is the Sorensen opinion? What's the final word on this controversial location for information, Wikipedia? We Keep Media is a great decode of that, I think. Chance, We Keep Media, Wikipedia.
We keep idea.
We Keep Idea, that's it.
The idea
Yeah,
keeper.
Yeah, my jurisdiction on that, I avoid it. I try to not go to it. I mean, if I do go to it, it's usually just to see where other people are getting their information from. It is a very popular site, and I think a lot of people are satisfied with just reading the wiki. Even if it's just in passing, the information that they take in is what they'll recall later because it's the only info they've been exposed to on a topic.
Right.
So I encourage skepticism basically at any point on the internet. Anytime you're confronted with new information, it's best to ask a couple questions about it before you run with it. People have been messing with people for a long time, and people have been wrong about stuff for a long time. So Wikipedia, it's a crowdsource type platform. It doesn't value expert opinion. So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses to that, but it means that opinion majority vote rules sometimes, and the information on there comes basically anybody can upload it, and unless somebody combats the new upload, it stays up there forever until it gets combated. It was preceded by a thing called Newpedia, I think is what it was titled, and it was a expert centered platform where experts would go on to it was made to combat the Encyclopedia Britannica, and this didn't catch on at all. It wasn't participatory, like only experts could get in on it, so the general public, it wasn't too important to them. But Wikipedia, it opened up the gate for just about anybody with an internet connection to be able to start putting information out there and have their opinion read by whoever is looking up the topic that they've commented on. So yeah, all those words to say, be skeptical. I wouldn't go to Wikipedia. Definitely, I wouldn't use it as a source. I used to use it as a source, but I wouldn't do that anymore now that I'm a bit more careful with what I collect.
I want to put out there,
Well said.
when we are in the symbolism study, everything Stephen just said is the reason why the superior form of evidence for anything that we're looking into in the synchromystic realm would be artwork of some kind, sculpture, painting, literature, something from before the modern era that is like a firsthand physical artifact that still exists would be the most, like, that would trump anything recent that you might find from the modern age that depicts a particular symbol or mythological character or what have you.
Yeah, I was thinking about that with this. I'm seeing a pattern of mystic books being republished in the 40s and the 70s. Through all this literature dig of these mystic books, I'm wondering if there was some sort of generational thing where it comes back culturally, that mysticism, we kind of go in cycles of finding mysticism and like kind of being one with spirit, and then losing it again and going back to the material. It's just been something I'm really been thinking about, these kind of spiritual waves, how sometimes we get more churchy and sometimes we get a little more mystical and open to other things, because a lot of the shit that people like us are into are fucking growing our own foods and fucking getting one with nature and shit. Like that wasn't ever on my parents' mind, I don't think. It's just really, really interesting.
Yeah, the other week, when they finally lifted the some of the restrictions where I live, I live in commie Canada. Anyway, when they finally lifted a few restrictions, I took the opportunity to take my grandma out to her favorite restaurant because they were no longer required to ask for certain proof of certain things. So anyway, we went to the restaurant, and I took the opportunity. My grandma's 94. She's a fucking legend. And I took the opportunity to ask her about what it was like growing up in the Great Depression and like what kinds of things they actually ate and did, and the stories were amazing. This is on topic, so we're talking about motherhood type stuff. So anyway, yeah, they didn't have produce in a grocery store. They might have some bread, but they had the flour, sugar, that kind of stuff. So what you grew was what you ate during the winter. And if you didn't grow enough and preserve it, you were hosed or you were just eating just meat. So anyway, he's you hoser. Anyway,
Hey, hoser.
Hey, if somebody had a
oh my god, Bob and Doug
has to-
McKenzie.
You had to have gotten bingo on a hoser. Somebody that's
Jenny would be the only one that would have that on her card.
I love that movie. I haven't watched it in so long.
It would be ideal
Take
if
off,
it said
eh?
hosed, eh?
Oh, suit and boot.
So
You guys.
Donuts and a pack of smokes, eh?
But anyway,
Stephen, what would you say is the next runner-up,
grow food.
or the replacement for We Keep Idea? Like what resource would you recommend?
There's this little known website called seatruth.today. That's where I would recommend.
Yeah,
people
plug it, baby, plug it.
That sounds sweet.
But seriously, I don't know. It just depends on the topic, the subject, what you're trying to look at, why you're looking at it. It's I mean, if we're talking about just researching a topic, then you would ideally, you try and get as many sources as you can. So I don't know if you had anything in mind, we could.
Can I use you as a
walk
source?
through that? Yeah, you can quote me on that.
Okay, I can quote Steven Sorensen.
Yeah, you can quote me.
12:21
saying you can quote
a.m.
me.
March 6th, 2002, Central Time. Steven Sorensen said, "You can quote me on that," and I quote Steven Sorensen.
Perfect. I feel like I had like a sense of relief when you said that. I feel better.
Glad there's authorities that we can quote and trust. And
yeah, permission granted.
Okay,
good. So Juan, you say you did a show recently on HP Lovecraft?
Yeah, it comes out on Monday. I
Right.
did
Cool. Excited.
but almost 2 hours on HP Lovecraft, his life, his work, his influence, and the mythos a little bit. Because I'm again, we're talking about skepticism and woo-woo, and that's I love Dungeons and Dragons, and that's as woo-woo as it gets, right? These cosmic entities that exist outside the fabric of reality.
Yeah,
I find that type of shit fascinating, and the way that this guy was able to put these things together, from again the origins of all that is very questionable, and maybe we can get into that. But I dug up some stuff where his grandpa, Whipple Van Buren Phillips, I believe that was his name, successful businessman, he had a library that Lovecraft was fascinated with, and his grandpa was the one that introduced him into the paranormal and all this woo-woo stuff.
You hear that, Gordy?
Yeah.
It resonated?
Generational.
A library being inherited from the grandfather? You're like walking in Lovecraft's footsteps right now.
Oh, fucking A, man. Fucking A, man.
Yeah, brother. Isn't this hitting a chord? Don't give us all of it, because I don't.
But you brought up some good shit, Gabe. You brought up, who was it? Was it Kaylee? Was it right?
Yeah, I'm about to blow your fucking minds. Are you ready for this?
Let's
Illuminati
do this, guys.
confirmed.
Are you ready for this?
We're ready.
We're ready.
Are you fucking ready? Okay, sorry.
I'm ready.
I love this.
Okay, so what you see now on the screen here, this is the chart, the birth chart, the natal chart for H.P. Lovecraft. Now, the date of birth that we're given in his biography, since we're doing sources tonight, was August 20th, 1890 at 9 a.m.
For the record, that's my mother's birthday.
Weird. I hope
Illuminati
not
confirmed.
1890, but
Yeah, 60 years before her.
weird.
telling you guys.
Okay, so we were just talking about his inheritance, right, of a library. Okay, what's really fascinating about that is that specifically relates to the aspect that I was talking about. So the first thing that I see here, okay, so we got the astrology wheel, right? This is the signs going around, right? The first thing that I actually looked at was this conjunction here between Pluto, the planet Pluto, and the planet Neptune, right? And this is in the what's called the 8th house. The 8th house specifically deals with inheritances, other people's resources, death, the occult. It's in the sign of Gemini, which is writing, books, speech, stuff like that. So not
Grimoires.
only hey,
Grimoires, you
Grimoire.
wrote the Necronomicon.
exactly. So like not only did he write about things coming up from the depths, very scary, dark, mystical shit, which is very much Pluto conjunct Neptune and Gemini. He inherited a library, books, Gemini, 8th house, inheritances. That's crazy to me.
That is crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh,
So I have to tie it into Skyrim really quick because there is a Daedra. There's a character who is a Cthulhu like lookalike.
Oh,
And the
right.
whole
Yeah.
thing is collecting the black books.
The black
which are
books.
all of this knowledge, all this ancient knowledge. And it's like a
Hermaeus
whole part.
Mora.
Yeah, Hermaeus Mora.
Hermaeus.
You guys know the
Mhm.
Pluto connection? Do you guys know about the Pluto connection?
Tell us about the Pluto connection.
Well, since we're touching on sources, I saw on Wikipedia that supposedly, he supposedly, right, and I did this. I talked about it on another podcast, and I posted a clip on TikTok
Yeah.
about how Cthulhu might have been a jinn that possessed Lovecraft because he
Yep.
collected Oriental trinkets
Still
and whatnot, and was obsessed with the Arabian Nights. And I came up with the whole thing that he was possessed by some sort of jinn. Not that Cthulhu was a jinn, but that the jinn was Cthulhu. And the fandom came out of the woodworks. I was being called a pseudo intellect. I was being called a bunch of things in the comments because again, there's this cult like following to this character.
Yep.
And we know that in Goetia, right, these entities give people certain powers, and he was able to describe locations that he never went to or ever saw. And 4 years before the discovery of Pluto, he talked about this body out on the outer skirts of our solar system. It could be just coincidental, but he talked about it, and lo and behold, they discovered Pluto. Now, that's
Yes.
fine and dandy, but also there is a feature on Pluto named after Cthulhu, the Cthulhu from the Lovecraftian mythos that they named after Cthulhu, and then there you have Pluto in his
Boom.
chart, which again just connecting the dots.
The second law, the second hermetic principle, correspondence.
That's
That
both.
is, that is a huge boom. Now, Juan, tell us what his childhood alter ego name was from reading all of the Knights of Arabia.
Abdul Al has read, and then somebody put on there the etymology. All has read, all.
He has
And-
read all.
Wow.
and Houdini, he was a ghostwriter for Houdini, who the name that Houdini also had an alter ego about a story that he had from a nightmare where he was abducted and taken underneath the pyramids by a guide, and they were shown some grotesque monsters underneath the pyramids. And he also had an alter ego which was a similar in name, hence why I came up with the whole idea that they both might have been possessed through the dreams that they were having, because Lovecraft was having these horrific dreams of being abducted, etc., and all this stuff. And he's connected to Houdini, who allegedly was a known occultist, right? I mean, we
Yes.
know and magic, right?
I just want to point out something real quick. Pluto and Neptune are super, super slow fucking moving. So there's going to be a lot of people from this time, from these like couple of years, whatever, that they were right on top of each other, that have this conjunction in Gemini. what makes it special and what makes it like very terrifying to me actually looking at this is the chart placement, the fact that it's in the house of the occult, but also the aspects coming off of it. So it has a perfect opposition to Mars, which is violence, aggression, the masculine principle, especially when it's in aspect to Pluto like that. And then the square to Saturn, which is considered another malefic, obviously.
Cube of Saturn.
We know Saturn, right?
Square
And
tree.
so this square is horrifying to me. And then
Wow.
with the sun there too, the sun represents like our vitality and stuff. And if you read anything about H.P. Lovecraft, which I'm sure you go into on your show, Juan, and I'm super excited to listen to it, he was sickly throughout his entire life. And the sun is one of the main like significators of our vitality and our life force and stuff. And it's sitting right next to Saturn in this like horrifying square of like doom and gloom and fear and terror and
Now he had,
oh my god.
so,
And with that air trine, he's putting it all out. Like he's expressing all of that. Like
Right.
that trine is like
And
loud.
Right? And then the possession thing too, like with his moon. This is this moon, and this is Uranus. Uranus is like this, it's after Saturn, right? It rules, according to modern astrology, it rules Aquarius. And it's all about like the ether and signals and like transmissions and shit like that, right? And sudden and shocking and very disruptive events. So right on top of the moon, to me, when I see that in a chart, especially in the first house, which represents the physical body, that's like he's literally picking up signals from who knows where.
Nikola Tesla as well. He was picking up signals from the Black Knight satellite, supposedly, and from Mars too, right? They talk about that too, which again, he was a very eccentric character in history.
Yeah.
So Kaylee, didn't you say that HP had mama issues, like his aunt and his mother were making all the decisions in his life for him?
Yeah, I read about his mom and his aunt making all kinds of different decisions for his life, including where he signed up, he enlisted in the military, and then his aunts made like initiated the like dissolution of that. It's crazy. That's crazy.
That's that square from his node to that Mercury. That's that hard square there. Because that third house is where your family is, your intimate relationships, right?
Third
and fourth.
Fourth, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He had a very
What
love-hate
do the
relationship.
blue lines and the red lines represent?
So the red lines are difficult aspects. They're like they tend to show up as either.
And you draw those yourself?
Do I?
You put the lines on there if you want them to be there?
No, the lines are there. They're
What do
just
they represent?
they show the geometric patterns.
Okay, so why is a line blue and why is one red?
Because the red ones are difficult and not nice, and the blue ones are like, I can work with this.
Democrats and Republicans. So
like hermetic, magnetic, electric, blue and red, blue and red.
Yeah, exactly. So
Polarities, maybe?
Exactly, yeah. So like the blue ones, right? This is going in between signs that are the same element, right? So we got your air signs here, they all have nice little blue lines between them. And then the red ones are going in between ones that are opposite elements or the same, what's called triplicity. So like, for example, we have cardinal, which is your Aries, your Cancer, your Libra, your Capricorn, right? That's one thing. So that's your cardinal cross, right? And then your fixed signs where the royal stars are, you got your Taurus, your Leo, your Scorpio, your Aquarius. This is the fixed cross, okay? And then you have your mutables, your Gemini, your Virgo, your Sag, and your Pisces, and that's the mutable cross.
So what was the day and time and geological location of this chart?
He was born in Rhode Island in Providence on August 20th, 1890, and they say it was at 9 a.m.
Okay.
And Gabe, I know you're all about the providence, right? He says, I am Providence.
Yes, the providence. That's the eye of providence, the seeing eye of providence. And guess where in my diction of Aries, guess where that Pluto-Neptune conjunct is? It's right under the all-seeing eye of the Medusa head of Perseus, lining up with the Washington, D.C.
No.
And this corresponding with Pluto returns. If you guys give me a second, I got a huge list of correspondences. I
There's a
got
Michael
a
W.
huge
Smith song
list.
called Providence.
I can only be so erect, Gabe. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Pineapple.
I can't. Like, this is going to take me all week to unpack, guys. It's going to take me all week to unpack. Like, so much has come into context just from this information between Juan and Kaylee and me looking into Lovecraft. Everything makes sense. The echidna, like the full picture, is all coming into focus for me.
Dude,
and
I'm
so
do
excited.
This, the
So
more
what
we
you're
do this
saying,
and
Gabe,
act-
is this is a live brainstorming session
Yes.
where creatively reaching new ideas
We're
and then
weaving, bro.
formulating questions to
weaving.
begin the process of research. This is not the end of the research.
Oh no, this
These
is just
are the
beginning.
beginning steps
Just the tip.
Yes.
of research. And we have
Just
to go
the
back
tip.
and find the books and the art,
Yep.
and the sources and the citations. This is not a thesis. This is not a master's. We're not defending anything yet.
Nope.
This is like the very beginning of that process.
That's right. We're just beginning to insert the hairs on the pineapple.
Use
Well,
tweezers
plus,
to do
it
that.
reminds me too. I was checking out. I hit up Juan in the DMs, and he sent me a link to I think that show that you guys are talking about, but I didn't get very far. But I wanted to point out that you're kind of tippy-toeing back into the trivium. You guys covered the trivium a little bit, and I would say that very much relates to what Stephen does. Not that he's necessarily using the trivium all the time, but the idea to be linear and logical and have things be coherent before we agree to move forward, and to exclude things that fall outside of, if it's a fallacy, if there's not a legitimate reason to believe it, that if it's a fallacy or something that's just kind of lazy thinking, to throw it out. I just wanted to pop it in there just because everything you just said relates to that too.
Yes. So I want to put a list of
That's a good point, Sean.
the architects of our culture. I want to put, we've got Houdini, we've got H.P. Lovecraft. There is such a list of the architects to connect this lineage of information. And I'm kind of sad that Mario left because he's got some missing pieces too to fill in.
I'd be mad.
Yeah, but essentially we can connect H.P. Lovecraft and Aleister Crowley in a major way because Aleister Crowley on October 31st of 1907 was involved in all-night orgy sex ritual to invoke the name Cthulhu. It's in his journal from that date. Cthulhu this was the beginning of Cthulhu coming into existence in Louisiana, which is in the sign of Capricorn in my territories. It's the Satan card, the devil card. And 19 years later, H.P. Lovecraft is writing the story of Cthulhu in a fictional novel where he places the character in Louisiana during a sex ritual on the night of October 31st into November 1st, which was the Las Vegas shooting, was November 1st, was the Las Vegas shooting, the birthday of Cthulhu.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
guys.
crazy.
Everything
What
makes
the
sense
fuck?
now. Yeah, bro. So, okay, so check this out, guys. This is amazing. So now we have Lovecraft and Crowley probably in touch with each other through literature. Lovecraft probably knew Crowley through writing.
We're gonna need a bulletin board. We're gonna need push pins. We're gonna
Tons of
need
them. We're gonna need
yarn and
floor
string and spider web, and we're gonna start pinning them up, and we're gonna start
Yes.
doing the.
So if anybody
Pepe
has seen,
Silva.
if anybody has seen the movie Red Dragon, where Hannibal Lecter has a copycat wannabe Hannibal Lecter following his work and writing to him through publications, that relationship between the Red Dragon and Hannibal Lecter is a parallel to the relationship of H.P. Lovecraft having a crush on Crowley's work and imitating him, copycat killer style shit. So I'm just I'm putting that out there, that we are looking at this kind of a relationship through literature, maybe throughout time somehow, and maybe involving having a common daemon or a common spirit, elemental spirit that they call upon as a catalog or a record keeping source of knowledge. There's something there. I'm just going to float that out there. And now I'm going to point out how HPL, that's HPL, Lovecraft is HPL. Chance, back me up. JPL is incredibly similar because a J is an H. In Latin, J's are.
Well, wait,
Jack
continue,
Parsons-
but wait till you hear the modern equivalent that I have queued up to point out.
So JPL, Jack Parsons Laboratory, is a correspondence to H.P. Lovecraft. And here's where it gets real crazy. JPL, he summoned a typhoon when L. Ron Hubbard stole his girl. He summoned a typhoon. That's Typhon. These guys are in the Typhonian order, and it's an imitation of John Dee when John Dee summoned a storm to sink the fucking Spanish Armada. These guys are in one lineage of storm summoners. They think that they can summon a storm to do their bidding. This is the foundational elemental spirit that they are all calling upon.
And even if they just promote that mythos,
I'm so sorry.
and it could be that
All
that's just
good.
that could just be a mythos promoted to bolster their formidable reputation. and all that. Very well could be. It could be another thing going on entirely, like knowing for some material reason why a storm would be there, and just like the priestcraft of old would be like, you better do what we say or we're going to make the sun go away. We're going to pray to God to take the sun away, and then an eclipse happens, right?
Which is in perfect correspondence with climate change.
But there's also a lot of cultures that have the shamanic practice of conjuring weather in some respect.
Yeah,
Or the
so
book Black Elk Speaks. It's an amazing book.
done.
I was convinced.
I've done it, man. I've done it. I swear to God.
And then there's
I
the
have done
modern
it.
equivalent in the technological climate control that
With
goes
HARP.
on.
With HARP. They're
With
all,
HARP.
yep. If
You know, they just released the documents on HARP.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the FOIA request just came through for those HARP documents. A lot of it's
Really?
retracted, but
I didn't know that.
you can still read it
Wow,
just within the
cool.
last
Yeah.
week here, I think.
No
Did
shit.
you look at any?
Yeah, I looked over it a little bit. A lot of it's blacked out.
Kaylee,
That makes sense.
That's going to be interesting as all comb through that and bring it
It all
forward.
makes me think of Mitch, the orgone donor. Man, I bet you he's going to be covering that.
Yeah.
This all
I'll
makes me
ask
think
him
of
what he
Mitch.
thinks.
Can
Yeah,
anybody?
so Gabriel,
Yeah.
before we move too far past this,
Yeah.
you were talking about them
We need to get
potentially
Mitch on here.
communicating with a common daimon or entity. Maybe daimon's not really the right word, but in this case, because the Iwas, Cthulhu, whatever the case may be.
Oh, real quick. Another word for an elemental, Davos.
I have some stuff for you guys.
The Davos group?
Like Davos.
Davos is an elemental. It's a hail to the elementals.
Well, I just want to throw out there,
Uh-huh.
there's not a lot to say about this other than, I believe in conversations before we've entertained the possibility of AI not really being something that is programmed through software, but it's more about an energetic hardware configuration of trapping energy in the form of electricity in a powerful enough amount and structure to create a certain effect of consciousness if consciousness is inherent to and like, you know, simultaneous to energy in the universe, like water takes on the shape of its container, that type of idea. So I heard Juan talk about the you know, Saturnian black cube deal, right? Do you guys know about BlackRock, the corporation? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know
Yeah,
about
so
what they do you know what they developed in 1988 and are still using to this day?
That the Promise software?
No, but similar. I wouldn't be surprised if they're related. It's called Aladdin.
Yes.
Aladdin,
Yes.
Asset, Liability, and Debt and Derivative Investment Network. What it
Yes.
stands for. And as of last year, this thing controlled $21.6 trillion in assets. That's what I'm seeing here. But it's really hard to find information on them. And that's the only information you can really find in a brief summary like that is from Wikipedia. If you go to their website, the BlackRock website, and try to start finding out about Aladdin, they hit you with all kinds of like, you can't reproduce this information anywhere. You can't look at this if that's your intention. And then you're like, okay, I agree. And then it still doesn't show you anything.
So what is everyone's
Really weird.
positions on corporate espionage, whistleblowing, leaking, not taking oaths of initiation, but acting as journalists and saying, hey, if you got some information, I might have an email address. We might have a public YouTube chat. You can just drop that right in a comment on a video.
So I got some stuff.
The
I
Aladdin
got some
thing
stuff.
to wrap
All right.
that up. It just makes me think of how the real warfare is economic warfare now.
Yep.
It seems, and this entity Aladdin, whatever it is, algorithms or AI, soft AI, something like that.
Yeah.
It is controlling such a huge percentage of the world market. And you probably heard this last night on Seven Bomar's stream, but he popped off a brilliant decode of this Ukraine, Putin, Biden thing, in the sense that Biden is bid in and Putin is put in, and bid and put are both stock market terms for trading.
Oh
Put it
my
in, Gabe.
shit. Oh my shit. That's brilliant.
So I got something here. So the story that Lovecraft wrote for Houdini, and supposedly, allegedly, they never met. Okay, they never met, but he was a ghostwriter for Houdini, and the story that he wrote for him in May 1924, published in Weird Tales. It was Imprisoned with the Pharaohs, called Under the Pyramids, and then it was published as Entombed with the Pharaohs, and it's a short fantasy story. With H.P. Lovecraft in collaboration with Harry Houdini in February 1924. Now, the synopsis is that he was kidnapped. He was taken under the pyramids through a tunnel that is found by the Sphinx. And the guide's name that took Houdini, that supposedly kidnapped him, was Abdul Rais El Drogman. So that was the other name that he came up with. Again, it was after having these horrific nightmares about it that he, I guess, wanted to make it into a story. And the person that took it was, just so happens to be H.P. Lovecraft. But the name Abdul Al-Hazred is kind of similar to Abdul Rais El Drogman, kind of, well, the first part at least. And I think I found that very weird, because again, we're talking about having similar daemons or entities that are revolving around the same sort of people. Again, if they were doing some other stuff, I don't know, because Houdini was a skeptic, I believe, about mysticism and all this. He was trying to debunk it, I think. That's from what I can pick up here.
So Drogman is an anagram that contains dragon. It has some missing letters in there, but there's dragon. And real quick, I've said this to everybody 1,000 times, but you take Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, you break up the syllables, you rearrange them, you get Joe Cam is Joaquin, the first pillar.
Oh, Joaquin.
And by Harris.
Right, of course.
Joaquin and by Harris.
See, how do
and
you
the remaining syllables are Allah-din, Aladdin.
Oh man.
The syllables you don't use are Aladdin.
What the fuck?
Dropping that fucking hammer, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember
Dave,
that. That's
you
part of why I
amaze
had the
me,
Aladdin BlackRock thing queued up from earlier tonight. Just
These
thought
guys are
somewhere
all-
this is going to fit in.
Yes, I think they are all Typhonians. And they're going to push this weather control, weather warfare, scare the shit out of us with this Pluto returns. Pluto returning is the monster from the abyss. And that is the Grand Master theme. And what is the mother of the Sphinx? The mother of the Sphinx is the Echidna.
The Transformers.
Yes.
Balderson and I are suspecting that Titans are going to come back.
Dude,
So-
I've been saying it for over a
I know.
year, man.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Pacific
It's
Rim
coming up
vibes.
Over,
Yes.
Yep.
over and
Holy
over
yes.
and
Through
over,
through
man.
a dimensional, interdimensional portal at the bottom of the mirror in a trench. Right.
You
That's
got it.
that's
Yeah.
that's what it's all about.
I've
Fuck
always,
yeah.
I've always thought it was too short-sighted to imagine just like aliens being showing up, like either it's for real or pretend. Like, no, they're gonna bring everything.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fairies and dragons and demons and intergalactic spaceships flying out of the ocean, and at least I think that's their plan. That they want to bring back the days of Noah when everything's so screwed up that finally the big old God looks down and is like, man, this has got to go. This isn't anything I started with.
He's
You
already
guys have
done
just
it
got-
before.
Yeah.
So one of these days, Juan, or Chance, or all of us, Gordy, all of us, we should decode Pacific Rim. The
Let's
two
do it.
Sure, I
sides.
never even watched it. I'm
Yeah,
down.
please. It's one of my favorites.
I
Dude,
love that movie.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
so
I
much
can't
in
believe
there.
I haven't watched it, but
So the two scientists who are the kind of the protagonists that save the day through science, saving the day, got to trust the science, right? Their names are
Yeah.
Herm, and Newt. And it requires hermeneutic wisdom in order to decode that fucking movie.
What?
Yep.
Did you guys see my movie I played earlier? Did
Uh-uh.
you notice something in that movie that I was playing?
Heart? The heart thing you ran?
Look in the Zoom, look at the Zoom, look on the screen. This is this is the movie I shared. This was in our intro video.
I see a
feel like-
black square.
The Black Cube of
Black
Saturn?
Cube,
The Saturnian
Yeah.
black cube.
Yeah. Mhm.
why is that popping up? The black cube keeps popping up for me. I was watching
Consciousness.
a thing on the Gabe. You and I were talking about it. Why Mecca is the black cube? Why they have the black cube around that meteorite
Yep.
thing,
Yes.
and it keeps popping up for me, like all these weird black cubes, like those fucking weird ones in California. They're like giant cubes that are stuck in the ground upside down. Have you guys seen pictures of this?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. They're
And
cubic.
they're like, but they're all kind of all over the place. It's not
there's
just
one right around the corner from my house when I walk the dogs, man, and it's just in front of some little metal shop. But there's this big black. It's like they covered it up. I actually sent these guys a message and or left them a message on the telephone, and they never called me back. But when it got really hot, they covered it up with a tarp, and so it looked really weird. Because I already thought it was really weird anyway to come around the corner and there's like this metal fabrication shop, and it's like, to me, it's saying, and Saturn, we are representing Saturn. That's the way I see it, So then when they covered it up, they occulted it. So I thought, this is
there
so
it is.
weird. And
you guys are
I
gonna
asked
love
him
it.
if-
Go
Hey,
ahead.
I gotta get out of here, but it's been fun.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Hey, no, we love
for coming,
it,
man.
man. Good to see
It's good to see you again.
Thanks for dipping your toes into the. Oh,
See truth.today, right?
See
You got that
truth
bookmarked?
dot today. I'll
Yes,
drop
I
Black
put
cube
it-
scared the shit out of him. Let it go.
That was a big word.
That's it.
So we have
Fuck
here.
this.
I
I'm
was
not-
I was talking today about the number 4 symbolism in Pythagorean thought. We have the tetrad. There's a piece of art that I got done with. Again, the
that
demiurge.
looks like torsions, man. That's fucking torsions.
We have the Tesseract in the movie The Infinity Wars, I believe it was one of the movies. But you see that the Allspark for the Transformers is a cube, if you unfold the tesseract, you do get a cross, right? And the cross symbolizes materiality, and that's where Christ was crucified. And then you have here the Mecca, and you have I think this is the 9/11 memorial or one of these. You have
Can you
quantum
zoom in on the
D-wave
Mecca?
computers that they talk about, these quantum computers that they use in this quantum computing, that they open up portals to other dimensions. And Jordy Rose from Kindred AI now, I believe, they kid about this stuff. They go, we're opening up portals to other dimensions, and the great old ones might come through, but hey, they don't care about you, how you don't care about ants, and they're just going to be super smart, and they're going to be the new thing, and that's that. And yeah, here we go. So again, the number 4, and again, you have the tetragrammaton related to that too.
Juan,
And
that logo at the top has a lion serpent.
yeah, it's the Demiurge. It's a logo that I got done for my podcast.
So Mark nailed it when he drew the cards.
Oh, how bitchin'.
I know.
I didn't
Yeah,
realize that.
we didn't know that. Kidding. Really? I didn't
This is
know
a
that.
huge
I went
level
that
of that
far.
synchronicity, like a huge important thread.
What's
Just
the
gotta say.
definition of
But continue
synchronicity?
where you were. I'm
Is
into
it weird that I'm going to Kennedy Space Center tomorrow and we're talking about space and interdimensional portals and shit?
That's beautiful.
No,
that's
that sounds
right on.
perfectly
That's right
That's
reasonable and normal.
right on brand, man. That is bitching.
So there was
love this
another sync there with Jordy Rose or Gordy Rose.
Yes.
He has a personal website. I don't know which one it is, but he actually read Call of Cthulhu on his it's like an About Me website. He's a big fan of.
And guess what GR is in reduced ordinal? It's 78. There's your Mercury.
Oh.
He's the messenger.
What the fuck? Yeah, no, but they talk about this. You can find this video where they're recruiting people to work for them.
Sure, I have a point blank question to ask.
And they kid about it. Haha, we're opening up portals to other dimensions. Again, this ties into
no,
Crowley.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
And the
I
Babylon,
guarantee it.
the Babylon working or holding ritual, where they're trying to summon the whore of Babylon. And again, even the Alexa for Amazon is a little black cube, right? So again, it's all these symbolisms that they put in there. And I've I've had Nick Hinton on the show where we talked about the Saturn time cube simulation hypothesis.
So whether or not you believe in literal demons literally crawling out of black cubes and entering our dimension in a physical form, it does seem to work on a psychological level as a tool of psychological warfare. So if I'm creating art with camel patterns and military, and I'm pointing out the ideas using the symbolism of the wars and rumors of wars, those things need to be discussed. We need to know who we are and who we love and who is on our side, so we don't have friendly fire incidents. If women in countries that are under attack are holding big guns and little guns and pew 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 and poodles and things for social media pictures on their balcony, do you think they're going to take stray bullets, or do you think they're going to be shot by snipers? Do you think war is a joke to play around with? Or do you think it's going to get real soon? And the wars and rumors of wars become hot wars, gang wars, violence in the streets. And what are you fighting for? Who are you fighting for? And who does it benefit? If you're drafted into a military, or if you're forced to serve, that's one thing. If you're willingly running out in the street like a gorilla, throwing bananas at people and Molotov cocktails and starting wars and riots in the streets, you've chosen to do that. And again, I'll ask you, what are you fighting for? Who are you fighting for? When will the fighting end? What are your demands? And what do you want to see as the intended outcome of any flame war online? A disagreement on Wikipedia in the section where you're like, here's my feedback. I think you suck. I don't like your idea. Please delete this. Or on Twitter, it's a flame war, right? What does it matter if you log into Twitter and you don't like that an actor or an actress was chosen for a role and you don't think their skin color is right and you're going to argue about that, and you're fighting over trivial matters.
Right.
And then there's people in parts of the world who don't have that luxury of going on Twitter and saying, oh, I'm
Right.
sharing this meme. It's funny. Made me laugh. LOL.
Yeah, or if I could get on Twitter, I'd ask, would you send us water? We don't have any, right? Like for real. Some of these people, you give them access to a bigger platform, they'd be thinking about taking advantage of the opportunity to let people know where they're really at,
Hey fam, I gotta move to the audience and then go to bed early, but it's because that's the same reason Mario bailed, I'm sure.
Hey.
We have a fun project coming up tomorrow, which should be viewable early in the week. We're going over on Unslaved podcast, unslaved.com.
Yeah,
you got to get a subscription to this site. It is so much information. Mario was just tapping into the surface of it when he got into Michael Tessarion's decoding of female Illuminati symbolism. It's deep, but we're going to be doing a chat with Michael and Dave on symbolic literacy. Should be really cool. I just wanted to give everyone the announcement on that because it won't be long before it goes up. Should be this week's episode. And love you guys. I'll be listening in until I pass out. And you can find my stuff at innerversepodcast.com.
And
innerversepodcast.com.
You got
I want to
me.
remind people too. Oh, go ahead, Gordy.
I want to thank you, Chance Garton, for the kick in the butt to go back and look at the symbolism and every single thing I look at now, again, making that obsession, because I can't see anything Marvel without like tearing this shit up.
We gotta so we should announce our project.
Too.
Yeah.
So
tell us about it.
I want to bring it around to this synchronistically, as we always do. That Pluto thing, Kaylee, that was coming up so hard. The symbol for Pluto is the symbol that Doctor Strange had. When the original Doctor Strange was this weird blue character. You can just Google first Doctor Strange. Anyway, he was this weird blue guy. And I remember seeing these as a kid and like really making a visual impact.
Dr. Manhattan, you mean? I'm sorry?
No, I'm talking Doctor Strange, the original Doctor Strange in the old Silver Age Marvel books. His symbol on his chest is this a line that goes up and a circle. That's the Pluto symbol, is it not?
Yep. So Pluto, the breastplate of Pluto.
So this is what we're seeing. These are the kinds of things that are coming up. If you're not watching our marvelous demystifiers, like this is a really fun project, and I want to thank you, Chance Garton, for getting me back into this stuff. This is fun.
Me and Chance are getting together next month too, right, Chance?
What's that one?
We're getting together next month.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to that.
And we'll get it worked out for you to come to my show too, for sure.
Awesome. I would love that.
Smile and hold.
Yeah, dude. I want to just talk Lovecraft maybe. Okay, I better go. I could announce projects and collabs with you guys all day. So
take a group photo.
Hold on, Chance. Hold on. I was gonna say to whoever's out there listening that if you've been waiting and putting off hitting Chance up to get the sound healing, now this is your message from the ether. That now it's time to start the process to get a hold of Chance and get your sound healing, because I know how it is. I'm one of these people. I haven't done it yet, but I'm planning on doing it soon. But I know I'm not alone. So there you go. Now, and I love your strategy, by the way, of going into the to the chat. Like staging yourself off of the show is brilliant. I love it, man. I love it.
Energy medicine is legit.
It is. Heck yeah, it is.
Yeah, sound healing is. I mean, there's a free sample on the Roxanne that Chance did first of the year. It was amazing. I'm still kind of riding high off of it. He did a group sound healing for free to bring in the new year. But I just wanted to say that for you, bust out, man.
Smile for the camera. We're taking the
sure.
group
I'll
photo.
link that episode in the chat. My cat showed up for the
Cool.
picture.
Um,
Hey.
so I won this at the first day of One Day of Brightness with Lindsay Sherman. I'm gonna plug her again because she deserves every single blessing from. I hope her show becomes gigantic, dude. She's got a new book coming out, and I'm really stoked. But I've met you, Chance Garton, because of the day that I think the One Day of Brightness that you did with her.
Oh yeah.
I won this.
I've done a couple of those.
Beanie through that, and she's going to do it again. I just encourage everybody to do it because I've met the most amazing people through this, including Noriana Diesel. She is Phoenix Aurelius's wife, who did my regression, and
Nice.
like,
Okay.
so all these things are like coming together, and I don't know, cool shit's happening, guys.
One
It
Day of
is.
Brightness is the first time I met you on video, Gordy.
When is
The one day.
Oh yeah, the One Day of Brightness. That's right. You and I met there. That's right, Kaylee. That's
Vinny
fucking
B was at the
rad.
ones I
Look
was
at
at
this.
in the chat.
So anyway,
Those are good.
dude, those are fantastic times, and you'll learn a lot, and it'll focus you back on some sort of, spiritual path. She's a great teacher, and
She
Chance
is.
Garden is a great healer, and I know this shit works, man. If you need it, like, pull the trigger, man. If you're needing some sort of physical boost too, it's a good deal. It works.
Good night, Chance.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye. Thanks for all the kind words. I love you all. Bye bye.
Yeah, love you, brother.
Later, brother.
Before I forget it, I wanted to go back to Doctor Strange and time
Mm.
and just throw something out for the ladies and maybe some other people who know this. I didn't get into Marvel. That wasn't my thing, but I'm familiar with it. My Marvel was Sailor Moon. And Sailor Pluto controls time.
I just can't. I have to put this out there. All right. I'm coming out of the closet as my nerd self right now. All right. I've done a couple of cosplays. The last one I did, there was a group of 12 ladies, and we did fucking Sailor Moon, and I was fucking Pluto. Years later, I found Pluto's on my fucking MC, the most public part of your. And I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, carry on.
I love it. No, I love it. That's awesome.
Can we talk
That's the
about
thing.
how Mickey Mouse's dog is named Pluto? The dogs,
But
Pluto.
let me say, there are no girls on the internet, so Pixar didn't happen. We need them in the Telegram chats at your earliest convenience. And you, the listener, our Telegram chat link is t.me/Spiders Welcome Web. Spiders Welcome Web.
There
Thank
are
you.
girls here.
Join the
Alan
Telegram.
Marcus sounds a little randy tonight, trying to hit the girls up in the chat. ASL.
ASL? ASMR?
ASL.
You want to hear more of this?
Yeah, for people not familiar with that show,
This is
I've been
episode
asked like
69.
what
Speed
the
answers, crabs ain't one, fishnets required.
listen.
Right, fishnets are now required. After the break, fishnets
March
are required.
6th, 2022. It is 1:08 a.m. in the Central Time.
Oh my
We are
god.
well past intermission. And this is episode 6 and 9. This is
Yeah.
ASMR. You
So
hate
we've
it.
been
Hey, I
a
got
lot
an
in the
idea.
masculine for many hours. So let me tell you the premise
All
of
right.
this show for people who don't understand it. Because I've been asked, they're like, what exactly
Yes,
is this
please
villain?
do. I don't get it.
It's the darkness. It's the shadow side. It's called the Negaverse for a reason. And all of the villains in every single episode masquerade as something in society to specifically drain people's energy. They'll open up a jewelry store and be like, oh, come check out our jewelry. And really, they're just draining people's energy. That's what those villains are. That is what they're fighting. It's super, super esoteric.
Evil by moonlight,
Wow.
winning love by
But they're
daylight.
all planets. And like the first part of the whole like first season, you're just working with the personal planets. It's the moon, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Venus. Venus reflects the moon in this story because she doubles as Sailor Moon to protect her as the princess. So they all have these interesting qualities and these different takes on all the planets. And later on, they do have the larger planets too, but that's what the whole show is.
Really? I had no idea that Sailor Moon had some sort of mystical thing. Like all these weird anime things have like tarot connections and shit. And I never paid attention. I was like, fucking A, those Robotech robots are pretty cool.
Well, that's the whole reason the whole Transformers episode came up with me, Roman, and Gabe, where I was watching it with my son who thinks he's Optimus Prime, or at least he's one of the good guys. And I was sitting there and I was just blown away the entire time, all the occult symbolism behind that. And the last minute, I was like, hey guys, we got to do this. And Gabe came on and it was an awesome episode. Check it out, episode 80 on the Juan Juan podcast. And yeah, and the whole energy draining thing, it's all got to do with cymatics and the Saturn, right? The cube symbolism where Saturn, Kronos is the demiurge, and they're keeping us in this, right? The demiurge created this false reality that he's keeping us in by withholding knowledge. That's why I tell people it's important to understand the symbolism, because the symbols are the language of the soul. And just understanding those symbols is where you begin. That's the starting point. And what you do with that information is up to you. But a lot of people are oblivious to what they're consuming, what their kids are watching, what's being broadcasted to them. And again, it's got to do with the whole Saturn transmitting waves of frequencies, which Pythagoras talked about the music of spheres. We know that the planets emit these certain frequencies. Cymatics affects matter, right? Cymatics is sound affecting matter, which we know is a real thing. And it's
and they come from the
that's a
planet.
really big thing that I am noticing in all these books, man. That one of the things that through every single version of mysticism, they're coming back to vibration, and harmonics, and sound.
The word
and,
Cybertron has that.
Yeah.
And the ringing cedars.
Yeah.
The trees
through the
ring.
rings of Saturn, the rings, he's portraying this frequency, right? The rings, again, that whole the Black Knight satellite thing where he's emitting these waves onto the planet and people are picking these up. And interestingly enough, Pythagoras talked about how when you were able to achieve these higher levels of consciousness and you were able to quiet everything else in your soul, were you able to pick up the music of the spheres, the great tonal vibration and frequency that these spheres, being the planets, give out. And that's, I think, why we have all these waves and you know, we have 5G, we have Wi-Fi, we have all these things at all times clogging up those airwaves for us, which we know. And I think that's part of the narrative.
One of the things that was really hard to I've been trying to kind of articulate a near-death experience that I had, and one of them was when I was out of my body, and I was seeing cymatics like from a test, you know, like you see cymatics in the cymatic test where a certain note creates a certain pattern, right?
Sand or rice.
Sand or rice. Everybody's seen that demonstration. But in that state, I could see sound becoming like that vibration, but you saw it in a linear way, like in an extra kind of dimension, right? And each one of those sounds like turned into a like you started seeing the pattern, right? And the patterns and it immediately turned into a fractal, and like you're traveling through Mandelbrot set back to your soul. It's, I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, that might be like something that sounds like shrooms or DMT
Yeah,
experience.
I was gonna say mushrooms. When you're in another dimension, when you take mushrooms, because you see shit that you wouldn't normally see. That's why I have the utmost respect for psychedelics, because they do put you in another dimension and put you in touch with these. That's why shamans back then were so highly regarded, and only certain people could go into these rituals and ceremonies that they were doing with the use of entheogens, because it was a sacred thing that the mother earth, the goddess or whatever you want to, has given to us, and we're able to tap in. If anything, we're a failed plant experiment, because the spores of mushrooms can exist in the vacuum of space. So who's to say that they didn't make us to spread their spores? You know, I've always said that.
I'm gonna put on some lip balm and then give you all a chef's kiss.
That was the theme of Pantera covered a Black Sabbath song called Planet Caravan, and the ancient CGI video is just that. It shows the mushroom spores coming down through the sky, and then populating the entire earth with plant life and snakes, and then the mushrooms grow up at the end and they blast off just like a big phallus ejaculating, and the wind sweeps the spores away and takes it back out to the edge. So if you've never seen it, it's really hokey now.
Mushroom flavored chapstick.
Oh, that's interesting. That idea meant to spread spores, because I don't know. Immediately, I think of, when talking about fungus in relation to the human body, Candida, and how fucking sinister that shit is.
Yeah.
It helps
right.
body after you die, but like if you feed it too much sugar, it'll help you die faster. Like, I'll just eat you.
Well, that's why they feed us all this sugar, and there's a reason. There's nothing in this world that has the spectrum that mushrooms have. Like, these taste amazing, and these will fucking kill you, and these will make, if you take enough, will make you and turn you into Bigfoot. There's nothing with that spectrum on the face of this flat
if
earth.
I
You know,
eat green eggs and ham, would I feel like the Cat in the Hat?
if you take 5 grams, 5 dry grams in a dark room, how Terrence McKenna says, you will be. I saw Baphomet, okay? So you will be Bigfoot if you want. Okay?
Did Baphomet see you?
No, it was a video that I was watching, and Brian Callen's face turned into Baphomet, and I was like, nope. I pieced the fuck out. No, I'm serious.
I believe you. I believe you.
I believe you.
That is how that works. Yes.
You know,
it makes me think of well, Alan has a great story about let's say a tree being struck by lightning or
I
something.
have a few great stories. Which one did you want to hear?
Well, you told a story one time about a tree being struck by lightning.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember if you said you were under influence. It didn't matter.
No, I am straight edge as you know what I'm saying? X's on the hands.
Good Christian boy.
Yeah.
The
Well, I
only
mean,
thing
I
I'm
always
high on
assumed
is
that, but I never
oxytocin
asked.
and oxygen, and I go for a walk at night and breathe some fresh air and play psychic bingo with a magic square that has the letters LUSIFER on this, and and they even do the magic, and then you put it against the tree 3 times, and you're like, oh, I'm at a crossroads and I'm mumbling a little bit, but it works.
Yeah, it works.
It works.
That's just an astounding story.
It's like when you ring, 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 clap, clap, clap. Hello, can I speak to Venus? Hello, can I speak to Lucy? Is she there? Hello.
Have you guys done randonauting? Have you guys done that? Yeah.
Yes.
I've heard of it, but I've never done it.
What is random?
It's a website, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, it was like the geo sites or something, right? Like
Yeah, so
you leave.
It's an app,
something.
and it's supposedly like this quantum randomizer, and you're supposed to think of an intent, and it'll put a random point somewhere. And there's been people who have found dead bodies from it, and there's people who, I've heard 2 things. It's like, you shouldn't mess with it because you're inviting things. It's almost like playing the Ouija board. You're playing with these again Lovecraftian entities that are outside their
you're the
own.
planchette.
Yeah, it's like you got to be careful when you mess with it. That's why I understand the occult and all this esoteric shit, but I don't fuck with it. I don't invite because that veil is thin, right? And you know exactly what I'm talking about. That veil is thin, and
Yeah.
I've heard
Yeah.
occultists, practicing occultists, who they tell me the trick is, in order for you to be able to come back out, is to take it to the point where you're almost all the way in it, and then at the very last second just pull yourself out, because he said you slip right in. He said you slip right in.
Let's be clear here. If you are questioning and you're like, these guys are kind of crazy and they're talking about grimoires and chaos magic and rituals and stuff, Ouija boards, I get the heebie-jeebies. I don't like any of that stuff, but I don't believe any of it's real. So I think it's just all psychological.
I know.
You're like, well, why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead and try an experiment where you
Absolutely, it's real.
and you
It's real,
and
yeah.
in your mind
It's
you
real.
believe it's going to work, and you go and test it and you try. And that's why I say, if you do a prank call on the principalities of the powers of the air, and then you get the celestial alignment of the drop that looks nothing like a comet, that looks nothing like a shooting star, looks nothing like a satellite. It looks not. I've been out looking at stars and constellations and through telescopes and binoculars and observing these phenomenons. So when I can say, did something, saw a result that I'd never seen before and had never seen since, that is physical reality, altered ritual results, it works, and then you hang up the phone and you say, I get it, it works. I'm okay. That's great.
Yep.
Now I'm gonna go and make breakfast.
Yep.
Go back to living your life.
Juan, have you randonauted?
I have not. No, I spoke. Nick Hinton, who was one of the guys behind the project. I've had him on the podcast, and I was talking to them about it way before it was mainstream, right before it went on Reddit and all this stuff. He was episode number 2 on my podcast, and we had talked about it, and I had generated a few points, but never went to them. Right, never went to them because, again, I saw the aspect of, hey, you're messing with shit that you probably shouldn't be messing with. These AI entities that we know about.
Yeah, it's like, imagine how they're potentially, how they could be honing the ability to interpret your intentions in that moment where it says, okay, now focus on what you want to get out of this. It's scanning all kinds of shit. You can't even imagine what it's scanning. It's totally getting the sample that it wants to read our desires.
Can you repeat that one more time? Focus on what did you say?
In the moment where randonauting says, focus on what you want to get out of this.
Intention.
Your phone.
Say that one more time, Gabriel.
No, 3 times and Beetlejuice will show
So you focus on the intent of what you want to get out of it. Have you stopped to consider they, them, whatever intelligences, ultra-terrestrials, spirits, jinn, angels, demons, whatever, what do you think they want out of the deal? What do you think they are going to require of you? What do you think that carrot that they dangle in front of you is going to lead you to ultimately, when you continue to follow the footsteps that they set out in front of you? And if this is an initiation ritual in which they are saying, use these tools to talk to me, use this language, these sounds, these songs, these candles, these implements, these scents, these smells, these associations, use this system, and they keep giving it to you, and you keep receiving it, and you keep using it, what do you think the end goal of that is going to be? And do you think it's going to make you the wealthiest man on earth and live prosperous, and everyone's going to remember your name, and you're going to be Times Person of the Year? What do you think is going to happen with that life? And what have other great beasts and practicing dark sorcerers done at the end of their life philanthropically to give back to people? Are they saints? Are they sinners?
If it's free, you're the product.
Right. And I think that's a huge trap in a lot of new age systems and beliefs. And I actually was listening to one of Cheney's podcasts where she was talking about angel numbers. And it's like, yeah, you're getting all those messages and that's great to see that you're on track. But if you're always living in that, whoo, I'm on track moment, like, are you going anywhere? And not to put those things down. I know people who are very into it. But I agree. And one of the points she made was to start making your own associations with those things. You know, if I see 1221, what does that even mean? I have to give that meaning. I have to give that intent. Otherwise, I'm just going along with this whole dangling carrot thing. Like, you're on track, you're on track. I'm like, but for what?
All the white rabbit.
Hey, your voice was doing a little weird robotic thing. We probably need to go back, and I just want to make somebody timestamp that.
Sorry.
Timestamp it.
Sorry.
No.
3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds, perhaps, is the timestamp.
Anyway, sorry. Because I want to go back and listen to what you were just saying again. I think maybe it needs to be emphasized. I'm just saying.
And I don't want to come down on people because, like I said, like, I have a very good friend who is just super into it, and I don't want to discourage her, but at the same time, I'm like,
well, it is.
I love you, but how's your life, girl? Like, you're following these things, and yes, and even I was told growing up in the church, if you're going to follow God, get ready for a life that's unconventional. It's not going to be part of the system. So there's a part of me that explores these things and is like, well, yeah, of course it might suck, and you're going to look crazy. But you have to understand who you're working with, what you're working with, what's leading you, and if it's all just a game to them, because isn't that what most people, and especially the Greeks, would see the gods are playing with humans? That's why I try to get away from Greek mythology and all of their programs.
Yeah.
We have all these entities, in Celtic myth, they're coming to you, they're approaching you, they're saying, we want your help in our battle. We want you to come fight for us. It's going to be like 2 hours your time, 10 years our time. Don't worry about it. Those benevolent beings, a lot of them are benevolent, and they're coming to you to work with instead of conjure us, help us come here and, try to control you. The relationship's completely different. So I think it's so fascinating that there is such a connection to these denser entities who try to give you a higher mind, and because that's part of their nature too. They do have that high mind. They do have good information, of course, but ultimately they're going to drag you down. So
that's very intoxicating.
Very
intoxicating, like getting contact with the spirit. That could go south pretty quick.
If they're holding your balls in the palms of their hand and it starts to feel good, really excited about what's going on, and you don't see the scalpel, you don't see the castration. It's like, what are you giving up? Is it worth it, man? Is it worth it?
Fondle my sack.
Balls in their hand. Are they gonna squeeze?
I would add to
crush, destroy you.
Any supposedly higher or benevolent being that is asking any kind of a price for something, like if they're asking like you to sacrifice something or give them, is it really benevolent?
Right. See, that's the question. You just hit the nail on the head. It's not always, their agreement on paper is spiritually linked.
But is there a difference?
When we agree to, is there a difference? How would you possibly know? that, something you agreed to, uh, just because they had your permission,
And will you pay
what it's going to do. Yeah, you're
next
going to.
life?
Well, because
Oh,
think about like Buddhist paths and some of this stuff where you do a lot of surrender work. You
Yeah.
surrender a lot of attachment to certain things.
Yeah.
So if a being is asking you to surrender certain things, is that how you gauge what to trust and what not to trust? What part of the initiation? Hey, I'm gonna take you higher, but it's going to cost all your fear. It's going to cost what? What is it exactly that you're trading? And is that the gauge on whether or not that being is really out for your benefit or not? Because if they're telling you it's going to cost this, is that just like a statement of truth, like, hey, just FYI, no pain, no gain, buddy?
Speaking of paranormal and occult animes, right? We mentioned earlier, we have the Full Metal Alchemist, where they talk about the law of equivalent exchange, where again the taboo of that time is don't try to summon somebody back from the dead, right? The Bible says don't do necromancy, but then you have Jesus coming back 3 days later, because again, it's do as I say, not as I do. And these people are in touch with these higher entities and people, right? The Knights Templar with Baphomet and all this stuff. And you have this medieval cannibal and black magician Peter Nears. He was history's most prolific serial killer who ate baby fetuses. I'm sorry to get graphic, but he did these things, and he had a blood pact with the devil, and he could supposedly transform into a cat or a dog or a goat. And he was given money, physical money, but again, at what cost? It's like, how depraved are you going to get in order to get to these levels of initiation and do these things? And yeah, that's why I don't fuck with it. And I know people who do, and I don't judge anybody for whatever you do, but more power to you. But eventually, it's again law of equivalent exchange. What are you gonna give up? If you're gonna give your soul up, then so be it. But that's between you and God.
When it gets really,
Right.
really
No, I
dirty,
mean,
you get a lot of blood in your hair. Baphomet,
Baphomet,
ooh la la.
Wash it all out.
There's no free lunch in the universe. This is a nice way to sum it up.
So I think
speaking of Baphomet, so I have to take it back to this because you mentioned like seeing that image of Baphomet, and like that entity's come up a whole lot in recent years. So I wonder if it is kind of a reflection of America's shadow Cancer side, because America is a Cancer in its birth chart. So is Baphomet kind of that primal representation of unity of the sexes,
The wild
and
man,
that fertility? Yeah.
the goat, the scapegoat, right? In the book of Genesis, Azazel, they sacrifice a goat to Azazel, and they free a goat into the wild to show the mercy of God. And again, that you could also, they talk about how John the Baptist was also this wild man of the nature, and that's how they say that the Knights Templar were worshiping John the Baptist's head. That's where all that comes from. And I do think that there have been these entities, these archonic forces behind the shadows, again, very Lovecraftian, at the edge of our reality, that time doesn't affect them. And what do they want from us? Energy, this lower vibrational thing. That's why Abraxas adds up to the Greek word that means of lower intellect, lower
So
vibration.
what if they want all of your energy? What if your soul is energy and they want all of your energy? They want
do.
all of your soul. They will suck you dry.
Yep, and they are right now. That's the whole point. That's why the Pythagoreans said that this life is a sentence. Earth is hell. That's why the demiurge created it, because we are in this false reality. And how David Icke says, the worst type of prison is the prison that you can't see the bars. And we are in some sort of prison.
Mental prison.
A mental prison, exactly. That's what it's all about. It's all
It's
about
the psychological warfare that you're constantly under attack.
the will to
combined with
power.
Spiritual warfare.
The eternal recurrence,
right.
where there's this idea that man needs to suffer in this world in order to achieve what he wants, right? That's Friedrich Nietzsche. But yeah, I think that these elites are in touch with higher powers or consciousnesses, and that's what
Maybe
Helena
they're lower
Blavatsky.
powers.
Yeah, Helena Blavatsky talked about these ascended masters, right? That's what they are. I think that's what all these figures all throughout history and throughout ancient civilizations, they were the same people: Buddha, Krishna, Vishnu, Quetzalcoatl, Jesus Christ, Christ being the title, Jesus being the man. Right? He was able to achieve Christ consciousness, and again through the mystery schools, and even Pythagoras, right, was omnipotent and had he was deified in a way. So again, all these characters, I think that they were like messengers or something sent in, almost like psychopomps, but in the real material world. And again, you can take that how you will, but this is the type of shit that I love talking about because it's fucking fascinating.
Yeah,
So
man.
here's
I
a
got a
question
good
Awesome.
one.
God, that's
We're
awesome.
talking higher or lower. We're talking hierarchies.
Love that
Who's
shit.
to say who's above what and who's lower and who
As
bows
above,
to
so
who,
below.
who genuflects and who stands proud and who acquiesces and who's the boss and who's the leader. There are orders of angels, legions of demons, presidents Biden and Putin and pudding and chocolate and vanilla. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Like, who decides what is benevolent to you and who is affectionate towards you and who hates you and who's at war with you, and what is your brigade and what are your colors and what's your family crest and who are you fighting for and who are you fighting against? Are you on team red or are you on team blue? And it's like higher or lower, and they're fighting for your soul. So maybe your soul is higher than their lower demonic energies, right? So if you're giving up that, what are you getting in exchange? And is it a life worth living? Is it a life lived well when you, at the time of your death, maybe it's sudden, maybe it's slow. That's why people are like, have you accepted Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior? Do you have fire insurance? Is your soul going to heaven or hell? All of these questions are being asked of you. And if you consider that, there's something to that. When you have your life review played back in a near-death experience, and you see all the times you cursed someone, and you said, I hope you suffer, and I don't like you, and you're rotten, and all these terrible things that come out of your mouth, and the curses, are you remembering the blessings and the gratitude and the thanksgiving? Or do you remember the dick cheese in your cornucopia? Do you remember the Nintendo 64 under the Christmas tree on Christmas morning because you were a good little boy and Santa gave it to you and you sat on Santa's lap, right? We have all these stories and these metaphors of good behavior or bad behavior. We have a justice system. We have Libra scales. We have libraries of knowledge, books like the Bible. We have codes and morality. And we have a soul that knows if it's black or if it's white. Is it written in the Lamb's book of life? Or is it damned? And is that your journey? Is that your new age walk? Are you living in the light? Are you a light worker? Are you really dealing with shadow work?
The
Are
two
you
pillars.
really healing and uniting?
You have to walk
is
in
your
between the
spiritual
two
fruit?
pillars.
Yeah,
find
we're
an
that middle
equilibrium.
path.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be that middle path. So if you've got forces trying to get you ether, you've got
right.
forces trying to get you down, all they're doing is messing up your path.
The
And it's
only way-
supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be a game.
If
This is
someone doesn't
not,
call bingo, oingo, boingo, bingo, bingo, come on.
yeah.
We have a lot of winners in this chat. I know it. You're a winner.
Yeah.
I've
You
seen
haven't
some
heard it
people.
couple of
lately.
people who were.
You are a winner. Don't give up your soul easily.
Alan, I am so glad you went this way because we have all these little if people don't know you and you're not in the Telegram chat, you're missing a whole bunch of stuff that's really pretty cool. So we have some pretty bitchin' conversations. So get in there though. Telly, can you give it a name again, please, sir?
Please, master.
But if anybody in the
in the comments
universe who hears my voice right now has this video of this burlesque show from the 20s that was a movie maybe 30s that had been colorized, right? But it was this movie of an office of demons, and there was this whole angels and demons thing, and that it was like, and hell was like a run by demons. I know it was kind of like making fun of the like evil bosses, because it was kind of a Depression era thing, but there was I kept remembering, like, they're showing me weird things for some reason, and I can't remember where I saw this thing. I know it exists because I had it on a VHS that my stepdad like taped for me. And he's like, oh, I just thought you'd think it was cool. And it was like one of those things that sticks in your memory because it was kind of out of character for somebody. So it's like, I know this thing exists. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a big note of it in my head. But it was really interesting. And like showgirls and everything. I'm positive this thing exists, but I haven't seen it for years. So
yeah, it's a call out to everybody
it's
listening.
a call out.
If you know what it is, please hit us up, drop it in the chat, send us a message anywhere, because I'm curious now too. So it's like a Depression era. You said it was vaudevillian? No, you used a different
it was kind of burlesque.
Burlesque, yeah. But then it was an office, like bureaucracy of demons.
Bureaucracy of demons, and there were all these showgirls like doing numbers and like jazz tunes, and it was very much like what I think Danny Elfman based his first character on in the movie Forbidden Zone. And
okay,
I am longing to see this thing again, because
yeah,
there's like
I'm excited
weird
to hear it.
spiritual codes in that movie, I think too. Like he goes to hell, and it's a whole thing. And now, if you look at Danny Elfman now, he's got these all these magical tattoos on him, like all these magical and astrological symbols, and dude looks pretty witchy to me. Like, are we going down these same paths? And everybody go listen to Oingo Boyo's 1984. Like, if he wasn't telegraphing shit, or No Spill Blood was about that kind of Island of Dr. Moreau kind of thing.
Yeah, what a title, No Spill Blood.
House of Pain, like all these. I think his song Little Girls was talking about the Hollywood creepo fucks that were, housing, sex trafficking.
Yeah, I never got into Oingo Boingo.
That was happening in the 20s too. Fucking
yeah, that was happening to Shirley Temple. If you look really close,
Shirley Temple, dude.
Joe Atwill did an interview about it. I know we mentioned him earlier, and I don't want to miss this point, Gordy. Your whole thing, remembering that demonic bureaucracy movie. It reminded me. The reason I chimed in really is because it reminded me of when we all had our talk with Jerry Marzinski. I don't remember which episode it is, but he describes in Marzinski's work, he describes that as like an accurate depiction of how things were working, with him trying to help schizophrenics get out of their the worst parts of their disease, and giving them these strategies that they described like they were hearing or seeing the demonic bureaucracy across the ether, and they weren't getting obviously plain vivid details, but they were getting a lot of details that made it make sense to what you're saying, that there was like superiors, there was all these little demons that had to go whisper in people's ears and tell them what to do, and if things didn't go right, then they had to account to a bigger superior demon that had the threat of some kind of punishment or violence over the smaller demons. So I'm curious to see this whole thing develop. I'll look too, man. I'll start searching for that old movie.
Well, I think is it Jared? I think Jared just dropped it in the chat, so I'm going to go back and look.
Oh, sweet!
As soon as he dropped something in there, so
it wouldn't surprise me he could find it right away. Smart guy. Thanks, Jared.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
Some of some of Lindsay's guests have talked about that, about these hierarchies and these systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot remember for the life of me which one, but you might know, and I can always dig it up too. But she's had some really interesting
Yeah.
guests talk about that, and I would love to hear some of these people who work with these entities talk about people who have had visions of hell, because I don't hear that a lot in New Age circles. I don't hear anybody. They get all these crazy, they'll go to, like I've had dreams about Lyra or Atlantis. They'll dream about Atlantis or something, but no one ever goes to hell. Only people in the Christian church seem to have these visions of hell. So is it, are these targeted entities? Are they specifically targeting the church? Like, why are only these people seeing this? And I personally think that because time is the way that it is, you could absolutely be seeing somebody in a moment of hell, a very literal, because when we die, we have that in-between space. So you're going to relive part of your life. So there is a literal place in space-time where you do experience that. But eternity is, what is eternity? So who's to say that person stays there? If there are going to be people in heaven who we don't expect to be there, that would piss us off to know that they're there, is it only a moment of God's space-time, only a moment to God? And why are only certain people seeing this?
I did an episode with Esoteric Eddie. He wrote the book The Lucifer Mystery Unveiled, and he gets into the misconception of a westernized philosophy and religion being Christianity, where they took this figure of Lucifer, Satan, or the devil, and it's just a made up thing in order to push a narrative, right? Constantine wanted to be the divine ruler, right? They used religion as propaganda in their time, so they have to have the good and the evil. They have to have that duality. So this Lucifer character is literally misconstrued since the beginning of time. Sumer was the original OGs of religion that wrote and paved the road for religion, and all ancient civilizations, just again, these same characters all throughout time. They're the same people with different names, and it just so happened to be that Christianity took that Lucifer doctrine and they ran with it. And again, that's the person, right? Purgatory, you have Dante's The Inferno, which was more of a picture of their times, right? John, the guy who wrote the book of Revelations, the seven-headed beast, was the seven emperors of Rome. 666, Nero Kaisermar. So all this stuff that they were talking about is more political allegories, because they couldn't come out and say, hey, fuck the government, fuck these emperors, because they'd be burned at the stake. But again, it's just a narrative that they've painted. And I think, on my awakening journey, I think the universe is God. I think that everything is God, right? And the one, the source, the emanationists, right? The Pythagoreans, the Neoplatonists, all these guys that paved the road for these modern day religions, they were onto all this shit and they knew about it. And I think hell or heaven, they're just levels of consciousness, right? Depending on which vibration you want to attune to, because everything is Nikola Tesla said, if you understand the universe and vibrations and frequencies, and that's the answer to everything, or something like that. Again, guys ahead of their time who understood this stuff. And it's like, do you want to attach yourself to the lower vibrational entities, or do you want to attach yourself to the higher the Christ consciousness, and live that after you die? And my dad died 4 times and he didn't see shit. He didn't see anything. I asked him, the first thing I asked him when I saw him after his heart attack was, what'd you see? He goes, nothing. Now, there's not a spiritual bone in his body, but again, maybe it wasn't his time, or maybe he wasn't attuned to a certain frequency at the time in order to have a near-death experience, because he doesn't remember anything, because I don't remember anything, and I died 4 times. So
wow.
Yeah,
what did Nikola Tesla say about 3, 6, and
Thank you.
9? Do you have a spiritual boner?
Of course, man. If you see
Expensive
3,
dildos.
I mean, 169 is hard enough, but 369s, come on.
$696.
That's excessive. 69.
$69.
What are we doing?
Good God.
I'm just going crazy.
I'm not doing the
No.
online shopping right now, I promise. I refuse that
Marcus.
offer. I don't need that. No, siree.
Crack me up, dude.
That's not where honey
Nope.
comes from. Honey comes from bees. My personal life is not your beeswax, so please don't ask me later in any DMs or any private message.
You guys want to do some bibliomancy real quick?
Yeah.
What are we just gonna point from? What's calling to you? The
The big
kahuna,
kahuna, the little kahuna.
the rediscovering ancient magic.
Ancient magic.
This is, island mystic stuff, I guess.
I'm feeling kahuna myself.
Or
Yeah, I had a strong feeling too. When you
the
first put it
Mystic
up.
Bible. Kahuna? We're talking kahuna?
Ooh.
Okay.
I like kahuna
I think-
because
Yeah,
Yeah, it sounds interesting.
That
You
or
were
the
going
Mystic
on
Bible.
about that on the chat too. I think you should get into it.
the author of the Mystic Bible that you got is a RST, like Rudolph Stone.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Ralph Steiner.
yeah. So R is the 18. That's the moon card, which lands on Hawaii. So let's do the kahuna.
Wow.
And-
So it's about healers. Healers.
That's where a bunch of people who are connected to Lemuria go, is Hawaii.
Sweet.
Huh. Really? They're the healers.
Mhm.
And I am having these weird things. I am telling you, since I was very young, I've had this weird connection with these Hawaiian gods that I carved the knobs
Sweet.
of my guitar.
That is awesome.
And they're the gods of music and creation.
Cool.
that's so awesome, dude. That's so sweet.
And it's been rattling around in there, and I've had these like the connections with the owls. That's the big thing. That's like the what was the puka that you talked about? That's the one that brings you to the other side, or shows you the other side. The Amakua Poeo is the owl, and the owl family, and that they're very much known as the ones who skirt the worlds of the material and the spiritual. So, and it's calling us all to healers and to listen to this stuff. Not that I can read for crap, but in no field were the kahuna more advanced than in that of medicine. At the time of the most European doctors were bleeding patients with dirty hands, the Hawaiian medical men were dealing successfully with ulcers, heart trouble, epilepsy, and cancer. Some of the practices that were 200 years ago have surprising similarity to those in the world today. The cost of cursing was high, unless he was important or wealthy. The patient was brought to the doctor inevitably too. The doctor rebuked those who used home remedies first before seeking outside help. So they go to the spiritual guy first. Well, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to go to that guy and give me an aspirin. I'm going to talk to my weird uncle
car
first.
mechanic. Yeah, makes
Yeah,
me think of a car mechanic. Like they don't want you to take the car apart before they get to work on it. Don't try something at home first. You're going to kill yourself before I can save you.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. So anyway, isn't that fun? Gifted. Is just, this shit's gonna just keep on giving. I love it.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you, Gordy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, these ancients understood that certain things, like Pythagoras healed people with stories from Homer's Odyssey, right? He would sing to them and he would heal people. Again, that's what, like, I don't believe it all in big pharma. And again, with my dad, like I opened up his drawers the other day and it was just a pharmacy of shit.
Yep.
And his MS treatment, because he has MS too, is $30,000 a month for a 30-day supply for the rest of his
Yep.
life. It doesn't cure you. It's to keep you sick, keep you coming back. The products that you use on your hair mess your hair up. They keep you buying the product that you think is helping fix the problem, but it's actually causing the problem, and they just keep you in that endless cycle. And again, it's all about monetizing everything. That's why they cut Nikola Tesla off when he was like, hey, I want to give free etheric energy to the world. You want to do what? Being funded by
Yep.
JP Morgan, Westinghouse, all the biggest lizards, because if they can't monetize it, if they can't industrialize it, they don't fucking want it. They don't want it. You know, like all this whole thing with the Ovid and all this stuff that's been going on. It's a new market for these people. They're making a killing. In the quarter,
It is.
in the first quarter, it was like what,
That's
$20
right.
billion dollars. You know, it's one thing. You know, somebody mentioned being in a game earlier, and I tell people, you know, we're living in a real life game of Monopoly. And what people don't realize is that it's one thing to know that you're in a game and when you don't know that you're in a game, right? So if you know you're in prison versus when you don't know that you're in prison, you're going to live life differently. So that's why these guys are just stacking bread that they're never ever going to spend in their entire fucking miserable lives. And they're just going to keep doing that because they know they're in a virtual casino. They know this, they know it, and they want to keep you coming back for more and more and more. And they're selling your data to God knows who, because they don't even know who they're selling it to. It's like, hey, yeah, we find Facebook $5 billion a couple of times. That's a drop in the bucket for them. They're selling your data to who? Well, we don't know. To these entities, the AI, whoever the fuck it may be, you know, and people don't realize and wake up. And you tell people this, you're just a conspiracy theorist. Well, sure, but I like to think outside the box, and I like to, you know, understand things. But we're all cogs in the system. I mean, that's just the reality. We're all cogs in the system. But as long as you know that it's a game and you don't take it seriously, and I'm not telling people to do things, right? Like, oh, well, if this doesn't matter, then I'm no. Just understand, right? Open your eyes and understand, read between the lines, and you're gonna live like a stoic. You know, the logos, it's just something that's there. You probably can't control it, but just try to make a difference in the world and make it a better place than how you found it. And just be don't be a piece of shit, be a better person, right? And that's what it's all about, sharing love. And that's what I love about podcasting. We're all alchemists. We're transforming people's thoughts through the airwaves. We're finding all the correct words to try to morph people's ideologies, shift paradigms, and open people up to other possibilities. And again, if you want to take that or not, that's up to you. But that's why I'm so passionate about this stuff, and I think it's fascinating. And yeah, that's
What is that, Kaylee?
Beautifully said, Juan. Beautifully said.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. That was great.
While Gordy was reading, I was shuffling my cards and pulled out the King of Cups,
Solid.
who is all about living from the heart, connecting emotionally in mature ways. And Gordy gives me major King of Cup vibes for sure, because he's like just so full of love and like fill your own cup. And perfect. Because I thought it was really funny that.
Do you guys have any clue what trouble I am to everybody around me?
You gotta fill your cup up. You gotta go to the spiritual healer before you start any regimens. I like that a lot.
Yeah,
Gordy, I love your Oingo Boingo shirt. I'd love to see you in a shirt that looks a little bit like this.
I would love to see myself in a shirt that looks like that.
What does that say?
Is that long?
Yeah.
Is that long sleeve? Yeah. Oh, okay.
So dope.
I need more t-shirts. All of my shirts are old. I need new shirts.
This is a new,
Yeah,
never
same.
seen
Oh,
before
damn.
design on a t-shirt. It's our prototype. I'll get
That's
some
a
white on it.
That prototype is just my type.
I want to remind people that in the potential process of bringing this product to market, Alan Marcus has generously offered that he would maybe wear the shirt for one day and
Rub my
zip it up
magic off
into,
on it.
seal it into a nice Ziploc bag.
I could sleep in it.
Pre-worn. Nice.
Yeah, pre-worn. I
Mm.
mean, we digressed from there. Was that during flow state? We talked about other
Yeah.
things that you could
Yeah.
potentially have done to the t-shirt. You know, you can use your imagination for all the different things that might be done to a t-shirt at any given time. And there's always a possibility that Alan would be willing. Yeah, see, like maybe that's a special
The
request. Would you rub
juices.
Hey,
go
this
for a
is,
jog and rub the armpits
It's
hard,
anointed.
you know.
I don't know, man. They're gonna have your juices.
What the
Juices.
fuck?
8 extra for a clean.
You want a piece of me? You want a piece of me? I'll
That
put
is
it
some
on a
holy
tea.
juice,
I'll
man.
put it on a tea.
It'll boost your immunity.
Yeah, what I want is Alan to try as hard as he can to not sleep while he's wearing my shirt for as long as he can, and the whole time, as often as he can fit it into his schedule, to sing Holy Diver a cappella. That's the shirt that I want.
Holy diver.
They,
See,
Like a rainbow.
there's more.
Arc.
Hey, extra. Alan will send you a clean one.
Yes.
That's right. Exactly. That's right. That was the rules. I think that's what we agreed on. To get the clean
Pre-orders
shirt.
are open now. We're not accepting money.
Oh yeah, put me
Taking
on that list.
pre-orders. We want to hear color, probably black, but sizes. What sizes?
Yeah, drop it in the chat if you're considering a pre-order, or get a hold of us on Telegram especially, and we'll
Yes.
try to correlate.
The people that speak up now will be the first ones served.
ah,
And you know, if you want to go in on a set, we could always negotiate. You know, if people are thinking, hey, let's get 100, let's do it. We want these things. It's all possible. It's just a matter of us coordinating as a group. Alan
yeah,
has
if
taken
you
the
own
true
a
initiative to
boutique-
make a beautiful design. You
If
know,
you're competing with Hot Topic, you own a private boutique, or you go to rock concerts or whatever it is, you want a bunch of t-shirts. Well,
I'll tell you a secret. I went and made an impulsive purchase off of Facebook Marketplace, and God bless you guys if you're also impulsively buying things.
You
off the
got
internet.
it, bro. The AI got you.
No, well, I mean, I did it to myself. You know, I can't really even blame AI for this. But there was a dye sublimation printer, and I'm probably going to need to get some irons and like a heat press. But dye sublimation is a cool thing to. We could make coffee cups. We could make one of a kind original
oh,
T-shirts.
bitchin'. Oh, that'd
you
be
know, so-
cool. Yeah, because where
Did
else
some
but
printers,
weaving
yeah.
spiders are you gonna find, gems like these if we're not?
Oh yeah.
On gems, on gems, on gems.
dude, we
Wow.
got friggin' hats here.
We got
Those
friggin'
little
hats.
troll
Yeah,
dolls.
We got
And this is-
merchandise, you know?
This is the ancient secret
Everything goes
society.
guns.
Yeah.
This is the
That's like a
Cthulhu's.
there's a mini Kyborium, that 4-posted structure.
oh, it's very tentacly. I don't know, guys. These
Yeah.
are people from the sea.
How many of them are there? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is there 10 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. There's 11 of them.
11.
11.
But wait,
Interesting.
there were posts in the background with skulls in the middle.
Yes.
But wait, there's more.
Was it
Wait, there's more. Let's hear your bid. Is this an auction?
Huh.
Who's
Oh,
the highest bidder tonight?
$2 in the back. Whatever.
Data spider? And a data spider?
That was pretty good.
That was really good.
Look
That
at
was
that
good.
shit.
Oh my god.
What the?
Spin that around
Hold
too
on.
much.
What?
the fuck?
Hey, there's the classic spiral.
That
Whoa,
classic
brother.
spiral.
That's so
Whoa.
creepy. What
Is
is
that
that?
Is that
And
like
I think
an Orphight bowl? A Hawaiian version of the Orphight bowl?
Could be.
could be him puking
Everybody-
ayahuasca into a bowl.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looks
Oh,
like
that's
he's
pretty
going through a
similar to the
ritual.
O-Fight concept.
Yep. And there were heads on those pikes.
Yeah, there's heads on these pikes.
They were the
Good.
heads of steak.
Steak medium rare.
It's the universal code for it. Don't fuck with us.
Pineapple. Pineapple.
Yeah. Yeah.
It really is.
Hey, it
Yeah.
worked for
The head on
Jack.
a pike.
It worked
If you
for
put
the
a head
Red
on a pike
Dragon.
out front, you know the Jehovah's Witnesses wouldn't come ring the fucking doorbell if there was a head on a pike.
I think you have the
Even a
FBI knocking
plastic
on your
one.
door, bro.
For
Yeah,
a brief
even
time, I
even a
considered like staking out bugs' bodies with little pins just so they all knew
yeah,
not to enter the house. Like, this could happen to you.
Yeah.
I don't know
it
how
might work.
effective it would
I
be,
don't
but
know.
it's worth a try.
Might work.
It's smart.
It would be a
It
shame
works
if
with
something
crows.
were to happen to your crow friends.
You know what's the craziest
They
thing?
don't
I live by
negotiate
I forgot what's the one organization that translates the Bible here. It's either Tavistock or Wycliffe, something like that. Some organization that their thing is
Wycliffe sounds right.
who?
The Bereans.
No. There's this
Wycliffe.
organization here in Florida that translates the Bible.
Wycliffe.
Anyways, they
Wycliffe.
have Wycliffe. They have a huge building here, and I was driving past it today. And whenever I drive past it, there is tons and tons and tons of vultures on the outside in the fields. Like, but I'm talking about like
Trippy.
hundreds of vultures on the outside of this place that
No
translates the
kidding.
Bible.
Oh, you should get
Wow,
video.
dude.
I'll get video of it.
Footage of it, man.
No
Yeah.
shit. That'd be
Yeah,
That's
there's
crazy.
hundreds. And I was
wild.
driving by today and I looked at my wife and I said, it's kind of fucked up, right? That they got all these vultures out here and it's literally a place that they translate. They're accelerating the translation of the Bible in all different languages, and that's what they do.
Yeah.
But there's hundreds of vultures always hanging out on the outside of it. And it's creepy as fuck.
That is a wild totem sign. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's deep.
Yeah.
We could
a vulture.
definitely explore that, man.
Yeah, I'll get videos of it. It's not too far from my house.
That's
That's why I drive
that's
by
awesome.
there.
cool.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
Wow,
I'm
interesting.
hella stoked to meet you, Juan. I'm glad that I hit you up earlier, and I'm glad that you gave me your show because I'm gonna dig into your stuff, man.
Yeah,
I
me
appreciate
too,
you.
man. I appreciate that. Like you're brand new to me. I've got a lot of work to do with
I was telling SB that I'm a long time listener. I was listening to the picture show before I started podcasting, over 2 years ago. And a lot of the stuff that you guys talked about inspired me into what I'm talking about today. So it's just crazy that I'm here with you guys, and it's a ton of fun to
Yeah, I love
with
it.
like-minded people.
Like I
Yeah.
said, I don't even think
Cool.
about it until somebody says something like that. Like, hey, thanks for what you did. It's like, oh yeah, we published a bunch of stuff, huh? Like I don't, I guess I just probably just because I'm not making too much content right now other than hitting these shows up. But I got stuff coming, so maybe then I'll feel more like I'm activated again, get back to actually conscientiously I'm gonna create something, whether it's just a cover song on my guitar to play one track real quick, or to say, all right, I need to lay out my view of the square flat earth or whatever, so
Yeah, you never stopped. You never
Yeah.
stopped.
no, I can't. There's so much I create stuff all the time. I think that's the other reason why I don't think about it, because I'm creating so much stuff that if I think about it, I have a panic attack and I got to go sit down on the steps and like
Do you create because like a shark, like it's your oxygen? You have to
yeah,
create or die.
it really is. It really is. I'm so glad to be older now and finally feel at ease with it, because most of my life I felt like that's what I was supposed to do, but that I was obliged to do all of these other things and then limit that time down to the smallest amount, just what I could barely get away with. And so now that I'm older, and it's just like, you know what? No, I can create as the predominant feature of my life, other than sharing my life experience with other people. I mean, to me, that's the thing I seem most called to, is just to be involved with other people. Because I try to hit everybody up, I try to hit everybody back. And that's overwhelming sometimes too, but I feel more overwhelmed by thinking about what my quote unquote legacy might be, because I don't think about that, except for that people can look at me and see a good example of the true teachings of Jesus Christ, but not preaching it or being a hypocrite, just to actually do unto others and all that kind of stuff, But
Yeah,
no,
cool.
I love it. That's this huge, crazy artist collective, just synthesizing or whatever, it's manifesting, and we're all a part of it. And it's just vast and sweeping. And there's no dissension in the ranks. There's not a lot of drama, bullshit, blood sports, arguing back and forth. people aren't backbiting each other for the most part. You know, you get a few nefarious characters here and there, and it's weird how it gets dealt with. But for the most part, everybody is overflowing with love, with knowledge, with input, with wisdom, with respect, and I just fucking love it, man. My mind is blown. I love to be right in the middle of it. And when someone tells me whatever we were doing on Picture Show was a part of what they're doing now, I feel blessed, and I want to put that blessing back out.
Lee, thank you so much for showing up, buddy. I'm glad you're here. So
good morning.
So Sean and Juan, this is Lehman Dillon, right?
Yeah, Lehman Dollins, straight from the
Lehman
nation's capital this morning.
Oh, really?
Awesome. So
yeah. Hell yes.
So I was just
from
thinking
Instagram,
about
artists on Instagram.
Yeah, Lehman Dollins Art Instagram. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay, I
please.
follow you. Yeah, for sure. I know who you are. Your stuff's cool, man.
Appreciate you, man.
So when we were trying to get eyes on the Capitol one time when I saw some video online, and I just reached out to Lee because of his Instagram, and we interacted a couple of times, and he ran down there to see if
I remember that was
if
great.
all hell was breaking loose, and he's like, nah, it's fine. Which is great. No, it was weird, man.
I remember because I was commenting because I appreciated it so much because that's the thing we can trust. If I'm here in Boise, like I am, and everybody's saying, "Hey, it's happening big time right now," I'll just drive over there and throw the live stream on it. You know, like, hey, here's what they're saying is happening, because it gives us a gauge against actual reality, at least one that we can reasonably trust. If Slick Dissident tells me something's happened where he's at, I believe him.
Right. What was crazy about that day was, so I rode up to the Capitol it was 7 a.m. and I was on the backside initially in that video. Literally, I could have walked all the way up to the back windows and knocked on the window. There was nobody around. Now there's the cameras, but you know. So
yeah, but that doesn't count, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of nonsense that's being pushed out. Like my mother-in-law follows some people who I think are just monetizing truth to a ridiculous degree, and they will make anything up in order to get a click, and it sickens me.
Would that be Simon Parks?
Oh, I don't know any names because I don't mess with these jokers at all. I just know that when my mother-in-law comes at me with some Trump is the savior nonsense, I'm like, no, get away from me. But
so is DC home, or are you in the field?
So if you look at a map, and I live in Old Town Alexandria, which is where, like, if you believe any of the old narrative, that's where George Washington and all these assholes used to live. Literally, I live on the same street as Mount Vernon.
Holy shit.
And wow. I don't know, 4 football fields away from the first school that George Washington started. So I live right on the Potomac, and
wow.
Right beside me is the 395, which is part of the Beltway. And so I kind of been waiting for the truckers to roll in and muck things up. And my 6 million fellow neighbors have kind of been waiting as well. You know, you go into the grocery store, it seems like there's twice as many people at any given hour. I filled up with gas, and it was right at $4 yesterday. It seemed like it went up like 75 cents within a day.
Yeah.
So, but also one thing I've noticed is there's an incredible presence of Virginia state troopers, because the way the Beltway works is it goes into Maryland, around DC, back into what's called Nova, Northern Virginia, which is Arlington, Alexandria area. And so it's a massive amount of space that these truckers are going to affect. And I'm just not seeing it yet. I don't know if they're pulling them over. You know, I kind of expected like if you look on a map, there's the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, which is one of the main feeders for the entire I-95 East Coast corridor. And if I were a trucker, that's where I would jackknife, right? I would walk it up all the way to Florida.
Yeah.
And it's business as usual right there. Like I literally can walk out and look up and see traffic going across that bridge. So I don't know. I don't know what to believe with the trucker thing.
So I got a couple. I'm sorry, but my gears are turning, and you're dropping these numbers, and I'm ciphering them right off my top of my head. So you say one of the highways is 395.
Yeah.
Okay, so Washington D.C. is at the 39th latitude. There's your 39. It's at the 77th. No, excuse me, I got that wrong. 39th latitude, 77th longitude. You add the 7 and the 7, you get a 14. That adds up to a 5. 395. So that highway is the longitude and latitude of Washington, D.C.
So there's a, since this is a weave, I figured this would fit in. Like there's a lighthouse that's been here for at least, I don't know, 150 some odd years in a little known park called Jones Point Park. And that's where they laid the first cornerstone of Washington, D.C. And so if you go down to this lighthouse, you can see they have it under glass, and it's right on the edge of the Potomac. They have 2 lines coming off of the first cornerstone that kind of make the opening of a triangle. And they go out, and on one side you have Virginia, and the center of the lines you have DC, and on the other side of those lines you have Maryland. And they keep, if you draw them out from Jones Point out forward, like it encompasses Washington's monument, which I personally think there is put there for some energy collection of some sort.
Yeah, the Ben stuff.
So a friend of mine that lives out in Brno, Czechoslovakia, or Czech Republic, he told me to make some homemade dowsing rods and go down there and run along the lines and see if I get hits. So I did it. And this is a very affluent neighborhood. I'm this big, chunky Texan out here with these dowsing rods.
Awesome.
If I was looking at it, I would be laughing my ass off too, right? So I didn't
rad.
take offense. So I'm out there, and man, those dowsing rods hit on both those lines. It's like clearly I'm not saying it's a major ley line, but it's definitely energy lines coming from that first point that they laid for DC.
Wow. Thanks for telling us that. That's awesome.
If I saw you out there, man, I'd be like,
what the fuck
is this guy doing out there, man? Walking around with little rods.
So
go ahead.
Well, Jones Point, they're talking about the sword of Joan of Arc.
Oof.
And that was, according to Walter Bosley, that is what was hidden in the Ark of the Covenant. The Templars took over here to the New Land to move across certain ley lines. And the lighthouse is Magdala in Hebrew. And Magdala means strong tower. And you can bet they're talking about a sacred bloodline, the Magdalene, the line of the Magdala. These are the lines that charge up the old towers.
So within 50 feet of that very same lighthouse, there's a plaque that commemorates the first piece of land owned by a woman in the United States. She was the lawyer, I believe, of Lord Baltimore. And she was obviously a very progressive thinking woman. And I always thought it very curious that the cornerstone of DC was within a stone's throw of a piece of land that was owned by the first Caucasian woman in America, and which ended up becoming Alexandria proper. So, I mean, I go down there all the time, and I have very beautiful experiences. Like the crows come and like seem like they're interacting with me.
The
I've
vultures
seen
come?
like no vultures, dog. I don't play with Wycliffe.
Straight up.
But
That's
yeah,
a smart way to.
there's
That's a
something
smart
there.
choice.
I'm gonna walk around there with 2 rods and see what they say to me. I've gotten kicked out of there before for fishing their lakes. And say like, what's this guy up to, man?
Yeah, you get subtly reminded if you wander around a few places out here in the desert, man. You get a little too close to Fort Huachuca when you're hunting down there, and they'll remind you.
Yep.
Don't you worry, they'll remind you exactly where you're at. You're not gonna know. You're not gonna forget where that border is.
Mm-hmm.
They'll find you first.
So, do we know of any quote unquote light workers who have tried to close all these portals or work on these ley lines or things like that? Because we're sitting here, we know about all these things, but is anyone trying to close them? I can't imagine that they're so powerful that light cannot delete the darkness. That's just not even a thing you can do. So do we know of anyone who's capable and trying to do this?
Do we
Donald Trump was trying until they kicked him out of office.
True. True.
I mean, no, not personally, but we do know Mitch.
Yes.
And I
yes,
thought about,
I would love to just
Joe-
hit like all the railroads.
Dude, it works. I swear to God, it works. I'm living testimony to that those orgone pipes. I did it at 2 of the
brought the
pipes
owls back.
around the owls. They came back the next Monday, and after I did the next tower over, they were having to work on that thing. Like it was like they're like, what the fuck's going wrong? And like you could tell they were like getting frustrated because I watched these guys for several days, just like the fuck, kind of wandering around this tower, like checking this, checking that, checking.
You must
that.
have felt glorious, Gordy. You must have felt glorious.
God, dude, it was. I was like, oh, this shit's real. Just giggling to myself for quite a while. Like I got my fucking owls back.
Running on
man.
time.
Listen, guys, I gotta go. It's 3:21 in the morning. I gotta wake up
Dude.
early tomorrow to hang out with the family. Thank you so much
Thank you
for
so
having
much.
me
To
on.
Juan, how can we find you, Juan?
Please.
At the Juan on Juan podcast on all social media platforms, the podcast.com. Follow me on Instagram. It's my main account. And yeah, the Juan on Juan podcast on any RSS feed. And yeah, I had a ton of fun. Thank you guys so much for inviting me on. And I'll catch you guys on the other side.
Thanks for
Stay
weaving
cool,
in.
stay
Thanks,
strange.
man. Thanks a
Thank
ton.
you.
Come
Love
back
you guys.
anytime.
Yes, for sure.
Do the
Much
weave with
love,
us
Juan.
on the way
To the
out.
flow.
Everybody
Oh,
check
Save.
out podcast.
Illuminati confirmed. What the fuck? Brought to you by Pfizer.
I'll catch you guys on the other side.
All right, thank you, buddy.
By Pfizer.
We have some
What'd you
bingo
say,
winners for
Kaylee?
sure now.
Sponsored.
I'm looking forward to his HP Lovecraft episode on Monday.
I can't
Good,
wait.
Right?
Want to know what he's dug up from the depths.
Yeah, so bingo questions. I know I'm seeing some cards that are really close. Do we help them out or do they have to hear it themselves? That's kind of the question. If you're asking in chat, was this said to clarify the idea? That's not cheating, that's helpful.
What, am I not allowed to tell Jenny that flow state was mentioned? Come on.
If we're seeing bingo cards that are highlighted and they're very, very close to winning a bingo, 4 corners, blackout, diagonals, horizontals.
No, I
We have a few of those already.
Does look like 4 corners.
We have a 7x7 board played with 4 corners highlighted.
I mean, she already won.
Spider,
what's the-
Aries, Equinox, and Pluto.
You know what I mean? Like, come on.
No harm, no foul.
Like, well, somebody might have someone singing. If someone's singing, so we could always say la 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 la.
I think we
la,
did.
la, la.
I think we did say Russia, and we did talk about Russia and Putin and pudding, and
Mm-hmm.
so that would be Crack Spider, Sync, Russia, 369, Mercury, Putin, and Aries. That's 7 in a row on the top line.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Jen Brewster's
Yeah.
bingo card, 7x7 grid. I think there's some other winners too. I know a lot of people play, win, and then go to sleep. That's totally cool. I
Yeah,
understand.
to me, that's like the most glorious thing that you can do,
Dude,
because
right?
then you wake
Before
up
sleeping.
and you won.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
my
thank you,
prize
Ashley.
pool.
SPL just yelling at you.
Reach.
Donation.
Oh, what are you
Yeah.
dropping in the pool? You didn't tell us. We got sidelined.
Yes.
No, it's not that exciting, except that I'm offering to read a chapter from anything you've heard on Flow State just for you. If there's a specific book that I can find a copy of that you want to hear me read a chapter out of, I can read it as long as I can find it. But anything that you've already heard on Flow State, I have available and would happily read you to sleep or, to whatever you need to do.
You knocked me out on Wednesday. Awesome.
Whatever.
Bedtime stories for
it.
grown-ups.
No, we have
I
another
love that.
winner
I
that
love that.
happened about 2.5 hours ago.
69. Whatever you might need to do, if Rachel's reading and you got things you need to do.
Yeah.
Ryan Milliken, do we have an update on your bingo board? Ryan Milliken, if you're awake, you announced a 5 in a row win at about midnight, about 2.5 hours ago. That might be the first win of the night. Just going through the records here. Takes a while to compile the data and cast the votes, and then recheck the votes and verify the
Now
wins.
that guy popped in on Flow State, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was cool. He was a guitar player.
Ryan's good
Good
people.
guitar player.
Jayla, how's your bingo board looking? That might be a four
Yeah.
corners win from J-Lo with
Yeah, JLo has
Ancestor,
beautiful boards.
Taurus,
Nice.
6 and
Nice.
9, and
Working
something
it.
in the
Nice.
quarter.
I like this.
Oh, yes. Please announce your
the-
bingo wins in the YouTube comments below, because you might have gone from a 4 corners to a 5 in a row to a blackout, which will upgrade your prize opportunities
Right.
and gifting.
Ooh. Did that Jen Brew make it? Hey, Alan, could you, if you have any of J-Lo's that she has posted handy to share, like, format
Mm-hmm.
using visuals, I think might be a very cool tool, psychic tool that because kind of my idea with this is that this is an actual intuition building exercise that we're doing as a group effort.
Yeah.
You are teaching yourself how to trust your instincts. And so when you do that and you're trying to get in that flow and you're kind of back here, maybe you're just thinking in picture. So maybe like write down a mental note of that, because sometimes the ether speaks in different languages. So maybe do something like that. It's good exercise.
Gordy, you just reminded me that me and Jim used to joke that he's the picture and I'm the show. Forgot all about that. Remember that, Jim?
Oh yeah.
So I want to share some gematria I just did looking up on. Oh,
There
no,
it is. Thank you.
never mind.
You can share. I think this is J-Lo's card. I don't know that. We have the
I
highlight.
love J-Lo's work. It's gorgeous every time.
Zoom in. Zoom has
That's
this
cool.
fun bar on the top that covers what I'm trying to show. So I'm trying to be like, zoom in. There it is. Okay.
She's like harvesting from our Telegram posts. This is gorgeous.
That's a good way to do it.
Beautiful board.
Man,
Once I get my regular archival printer set up, that's another thing I wanted to offer to do, to make single run prints of the winning card, after it's been blotted out, or maybe front one side clean and the back side blotted out. And my laminator is small, but I could print pretty big. And to me, that's a cool idea. I like the idea of somehow getting an archive going where people could maybe even if we just put up a slideshow somewhere, and it's just every bingo card that's there in perpetuity. I've got a way I could do that because I have a card account. I don't know if you guys know what card is, but it's a no code web builder, but it really is just single pages. You can't make more than one page. And they call it squeeze page or landing page is really what it's designed for. But it could definitely be a static placeholder for all the bingo card information or something.
nice.
That's a good
That's
idea.
cool. Yeah.
I want to see more of Lehman's art because I
Yeah,
think it's been a while since I've seen it.
So this was inspired by Lehman. You were talking about Baltimore, the first Anglo female who came ashore. In triangular gematria, we get a 69. Very appropriate.
Hey, Gabriel.
Yes, sir.
It's Baltimore.
Okay. I'll check that and see what I get. But for some reason, that made me think of Andromeda.
Okay.
Because it's got a Rome. Baltimore is a Rome in reverse. And I pull up Andromeda and I get a lot of threes. And here's 2 6-9s. 6-9. But let me check. I'll check out Baltimore with an I instead. And then there was a 3-6-9 in one of these. I think it was the other one. 9-3-6, reverse English Sumerian, extra obscure. But let me double check my math there. Nice.
Yeah, speaking of being in flow state, how do I switch it to where just in my little square you can see my screen? Because the reason why I get up at this time is this is when I do my art. This is the reason why I never caught you guys before, is I'm usually asleep because I get up so early to step into this almost liminal space of the early morning.
Yeah. If you hit the share screen at the bottom.
Yeah.
You are logged into Zoom on the device that you wish to share the screen of.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you click share screen. It'll give you the options to select an individual window or a monitor.
Okay.
And then from there, make sure that any sensitive information or anything that you don't want people to see is those types of things or considerations. Yep.
Okay.
I love that you get up to do art at this time because I've known people who like Source just wakes up. They're like, why am I awake at 4 a.m.? These are reasons why.
Okay. So you're seeing my screen?
You see a web browser, so you might have selected a web browser window. It might be your
desktop
that you're sharing.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I'll figure it out.
Yep.
Yeah, it's easier to get out of my own way because when I sit down and try to be, I don't know, contrived, I guess, it never works out for me. Never. Let's see. Portion of screen, computer, video, content.
Yeah, I remember waking up at 4 a.m. once before I had to go to work, and it was when I lived in Tucson, so it's just dark. It wasn't, hotter than Hades yet. And I just heard Source just say, "This is you time." I'm like, okay. I couldn't be mad about it because usually I'm like, why am I up? But it was like, this is me time. I can enjoy having my breakfast. I don't have to rush to get to work. Can hang out with my cat,
Yep. I learned that same lesson, Rachel. Same thing. Like I used to have not full blown insomnia, but I'd always get stuck staying up later and later and later. And then finally you'd like stay up all night and catch up and get back to a normal, like at least by 11 o'clock schedule. And that would happen over and over again. And it used to drive me crazy. I'd have this horrible panic about it. And I read a book or something. I don't remember where I learned it, but just to get up and accept that you're awake and stop trying to lay and flop in bed or anticipate falling asleep and trying to force yourself to, And ever since then, if I get that feeling, it's me time, you know. If it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I got to get out of bed because for whatever reason, maybe my stomach's upset or whatever, it's a full moon. When I used to smoke cigarettes, the full moon used to call me out of bed to come talk to her. Like I would literally go outside and smoke a cigarette, and be like, "All right, you got me up. I was dead cold asleep, but what can I do for you? Here I am. You got something to say to me, you know?" But it's
Don't
all
need
good now.
cigarettes to do that.
No, I still do it sometimes, but when I smoked for whatever reason, it seemed like it happened more consistently. Like the combination of full moon energy and the addiction to nicotine made it so that I was under more impressionistic control or whatever you want to call it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a beautiful. I thought the same thing as soon as she said it, man. Like, oh, just
Thank you.
it made me tempted to start doing it. Like maybe I should just set the alarm really early and just start getting up. And instead of taking all that time to just kind of unwind and let the day start, just start. Get in that liminal sleepy mindset and just start creating something.
Yeah, now I'm not the only one who gets up. Both my folks get up
Oh, that's
really
the other thing
early
that
like
happens
that.
too. Yeah. That's
And they're
happened to me
like,
too.
that's their God time too. So, you know, my me time has to be sometime else.
Are you guys seeing my screen with a like a ball?
A
Okay,
sphere.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute out and get going here. So, you know, just ignore me, and I appreciate y'all letting me come on here and do this.
Oh, cool.
That's
Yeah.
cool. I
Did
want
you
to
have
see
a
this
piece of art
stuff.
you wanted to show
Anytime.
while you're here? It's up to you.
Well, I mean, no, I'm just going to sculpt something. So a friend of mine named Whitney Fox, she was on the podcast Upstate Unconventional, and listened to this episode tonight, and she was in an ayahuasca ceremony, and an Indian couple beside her, in the throes of the purge, she witnessed a entity come out of the Indian man, and as he was retching, it sounded like two voices at the same time, and one was very metallic. And then she and the maestro witnessed an entity come out and go outside the sacred circle and loop around a couple of times and then go off into the darkness. And then she had shared that a couple of ceremonies later, she had a very similar experience where she expelled this gray, hairy entity that she later came to realize that when she was in her 20s and went to like a 90s rave, you know, she was wide open because she was on LSD and ecstasy or whatever, and that she had received an attachment, and that during this ceremony she had expelled this attachment. So as I was listening to her description of this thing that she vomited, I really wanted to try to capture it in a sculpt and see if I couldn't then take it into Photoshop and give it, you know, a little 3D representation for her. So I do that a lot sometimes when I hear people's experiences, and like if they encounter things in like lucid dreams or something, I try to bring those forward.
We see your screen now with a shaded 3D sphere.
Yeah, so I'm going to shut up and do my thing, but I appreciate y'all.
Yep.
We appreciate you too, man. Thanks.
Absolutely, Lehman.
Cool. Thank you for doing this, Lee, and thank you for running out there. Like I just, you know, thought, hey, this is a cool guy. He's in DC. Will you check this? You're like, oh yeah, I'll go run down there and check it right now. Like that was cool, man. I appreciate that.
That is cool.
Because knowing people that, you know, this is one of the reasons why I trust Cheney and why I just love that person, is that she went down there, she experienced it, like because she felt like she was called to the I don't know, maybe she felt like she was called. I feel like she was called to do some sort of, you know, when she went down to the insurrection or whatever, the January 6th thing, just to check it out, like put boots on the ground, and she experienced that. like the fake bullshit that she was in a movie, you know, and they were all playing this part and they're staging that shit. And, you know, to have real hands in it, you know, boots on the ground, somebody that you've talked to, that can go witness that, you know, that's helped some people like really process that.
It takes the fuzz out.
Takes the fuzz out, gains clarity to talk to somebody who's actually experienced something, you know.
Because I did that when I was a wheelchair technician. I was a professional wheelchair technician for 7 years. And I started out as like just a general guy and then graduated up to being the boss of the whole wheelchair department in charge of all kinds of big crazy stuff. But the guy that trained me was a brilliant Russian man, and he had absconded from Russia with himself and his wife and their 7 children, and like he found a way to pay the bribe to get out, and like in the early 90s get to the United States from Russia. And so whenever we would be in the shop working all day on a hard project, you know, sometimes it'd be really challenging to fix or modify a wheelchair. Sometimes you'd have to buy a $30,000 wheelchair and then like drill holes in it and cut it up and mess with it to get it right for the person, you know. And I really got a lot of insight into the propaganda surrounding Soviet Russia versus me being able to ask. And he was a Baptist preacher. He's the most humble, wonderful guy that I ever met, you know. And so it really helped me, because I'd say, hey, this is what they told us in school about what it was like under communism. What was it like? And he would confirm most things were pretty much right, but there would be some really insightful things that he would tell me. And it's like, oh, you know, like, and I could trust him and I believed him. So it really makes a difference. It's the human to human connection. It's not just that someone's actually there and we have a more reliable source. The fact that, you know, if I say, Gordy, I saw you talking or reading that book yesterday on the stream. If I call you tomorrow and say, hey man, look on page 67 and tell me what it says, you're going to help me out, because it's a human connection. We got something rolling. There's already momentum, you know, and it's the same thing, you know, same thing with going to eyewitness things.
Yeah.
And it's a good way to defuse the gaslighting, to have, you know, a witness you trust confirm your perspective.
Right. That way you don't have to feel crazy. Exactly.
Yep.
I appreciate that, guys. Very much.
Yeah, man. It's amazing how, you know, I'm glad I learned the term gaslighting when I did, because it has really helped me just to name that devil. You know, when I see it, I can recognize it, put a name to it, and I realize it's an official technique, it's an official method, and it's not just me. That is the fucking modus operandi.
Yeah. A big part of the stuff that I've been talking about on and off for years is really based on me studying really hard to figure out what seemed like consistent intelligence strategies. And the one that I always tell people about is called paralleling, where they'll take someone's true story and they'll manufacture an almost identical story and even get some kind of an actor to come out and tell their similar story, you know. But that's because there's all these different strategies. If you go look on my blog, I got a post from a guy who's gone now. I think he's actually passed away. His name was Bobby Garner, and he used to have this website called The Congregator, congregator.net. And if you go on the Internet Archive, it's still on there. If you want to go and search congregator.net, you can find some of this stuff. But he had all this great information about the disinformation strategies, you know, like because it's pretty well hidden now because of all the AI and the way social media is different. But back in the day when it was message boards mostly and forums, if you had that list, that cheat sheet of 25 things that a disinformation artist is going to use, you could really start to weed out and see the difference, you know, where they're trying to flame threads and manage conversations. And it just, to me, it's really important, because otherwise you feel lost out here on the internet, you know, completely
Well,
lost.
they do that in real life too. That is a lot of
Oh,
what I've
absolutely.
experienced, like when I was reading
Yeah,
on the
in real life.
streets, and like
Absolutely.
my whole, I don't want to say it was awakening, but it was kind of an initiation that I had downtown was a lot of that paralleling. And I had a lot of twin flame programming coming my way. So everyone I encountered was meant to be this mirror. And it was a game. It felt like a game. It was like, that's the mirror I want. That's not a mirror I want. That's not a mirror I want. I want that one. I don't want that one. And it went on for, I let it go on for, I played the game for like a good day or two.
You're talking about doing card readings, right? Doing tarot or
that's what I'm getting to is like,
okay.
I had this experience. And then when I went out to do readings, that game picked up. I had two people come to my table who had that exact same vibe there, and they were both mirrors, they were both parallels. It was so bizarre, but I could smell it. Spiritually, I'm like, I know exactly what is going on with this. And I'm not playing. I stopped playing. Remember? I'm not playing anymore.
Yeah.
Because it was very controlling. One of the guys that I had encountered, he came across as very nice, but he was reflecting kind of like the time that I was riding bikes a lot. He was reflecting that time in my life. So he had the same kind of gear, the same kind of attitude. He tried to give me a Lenormand deck. And when I interviewed the deck, I did not like what it had to say, what it wanted to teach me. And I had to give it back. I was like, sorry, it's a very pretty deck. It's very cute. I like it a lot, but this is not it.
Hey, that's smart. I never thought of that, to interview the deck.
Yeah, I've done deck interviews. Usually when I get one, not always, but every now and then, sometimes it seems right to ask it. My favorite deck, definitely. It has some really beautiful things to teach. So it's kind of fun. But yeah, I noticed that. And I get that a lot when I go out. So because psychic entities are like, oh, we need to pay attention to this. So they try very hard to manipulate and control what I'm putting out.
Yeah.
So I have to see it as a game because it's like,
Yeah, that all that language is totally what we teach in the self-defense. But I love that you're doing the interviewing, because we use the term is when an assailant is feeling you out. They come up and they say, "Hey man, you got a light?" We call that them interviewing you. But I love that you flip that table.
Yeah, they did that. When you said that, they did a lot of colored lighters.
Right.
That was so annoying. And it drove me crazy. And that's how I'm like, I'm not playing. I can buy whatever color lighter I want. It doesn't mean anything. You're putting meaning onto it. And I'm not going to play. I can do anything I want.
Yeah. That's that playa, the Burning Man playa bullshit with the lighters. That's a big thing for them.
Is that what that is? Yeah, it's annoying. It's so annoying.
Because
then if I pull out a lighter, I'm like, you're judging me. And nope.
I guess I don't know about it. What is it, Gabe? Having to do with Burning Man now?
Yeah, in Burning Man, it's like apparently it's something that's been run into the ground. It's like just a conversation starter that has become like so commonplace that it's people complain that it's just annoying that every conversation is starting with, "Hey man, you got a lighter? You got a lighter?" And then it's, "Oh, what kind of lighter? Where'd you get this lighter? What's the history of this lighter?"
Right. It's just the most pathetic and obvious lead.
Yes,
it is.
Yep.
Now, you guys know about Steve Outram's work on Burning Man?
Is that the thing where they actually toss a person in there?
No, this is like
to die in it.
They did. There was some actual.
There was a guy. Yeah, there was a guy that I think they told him to jump in the fire. They used there. But no, Steve Outram, long story short, he was a big time burner. We had him as a guest on our Sonic Picture Show. He made a lot of money right at the beginning of the tech boom by writing one of the very first pieces of software that was used to design web pages. And he's still doing reasonably well with that. But Steve did like 9 hours, completely talking about how he did the deepest dive. If you go to his site, it's also the best article out there for the whole Tracy Twyman saga as it unfolded. Steve was the only one that really had peace of mind and was able to just document it reasonably well. But it's called burners.me. Like burners is the nickname for people who go to Burning Man, and .me. And if you
Yeah.
go on there and find his whole series about it, it's pretty much just DARPA and all the occultists together. They're creating this huge magic circle autonomous zone, and you're just open game in there for everything, whether it's actual kidnap and rape or something, or it's spiritual attachments, or it's being dosed with drugs or whatever. Like it's a big deal. And I usually don't tell my friends who are burners about it because I don't want to rain on their parade, and I figure it's their life. But it gave me lots of insight into the whole festival culture and all that stuff. How it all kind of ties together, and it's just they're playing a big game. To me, it's like what Rachel was talking about to the millionth degree. Like instead of a few coincidental things happening, it's like you're in this huge magic circle that they've essentially opened the circle as a ceremony. So you're a part of a huge, what I would still call like I always think of it as astrological too. I guess that's really just my head canon, as they say. And it's also, I'm sure it is, but that's I don't even think Steve talks about that. But it's just worth looking at it if you guys have never seen it, because it's a trip.
Yeah.
What's Steve's last name?
Yeah, what was
Outram.
the
It's Steve Outram, Outrim, and
Yeah, thank you.
I was gonna say one more thing about him, and I can't think of it. I guess it slipped my mind. It's all right. I'll just let it.
He got arrested during the burn or the COVID protests in Australia, and the crowd was they kind of closed in to protect him, but they crowd surfed their way to him, and he got pinched off.
I didn't know that Steve got arrested protesting. That doesn't surprise me.
But it got recorded by 1,000 phones when it happened, and that's the last I heard was about maybe a month and a half ago.
Huh? Yeah. I wonder if he's all right. Maybe I'll send him an email.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know.
Well,
I hope he's
y'all,
all right.
it is time for me to go to sleep.
Right on,
Close
Kaylee.
myself. I'm very close. Nice talking to you.
Close too. Thanks for
I
hanging,
love when-
Kaylee.
Good night.
Thanks,
Good to see
Kaylee.
you. Thank you.
Thanks for
Thanks.
You rock.
thanks for chopping up the Lovecraft with us.
Yeah, the Lovecraft Pluto
We're-
thing. Cool, man. I appreciate you so much.
There's so much more detail in that chart, but that's okay. I'm happy to leave this level for now. I don't even like looking at the chart. It creeps me out, but we're closing this.
You know what, Kaylee, before you go, I just want to put this on the record for anybody who's still with us from that conversation. I just wanted to rehash that you and I discussed also that there's the possibility that the entire birth chart is a fabrication.
Totally.
Right. And that's just something maybe we forgot to put out there, was that the chart is almost too good to be true.
Yeah.
Which is just something to consider, that all of this is just the curse of fiction on a whole new level in modern context. So I just wanted to mention that.
Totally. Yeah. Like the source for the birth date comes from his biography, who's like, it was written by a family friend or some shit like that. So like who knows? But
Yeah.
anyway. Yeah.
Nice. Well, rest well, sister.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Night, Kelly.
Good night.
Good night.
So
Hey, if we all say good night like that, then it's gonna fold this thing up whether we want to quit or not.
yeah, man. Keeps coming back to the same thing. Harmonies, harmonics, vibration, and alchemy. Like, no matter what, which version we start pulling up, I think we're gonna be finding the same things. over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we
And I
are
think that's sorry.
we are orgone accumulators ourselves. This is how we're gonna figure out that part. This is how we can heal each other. I think,
Yeah.
'cause when we do it ourselves, we can get that down. And I think that's what all these processes are trying to teach us.
There's a metaphor in my mind right now with this fishnets and like dredging up the past and pulling up the nets into our boat. There's the parable in the Bible. Is it a story of Jesus? He's on a boat with some men and they're trying to catch fish. And he says, try the other side. And they're like, what are you talking about? We're fishermen. Don't tell us how to do our job. He's like, cast the net on the other side and try that. So they cast the net on the other side and then they get more fish than they know what to do with. So if we have a fishnet requirement for episode 6 and 9, that time of the night, maybe the fishnets are getting pulled off. I don't know what's going on. People are getting sleepy. It's that twilight hour. It's just about 3 a.m. We're looking at some art on our screen, producing an image.
Pretty cool.
From an upstate conventional podcast interview. There's a lot of hanging chads and things in our fishnets that we probably want to complete the thoughts of and wrap up and clarify. Mixing metaphors is something I love to do. If you don't know that about me, now you do. I like to rhyme too, but it's a cat in a hat situation and I'm not Dr. Seuss. So pre-orders are open, but we're not accepting money. It's a pre-order. The people that speak up to say, I want a shirt, I want it in this size, and I want this quantity, will be the first people who we contact when the time is right, which is fast approaching. So thank you for that. We'll figure out more details as the time passes. We have some notes about Telegram. We've been transitioning to a new Telegram room. It's the Spider's Welcome Web. You can join us there. If you don't have Telegram, that is okay. We do have a channel. It's called a channel on Telegram where we post the URLs to the live streams on Wednesdays and Saturdays. So you can view that in a web browser to find those URLs most easily and then see a history of past content. A lot of new viewers are showing up every week and realizing this is the 69th episode. That means there are 68 episodes you may not have seen. So we might highlight the Jerry Marzinski interview. That's a great one. You can sort by most popular and you might find Thomas Sheridan and others.
Yes, Thomas Sheridan, Jerry Marzinski. Like we've talked to some pretty great people on here.
Episode 66 was spectacular. I won't spoil anything about that one. Watch it till the end. Guaranteed.
Yeah. So thank you, gentlemen, for doing this. I'm going to crash as well. Lee, thanks for jumping in. This was fun. And,
Sure,
Yeah.
man. Appreciate y'all.
Cool.
but,
I've been a long time fan from the RLX days. Like I think I started subscribing when they had like their 9th show or whatever. And I was like, what in the wide world of sports is going on here? You know?
So you
Like
you found Picture
15
Show before Tracy Twyman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and like
that's far
the
back. I thought I recognized your name, man. I remember now.
10, 15-minute intros, and I'm like, these guys are driving me crazy. I have to stick around for this.
it did have a that whole open access cable vibe in the beginning. It was really fun.
I think it's still
Yeah,
done.
that's kind of.
We've inspired
I mean-
both of them. We still have that.
Yeah, I mean, Weaving Spiders Welcome is really just the son of Picture Show, or the androgynous homunculus that came out of Picture Show.
The multi-headed Hydra Chimera thing.
That's right.
That
I
we're
don't even know how to describe it. I think everyone describes it differently. They see
No.
something different. They hear something different. If you ask 5
That was
different
my
people
favorite.
what happened on episode 69, they're all going to disagree what happened on episode
right.
69.
Or they'll agree, but they won't say the same things.
They'll
You're like,
agree it
well,
was
hey, that's
filthy,
not-
but they won't agree to what turned them on the most. That's private
That's right.
information. Don't ask that. Don't ask.
They will not
It is,
diverge.
that's right.
Their safe word. Divulge. Sorry.
Diverge and divulge.
Diverge.
Diverge.
They won't
Diverge
diverge.
your safe word. It's
They're gonna
dangerous.
be
It's
on
dangerous
track.
to diverge it.
We are dredging our minds for final thoughts, and this is what we're bringing forth.
What are the hanging chads?
Well, I can put this out there that if we ever do sell the
Man.
pre-show recordings, this one was a really juicy pre-show recording.
Yeah, this was a good one.
We were
Yeah.
having a good old time.
Yeah, we were having to reel it in to not really get too far into it before we were on broadcast. That's when you know you're going to have a really good show. Is
Yeah.
when you just get in the Zoom and it just starts
Yeah.
popping.
Yep. Yep.
Mhm.
And the archival process will require funds, finances, services that need to be paid for, servers, technologies, those sorts of things. We do this for you, and it's value for value. We don't charge a thing. All the streams are free to watch Saturday nights and Wednesday nights. We've had a few that have been taken down, and you might want to see those. So we may have to come up with an archival solution on a private server somewhere, a members only place where we can hang out and reminisce about the good times when YouTube allowed us to share YouTube videos and then said, no, you can't share YouTube videos on YouTube and other silliness like that.
Because they're trying to drive us mad, and it's kind of half working. These bastards.
It's fully working with some of them.
You want a 24-hour marathon of Weaving Spiders Welcome? Just go back to episode 1, hit play, and let them play out.
Or buy a
I think you'll have more than
server.
24 hours of material to go through.
Way more. Way
Check
more.
check
yeah.
comments for timestamps, and as you watch and you find something that's a treasure to you and you want to share it, include the timestamp, the time code when that happens in the video in the comments below so other people can find it. If you see boobs and a timestamp, always click it. It's great stuff.
Thank you.
It's like, I don't think I've seen that yet. Now I'm gonna look.
I love letting Alan
Now-
go on. It's like
now that-
it's like talking
now
to
that's
this synchromistic youth pastor.
Alan, that's a great idea to go back to the all the episodes we know that have the ladies on them, and write in the comments that at this timestamp.
That's a terrible
So-
idea, Sean.
So and so.
We don't want women to
so-
think that they're going to be
Yeah.
using this visual candy for people to lick their screens.
No, but it's a lie. If it's a lie, that's what makes it funny. The comment says, at this timestamp, blank
Mhm.
does blank, but then you go look and it's just us talking about this right now or
Well,
whatever.
if we're
you know,
going
it's
to
not-
talk about breasts, we're going to talk about breasts. And if the timestamp says breasts, you're going to get breasts. But I don't know what kind of breast. It could be chicken, it could be pork.
Could
Yeah.
be split
Notice
in
they never.
breast.
How come they never sell beef breasts? They always sell chicken breasts, but they don't ever sell beef breasts.
Isn't that
I
Chuck?
don't understand.
We
It'd
need
be
to
utterly
talk to some.
disgusting. How would you cook that?
We need to talk to some.
Isn't that just a different cut? It's called something else.
Hey, Lacey Mariposa
just-
used
yeah.
to work in a butcher shop. We should talk to her. If
Another
you guys don't know
thought
who
before I
Lacey
lose it.
Mariposa is, she was in the chat tonight, and she's a badass from the Eyes Open days, long ago. So
Beef breast could be utterly disgusting.
There we go.
Moving along,
I
Jim
don't
and
know,
I
someone
did watch
probably
an
eats it.
RX Only Picture
That's-
Show
I
on a Sunday night. So we are going
Tripas
back
de
to
leche
the archives.
is fantastic, dude. Tripas de leche, beef boobs. These are the mammary glands of the cow. It's the udders, and they make a chili meat chili sauce thing at the Roach Coaches down here. Fantastic, dude.
Oh my gosh, I
I
believe
believe
it.
So good.
Way to sell it, Gordy. You.
I
Yeah.
wish I could find that thing again. I wish I could find that. I just don't
Now,
want to.
what was it
around
called
that.
again? What was the name you said?
Tripas de leche. It's
Tripas de leche.
tripas.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
it's the tripe
Yeah.
of the udder.
Tripe.
It's
Yeah.
udders.
Of the milk.
Kitty tripe.
Of the
Tripe of the
milkers.
milk. Right, of the milkers.
Were
Right.
they boobs or testicles?
Right. Oh, I've got that shirt too. I've proven I've eaten that as well.
Students, you've been great all night, and now you're really beginning to test my patience. I need you all single file on the bus. Take your seat, and we got to get you home so your parents can pick you up. Your parents want to go to bed.
This is the point where we start hitting ourselves and basically go,
That's the part where
Jim, where are you, man? Save this sinking.
Wait, Gordy's got to do one more read for us before his eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, do I? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one more read.
Let's do.
Perhaps we will watch an RX only picture show 43 with Steve Outrim on a Sunday night at some point. Maybe not this Sunday, but in a future Sunday. So if
Yeah.
you see a stream alert and Jim goes on and says, "Hey guys, we're gonna watch RX only picture show," and then we're gonna go to Jim's channel or secret backup channel, but we are going through the old prescription only retro Gatorade our only pictures for episode 43 might be the next one.
And
We've
it might
already
be
watched one.
tomorrow.
It could be.
Might be tomorrow.
might be tomorrow.
Okay. So our little bibliomancy and the Mystic Bible brought me to this. No amount of reading, reciting, learning, or calculating, nor cleverness of quoting from sacred text can raise the soul beyond the realm of the mind and Cal, who is the essence of the mind's cunning. These things can help to purify the mind, but unless the mind surrenders its ego and accompanies the soul, it accomplishes nothing.
Mm. Boom.
Did it say
Perfect.
cow?
Cow. This is interesting.
Or cowl?
Cal. K-A-L.
Cow. It's like, okay, I've got
What word is
to.
that?
I got to
Oh.
I was
work.
gonna say, what word is that?
I don't know. This is further on than I've read. So Cal or well, there we go. Answered. Cal or Satan
Oh, nice.
is the hard
Perfect.
taskmaster and rules by justice of law. There is no mercy or eternal love in his being. His essence, oh my God. I think, yeah. Juan was right. We're in a cult now. Anyway, that was it. That was fun, guys.
Perfect.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you,
so
Gordy.
much, all of you. Thank you. Love you all.
Yeah, talk to you soon, man.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Spiders.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
I can't lie. My lady's out of town, so I'm just kind of bacheloring out here. Usually I would have long since went to the warm confines of our bed, but there's just pugs hiding behind a door waiting for me, so it's okay to keep messing with the clay for a minute.
I'm going to share. Gordy's read reminded me of this devil card from the Santa Muerte deck. I actually really like this particular depiction. Let's see if I can just pull it up and see. Oops.
Yeah, so if you guys ever see anything and you want me to run downtown real quick in the future and just start live streaming, feel free to hit me up on Instagram. I check that most times. I like Telegram, but it's just too much going in on there all the time. So
The secret is, if you want to use it, the secret is to learn the folders function, because then you can bust things up. I mean, it's still, I mean, I have this bad habit of subscribing to everything. I've got like 10 million Discords that I subscribe to. I never go to but 2 of them, you know, and same thing. And the other beautiful thing about Telegram is if you use the archive function too. So maybe there's a bunch of stuff that you do want to have at your fingertips, but you don't want it to be in your feed. If you archive it, so combination of archive and using the folder system has really helped me out.
We'll have to
Right
do
on,
a
man.
Telegram tutorial on a flow state on Wednesday night to show everyone how the best practices and figure it out, because they're always
It's not a bad
upgrading
idea.
features.
It's not a bad idea. Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why we adjusted to a new Telegram chat. We had to find some different options and administrations and control that thing a little bit. It's gets a little wild there sometimes.
I'm sorry, Rachel, for cutting you off. That was a beautiful card.
No, you're fine. It's not even a thing.
Do
I
we
just think
have
it's a
bumper
good
for the
depiction
end of
of
the show,
the
Jim?
ego being a taskmaster.
Yeah.
I've got the
That was like who's the guy who controls the circus?
Oh yeah, the ringmaster.
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 Yeah, he does have kind of a showman.
It's funny that would be
kind of look.
ringmaster, huh? There's something in this realm that we're living in about ringmasters. They really make a lot of emphasis on these ringmasters.
Because we're
Bond.
learning, we are all mastering our lower
That's right.
selves. Yeah.
Hmm. All right, guys. This has been an excellent weave. Thank you so much. Yes.
It's been
Good
fun.
night.
Much love, spiders. Much love.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Okay, okay, bye. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure is on the side. Well done, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure will The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over... The crack cocaine spider